Main campaign. The main way to play this game is to create a character and start from level 1 and play the main campaign. The campaign, or main quest, is a long one and it has 3 difficulty levels: normal, epic and legendary difficulties. Higher difficulty levels will give higher tier loot, new loot that doesn't exist in normal difficulty and maybe epic, and some new bosses as well. The main campaign consists of 4 acts: Greece Act, Egypt, Orient and Hades Act. If you buy the expansions Atlantis and Ragnarok, you will have the option to visit Atlantis Act when you reach the first town of Hades Act. This act is optional, which means it is not required to unlock the next difficulty level. Ragnarok expansion pack will install a big new act, which is a main act, and to unlock the next difficulties you will need to complete this act. The Eternal Embers DLC features the biggest act of the game by far, but it is accessible only in Legendary difficulty as it is provided as endgame activity. So, characters that haven't reached Legendary difficulty cannot access it. You can also play the main campaign in multiplayer with 1 or more people up to 6 players party. Multiplayer is possible even if one player hasn't bought any DLCs and another one has bought them. In this case though, the player without the DLCs should create the game as a host so that the other player will join. Custom quests mods. The game comes with its own official editors for creating mods. Those editors exist in the installation folder of the game itself. There are plenty of mods out there, many of high quality, that also provide new items, skills, classes, etc. Some mods also function as of unofficial bug fixes, so it is advised for new players to take a look at this type of mods at some point. Legendary Heroes. The campaign is very long, especially if you install all 3 DLCs and have the acts of Atlantis, Ragnarok and Eternal Embers added to your game. For this reason, and to save real life time, the game features the accomplished hero and legendary hero methods of creating a new character. The accomplished hero will create a new character at level 40 in the act of Ragnarok. That will allow you to simply play this act straight away and unlock the next difficulty level sooner, whereas the legendary hero will create a level 70 hero for you to instantly play the act that comes with Eternal Embers DLC. The legendary hero feature is not really for new players, it is mostly an endgame mechanic for those who have played the game before and know at least the basics and then some. Endgame. The endgame activities come mostly in the form of dungeons. There are 3 dungeons called Secret Passages. Those are mostly Easter egg funny dungeons, but you can also farm them for some items. Then with the Atlantis DLC, we gain access to the Tartarus dungeon, which is a new mechanic that is there to test the power of your characters and give you some loot that you cannot get outside of this dungeon, including loot that you find elsewhere too. Finally, there are 3 roguelike dungeons, very challenging dungeons, that you can farm for specific items that do not drop elsewhere in the game. But also you can farm to get permanent buff rewards for your characters. Besides these, the game is very rich with targeted farming items such as the monster infrequents, so hunting those enemies that drop those items and farming them can be seen as an endgame activity. Boss farming is awesome too. Also, there is the curses system, which can be used by new players, but since it makes the game harder, we can see it as an endgame feature too. When you activate curses, for each curse on you, you lose some survivability stats, but you gain some buff, XP buff, and the new Electrum currency. This currency allows you to buy some special orbs that may drop 27 exclusive and powerful items that you cannot get from elsewhere in the game. Of course, these orbs also drop other items too. Itemization. The types of items are plenty, the same goes for the rarity tiers too. There are common items that are white color, magic items are yellow, rare items are green, monster infrequent items are olive green, epic items are blue, legendary items are purple. There are also epic and legendary set items with plenty of sets to farm for. Then there are formulae that are used to create artifacts. We have charms and relics that we use to enchant items with, and with the Atlantis DLC we can get Tinkerer items that open up the possibilities for build creation significantly. There are also scrolls to buy from vendors or get as rewards. These scrolls provide some enhancements to the hero for some time or even pets that help us defeat tough enemies and bosses. Then, in the 3 roguelike endgame dungeons, we can farm for specific potions that allow us to reset the attribute points and reinvest them otherwise. There are literally thousands of items to collect, and if you are one of those players who enjoy an awesome holy grail journey, then this game was made just right for you. Classes. The game uses the mastery system. There are 11 masteries overall if you buy all 3 DLCs to the Anniversary Edition. Each mastery is a class of its own, but when you combine 2 masteries, then you get a totally new class name. So, there are 66 classes overall, 11 single mastery classes and 55 dual mastery classes. Keep in mind that each one of the 66 classes can support multiple different builds based on which skills you use, how you invest your attribute points, and what items you use on your hero. For theory crafting lovers, this game is pure perfection. Enemies. There are many different biomes in this game that depend on different acts. For example, the biome of Egypt Act is totally different to that of Greece Act, which means that there are different types of enemies and bosses in each act. There are 2 main different enemies across the whole game and even bosses. You will find some small side quest bosses, main quest bosses, no quest bosses, difficulty based bosses, endgame bosses, hidden bosses. You will also find some hero type enemies that sometimes they feel like they are stronger than some bosses, so they provide a good challenge. Then there are random encounter enemies. These are usual enemies that come in packs randomly on the maps, and sometimes those packs work in such a way that you haven't seen before, and they become very challenging. The game is packed with enemies and bosses. It is awesome. The maximum level of your character is 85, even with all DLCs included. You can reach around level 76 if you go throughout all 3 difficulty levels and Eternal Embers Act, and then you will have about 9 more levels to gain by farming. The final levels require lots of patience and farming. The experience is similar to that of Diablo 2, but not as slow or hardcore as of that game. You will choose your first mastery at level 2 and your second mastery at level 8, or later if you decide to postpone it. You can gain some permanent buffs to your hero by completing some main quests, side quests, and the 3 roguelike dungeons. Also, if you activate the Curses endgame system, then you will gain the increased experience stat that will help you level up a bit faster, given that you won't get killed many times, since the curses are all about destroying your stats to give you more challenge and new currency. The attribute system of this game is one of the ways to customize and create builds. Every time we level up in this game, we gain 3 skill points and 2 attribute points, which we can spend on our character. There are 5 attributes and we can spend as many points as we want to each one of these. One detail to remember is that there is no cap in the attribute points, so if we have the means, we can go up to 2000 attribute in strength or dexterity or intelligence if we want, and of course there is no cap in health and energy too. When you make a build, it is good to avoid putting points into health and energy. It is not really helpful to put points there unless you really know what you are doing. The best thing is to put your points in the 3 important attributes, which is strength, intelligence and dexterity. And later, if you see that you are covered in these 3 attributes, then maybe put some points in health and energy, but only if you find it to be really necessary. Your health and energy attributes will increase by leveling up your 2 masteries and by equipping items, so usually you don't need to invest any points. Now for the main 3 attributes. Strength. Strength is useful for allowing us to equip better items, both armor and weapon types, and it also increases physical damage. Normally, you invest in this attribute if you want to play with melee builds that deal physical damage, but even if your melee builds deal other types of damage, it is still important because playing with melee builds means you need better armor to keep you alive, and this better armor requires big amounts of strength attribute. But it is not only melee builds that require strength. If you play ranger builds that use thrown weapons or bows, you still need strength for increasing your physical damage, but also for equipping better armor and weapons. Although for bows and thrown weapons the strength requirement is not big, but it is still there. Strength could also be useful in mage builds in case you wanted to increase the physical damage of certain skills that deal both elemental and physical damage, but this is something that new players should avoid doing because it belongs to the plane of hybrid builds. About hybrid builds we will talk in another game guide video very soon. Intelligence. This attribute is useful when you want to play with mage builds, both melee and ranged or even with hybrid builds. By putting points here you get more elemental damage overall, more vitality damage and also energy regeneration. Of course, if you want to equip items with high intelligence requirements, then this is your attribute. We should remember that most, if not all, intelligence-based items, when they come with a second attribute requirement, this second is dexterity and not strength. Also, we should keep in mind that the vast majority, if not all, of shields in the game do not have any intelligence requirements, so if you would like to play an intelligence-based build and use a shield, you could get in a bit of trouble or even in a lot of trouble. But there are some items and affixes in the game that could help you use strength-based items in an intelligence build, and we will talk about these items in a minute. Just remember, if you are new to this game, avoid this combination of strength and intelligence. Dexterity. This is the most common attribute of the game, if we could call it that. It doesn't matter what type of build you want to play. Dexterity will always be required for at least a small or a big part of your build. The damage types this one increases are piercing, poison and bleeding damage, but that is not all. A very important aspect of this attribute is that it exists as a requirement in both strength-based items and intelligence-based items. And of course it exists as the main requirement in dexterity-based items such as bows, for example. This is indicative of this attribute being the most common or the most important of the game, but that is not all. Dexterity can have a huge impact on your builds because it also increases your offensive and defensive abilities. These two can make or break your builds, and you should always remember to check your dexterity attribute numbers. In a few words, the more dexterity points we apply, the more we increase both defensive and offensive abilities. Offensive ability is useful not only for dealing critical hits against our enemies, but the most important, for being able to land hits on our enemies. If, for example, we play a melee build, we need a good amount of offensive ability, because if we don't have enough offensive ability, then our melee attacks will not even hit our enemies and we won't be able to deal damage. A good amount of offensive ability in general would be 600 points in legendary difficulty, about 400 points in epic and 200 points in normal. On the other hand, defensive ability is useful for us to avoid receiving critical damage from enemies and also to dodging melee attacks. This one is very important because it is useful for all builds for survivability reasons. A good number of defensive ability to keep you alive in Legendary difficulty would be about 800 for many enemies of the game, but for some other enemies even 1200 would probably not be enough. So, as we can see, dexterity is super important. If you play an intelligence ranged build, then you would need dexterity for equipping items and getting defensive ability. For intelligence melee builds, you would need also the offensive ability that dexterity provides, while for strength or dexterity based builds, you need it for both equipping weapons, dealing more damage to certain types, and getting offensive and defensive ability. It may sound complicated, but be afraid not. For new players it should be simple enough. Just remember that you need dexterity no matter what build you play with. For advanced players, dexterity is not required for some builds. Now for investing attribute points. If you want to play a strength based build, then you would usually go with 2 strength, 1 dexterity ratio for the first 25-30 levels, and then with 1 strength, 1 dexterity ratio. For an intelligence based build, you would probably go with 2 intelligence, 1 dexterity ratio for the normal difficulty of the game, and depending on your equipment you would keep going with that ratio in epic, or you would change it to 1 intelligence, 1 dexterity. For dexterity based builds, you would go with 2 dexterity, 1 strength if you played with bows or spears, 1 dexterity, 1 strength ratio if you played with thrown weapons, or 2 strength, 1 dexterity if you played with melee weapons such as clubs, swords, axes, etc. Remember that these are some basic general ways of investment for beginners. After you play and start learning the game, you will find ways to use attributes in multiple configurations, and one of the most important factors for this would be the items you are using. Items. We also get more attribute points from items. These come in 2 forms. We either get flat numbers of attribute points or we get percentages. Both are important, both are welcome, and the good thing is that all item types can provide attribute points. There is not a single item slot in the game that cannot give some attribute points by equipping items providing them. Even artifacts can come with buffs to our attribute points, so we have plenty of room for improvements of our attribute state. Another great thing for attributes, and more specifically for equipping items, is that some items can come with a reduction to a specific attribute requirement or with reduction to all requirements. If we find items like this, then we gain access to items that we didn't have previously because we didn't meet the attribute threshold of the items we wanted to use. Some examples of items are the Captain's Signet Epic Ring, which we can find randomly in a normal difficulty, and it provides a reduction to strength requirement for all weapons, shields and armor. Keep in mind that shields in this case count as armor too, so when you see a strength reduction to armor items, then shields get double the bonus. So in the case of this ring in particular, while we get a reduction of 25% for shields, at the same time we get plus 25% reduction to shields because it counts also as an armor, so we get 50% reduction for shields. Last but not least, when we level up our masteries, we gain some attribute points. The masteries that provide the most attribute points for each one of these 5 are: for health, the most points come from Defense Mastery, 1600 points at level 32. For energy, the most points come from Nature Mastery, 512 points at level 32. For strength, we get from Warfare, 64 points at level 32. For intelligence, we get 96 points at level 32 from 3 different masteries: Spirit, Earth and Storm. For dexterity, we get 80 points at level 32 from 2 masteries, Rogue and Hunting. So this is it. Please remember to check the links in the description if you want more game guides for Titan Quest. And if you find this video useful, please share it and hit the like button to support the channel. Thanks for watching and supporting. More game guide videos are coming very soon. Have a nice day. Hello everybody, my name is Faethodas and in this guide we will talk about some general things for all 10 masters of the game. If you are new to this game and don't know which class to play in your first playthrough, this guide is here to help you understand some very basic things about masteries. So here we go. The Spirit Mastery is a nice one and can be used for a variety of different builds. In general, it can be used for pet builds, mage builds and also for melee builds. For new players it would be better not to experiment with hybrid builds, because in that case things would become harder and possibly frustrating. As hybrid build we could call one that is using both intelligence and strength attributes. In general in this game it is better for new players to play builds that require strength and dexterity or builds that require intelligence and dexterity. An easy way to understand which attribute is the most basic for each mastery is to check the mastery leveling button. If you put your mouse cursor over that button, it shows which attributes it increases after each level up. For Spirit Mastery, each level increases intelligence, dexterity, health and energy. So now we can tell which attributes we should be using with this mastery for the most part. So if you are a new player, you should remember that with Spirit you should be playing mostly as a mage or even as a mage pet build. So for new players a second mastery that would play well with this one could be one of these: Storm, Earth or Nature. With all of these three masteries you could also play a mage pet build. There are more masteries that could play with Spirit, but let's keep things simple for new players. This one is mostly a pet mastery. It provides two different types of pets and you can get up to 4 pets from this one. It is also a very nice mastery for leveling up new characters, so if you want to play a build that includes Nature plus another mastery, it would be better to choose first Nature and then choose the second one. The main attributes of this mastery are again intelligence and dexterity, but unlike Spirit Mastery, Nature can work very well with some strength attribute masteries. So, if you want to play with pets of nature, then you could combine it with Warfare, which provides the battle standard skill, which is an amazing booster for pet builds, or you could combine it with Hunting Mastery, which is the best mastery to use with nature because it provides many synergies to nature. If you are a new player, just go ahead and play nature with Hunting, just don't think about it. Rogue Mastery is one that uses mainly strength and dexterity attributes. It provides some interesting skills such as lay traps, which is not a pet skill, but it benefits from pet gear exactly as pets do, and other skills too, like throwing knife, flash powder, etc. etc. If you were to play with Rogue, it would be better to spend as many points as possible to Dexterity attribute, because Dexterity increases many relevant types of damage. You would also need Strength points to be able to equip better armor items, shields and weapons. The best probably mastery to combine with Rogue is Hunting Mastery because of the synergies that we get. Both of these are Pierce and Bleeding masteries, so they work together very nicely. Other masteries to use could be Defense and Nature. As we've already said, Hunting could work very well with both Nature and Rogue, but it can also work greatly with Warfare, and if you would like to play with a bow, Defense Mastery would be very nice because it could help with your survival, since you cannot use a shield when you use a bow. You could also use Dream Mastery, with which you could create a very powerful build. The main attributes of Hunting are Strength and Dexterity. This one is a Mage Mastery. If you like playing as a magician, casting spells against your enemies, this is one of the best choices in the game. The main attributes of this mastery are intelligence and dexterity, and if you are a new player you should definitely avoid using a strength attribute mastery with this one. Storm could be used also on pet builds since it provides a very powerful skill for pets, so combining Storm with nature can also work. One of the best masteries to play with this one is Spirit. Another one is Runes Mastery, but in case you do not own Ragnarok expansion which provides the Runes Mastery, then for your first playthrough I would say go with Spirit. If you play Storm with Spirit, choose first Spirit and then Storm. If you play with Nature, go first with Nature and as a second mastery choose Storm. Things will be easier this way, you will have less chances to die. This is a very nice mastery and can be used with many others successfully. The main attribute is intelligence and dexterity and comes with some very nice skills for survivability like hit shield, stone form and stone skin. It would be nice for new players to avoid using this one with strength masteries such as warfare as their first playthrough, and it is better to go with a mastery that uses intelligence or dexterity as main attributes. The best choices for beginners would be Storm, Spirit or Runes masteries, and the best weapon types to go with these masteries would be a staff or a thrown weapon. Defense mastery is the one you got to use if you like playing with shields and especially if you like hitting enemies with shields. It is the only mastery that provides the ability to attack with shields. Also, it is a defensive mastery and improves the usage of shields compared to other masteries. We can use shields with all masteries, but only with this one we get many skills for shields. The main attribute of this mastery is of course strength and dexterity, and the best probably mastery to combine it with is Warfare Mastery. This combination is very powerful and gives you one of the strongest classes in the game. Other masteries that work very well with this one are Dream Mastery, Rogue, Nature and even Runes. For your first playthrough you should probably go with Nature to have a nice journey with fewer deaths. This is a very powerful mastery. It doesn't have good AoE skills, meaning skills that hit multiple enemies in one attack and kill them, but the two AoE skills it provides complement very nicely the main fighting style of this mastery, which is to slay enemies with weapons. You can play with a weapon and a shield, or you can dual wield weapons and slay your enemies. The main attributes are strength and dexterity, and as said before, one of the best masteries to combine it with is a defense mastery. Other masteries that work well for beginners would be Dream Mastery, Nature and Hunting. If you play with Warfare for the first time, it is better to choose it as the second mastery, because for leveling up new characters it is not the best out there. You will probably die sometimes if you start playing with Warfare from level 2. This is a very nice mastery, it can be used in a variety of builds. It is not very good for mage builds, but it can be used nicely in pet builds. The main attribute of this one is strength and intelligence, which might become a little hard for new players because, as we said before, it is better to avoid using strength masteries with intelligence masteries for the first playthrough. But you don't need to worry because this is quite a versatile mastery. You can combine it successfully with defense, warfare, nature, hunting, but for your first playthrough you should probably go with nature and maybe use some pets, or go with defense if you don't want to play with pets. This is the latest mastery that came with the Ragnarok expansion. It's a well thought out mastery and it can work well with all masteries, at least for advanced players. New players should stick to the basics for now and go with something easier. So, the main attribute of this one is intelligence and dexterity, but as we can see in the tooltips we gain also strength attribute. This mastery can work also on hybrid builds, but we will not go there now, so the best masteries to combine it with would be Storm, Earth and even Dream. Nature Mastery would also benefit greatly from this one, so you should choose one of these. Nature mostly for a pet build and one of the other three for something else. Just remember that you should avoid using certain skills under certain circumstances. If you got play with a melee weapon, do not use the Runeward Feather skill. If you do not use a ranged weapon, do not use the Runeward Burn skill. And it is good to avoid the transmutation skill unless you really understand what you are doing. But more tips about each one of all the skills of all masteries will come in a series of videos in this channel, starting very soon with the Spirit Mastery. So stay tuned for more game guides and great things that are coming very soon. Potent Elixir. The skill triggers every time you drink a health or energy potion and it provides flat regeneration numbers. It has 8 seconds duration of effect and it can be very useful, especially to builds that need lots of energy to be able to cast very costly spells. The health regeneration also can be useful, but it would really be great if you also had other sources of flat health regeneration to add to this one and see a big difference. Overall a good skill, mostly for the energy regeneration. At maximum level 12 out of 12, both numbers are plus 25 flat. Essence of Jade. This skill requires at least 1 point to Potent Elixir. It provides 3 types of resistances and it has the same duration as the base skill. This one could be an optional skill for endgame builds because in many cases you would have enough resistances coming from gear, but for leveling up new characters it is a very good one. Especially the life leech resistance, which helps against enemies, including the big boss Typhon. Usually life leech resistance comes from not many items, so in case you don't have gear to provide it, this resistance alone increases the value of the skill, so just use it, at least until you equip great items and you won't need it anymore. At maximum level 8 out of 8, the numbers will be at 34% to all 3 resistances. Convergence. One more skill that is tied to usage of health and energy potions. At maximum level 8 out of 8, this one has a 27% chance to trigger, and when it does, it activates one of these 7 different potions randomly. Each potion provides different stats, and the important detail here is that all 7 potions exist as true potions in game for us to pick up and use whenever we will. The new potions drop only from containers in the new Act of Internal Embers expansion and have a longer cooldown than health and energy potions. This skill is totally based on random luck and it can be useful, but you will need to be lucky for the skill to trigger a potion that would benefit you during combat. You should give it a try and see if you like it, but to get the most out of it, you would need to max it out as soon as possible. For more details about potions, we will have another guide. Smoke Cloud. This is a crowd controlling skill that can stun or immobilize enemies. Stunned enemies cannot do anything, whereas immobilized ones cannot move, but they can still attack you from a distance if they use ranged attacks or spells. Leveling up the skill increases the energy cost of it and the duration of the effect. At maximum level 8 out of 8, the energy cost is 50 and the duration is 5 seconds. It is a good skill to have, especially if you play a close-ranged build, as it can help with survivability. Spending at least 1 skill point as you level up is not a bad idea. Sen Pao. This skill is like a bomb which you throw to enemies and it deals one of the 3 types of flat elemental damage: fire, cold or lightning. The chance to impaired aim means that enemies that use projectiles against you, such as bows for example, will not be able to target at you and they will not hit you. The reduction to enemies' health affects the current health of enemies, and it is actually useless against hero enemies and bosses. The good thing about this skill is that it has a very low recharge rate, which of course can become even lower if you equip gear that provides recharge reduction. In such a case, you will be able to make a Bomberman build and have fun. Echoes of the Ancestors. Every time you kill an enemy with Sen Pao skill, there is a 33% chance for this add-on to trigger. This chance is fixed and will not go up by level. This is something like an effect that works automatically and hits enemies, dealing to them one of the 3 types of elemental damage. It also slows them down. This add-on is useful in case you want to play with Sen Pao skill. The numbers of damage of this add-on are not high, but this is supposed to be a supplementary skill to help a bit in combat, so it is good enough. The numbers of damage at maximum level 6 out of 6 are 115 per type. Chi Realignment. This is a spell which is all about leeching energy from enemies. It applies energy leech and energy drain, and also it stuns them for a while. Energy drain is applied before energy leech, and it is something like instant energy leech, whereas energy leech is an overtime effect. The other difference between the two is that this energy drain of this spell also deals some damage to enemies. The damage is based on the amount of the energy the spell drains. What you need to remember is that this effect doesn't stack with similar effects that we get from items, for example rings, because those from items are applied only by weapon attacks, and this is a spell that doesn't use any weapons to work with. Leeching energy of enemies, and especially bosses, helps very much with survivability, because the enemies that don't have enough energy points cannot use their powerful skills on you. This can happen on big bosses too. The very interesting thing about this skill is that the more you level it up, the more its recharge time gets reduced. At maximum level 8 out of 8, the recharge is down to 8.5 seconds. Also, by level ups, you also increase the amount of energy leech and the duration of it, and the amount of energy drain, including the damage of lost energy, which goes up to 250%. The only stat that doesn't change up to level 8 out of 8 is the stun duration. This skill can be useful for every build out there. Reverberation. This add-on will buff up the base skill by adding some frostburn damage over time, skill disruption, and a big amount of slowed effect to enemies. The buff against ghosts works on the frostburn damage of the add-on. Skill disruption is a great mechanic because it stops enemies from casting their powerful skills on you, and this way battles become easier. The other way to stop enemies from casting their skills is, as we said before, to leech their energy so that they cannot cast any. So, this add-on turns the base skill to a very powerful enemy control ability. This add-on is very good and I would spend at least a single point on if I'd choose to use the base skill. Weakest Chakra. This is a spell that you cast on yourself and it has a meter radius of effect. It is powerful since it reduces the damage enemies deal to you and also it reduces their resistances. This reduction to resistances of enemies is multiplicative and will not stack with other skills that provide it, such as Trance of Wrath or Dream Mastery. It also deals some vitality damage, which helps to defeat enemies faster, but it has 2.5 minutes recharge time. This is because it is a powerful skill. By leveling up the skill, you increase its radius of effect and of course the vitality damage number and the numbers of the debuffs to enemies. At level 12 out of 12, the radius of effect will be at 14.4 meters, which is a big amount. 140 vitality damage and 27% to both debuffs. The Petrify effect is fixed at 0.3 seconds and it is almost useless, although it can crowd control some enemies and make battles easier for you. This is a powerful skill and it would be wise to use it, especially if you don't have any other sources of reduction to enemies' damage and resistances. Breath Attack. This spell is mostly about crowd controlling enemies and causing some damage over time. The burn damage is fire burn. The numbers of damage are not high, but they can get increased by attribute points and other skills and items that increase these types of damage. The chance for one of the following means that when this chance triggers one of the two stats, Fear, Confusion, will trigger and affect enemies' actions. Fear effect will make them run away from you, and Confusion will make them stop attacking you and moving like zombies, one could say. So both effects can make your life easier. Keep in mind that this is an area of effect skill and it will hit multiple enemies in front of you. So the chance to trigger will work differently on each one of the enemies that will get hit by a single attack of this skill. So some enemies will be affected by these two effects, some will not. The chance to fumble attacks works only on melee attacks of enemies, and in simple words, it makes them not be able to hit you. The great thing is that even when you max out this skill, the energy cost doesn't go up by a big amount, and it is quite cheap to cast. It is a good idea to use the skill as you level up new characters. Voice of the Ancients. This add-on will only add a good number of flat elemental damage to the base spell, but it also adds energy cost. The number of energy cost that we see here will be added to the energy cost of the base skill, and it will make it much more costly now. At level 10 of 10, the energy cost will be 55, and the elemental damage will be 285. The flat elemental damage is divided equally by the 3 elements, so with this add-on, Breath Attack now also deals fire, cold and lightning damage. This will make the skill powerful, and if you want to play a spellcaster based on elemental damage, then it is a great choice. Consequences. This passive skill works only with weapon attacks and skills that use weapons directly, such as Onslaught of Warfare Mastery, Runes Weapon of Runes Mastery, etc. What it does is to apply this debuff, which reduces all primary resistances of enemies. What makes this one really powerful is that it is an absolute value of reduction, which means it stacks with other sources that are absolute or even multiplicative, such as Weakest Chakra that we talked about before. So, if you are playing with weapon attack builds, then this passive skill is a must. By leveling up this one, the only thing that changes is the chance to be used. At maximum level 8 out of 8, it will have 17% chance to be used. Mutual Suffering. This add-on will apply the base skill to enemies inside the radius when you kill an enemy that is under the effect of consequences. Leveling up the skill will only increase the radius of effect, which will be 6.17 at level 6 of 6. This add-on is mandatory especially for close combat builds. Terracotta Servants. This is a pet skill that provides terracotta warriors to fight for you. You can have up to 2 summons maximum even at level 20 of 16, which is the ultimate level you can take this skill up to. You will gain access to the second summon when you level up the skill to level 10. This pet is a warrior, so it attacks with melee attacks. It has a basic attack that deals physical damage and a skill which is good enough for a pet. By leveling up the skill, you increase only the health and energy points and the damage of the basic attack. Also, energy cost goes up. Since it is a pet, it can benefit from items that provide bonus to all pets and from skills that benefit allies. If you'd like to play a pet build, then gear with bonus to pets of physical type of damage would be ideal. Shatter. This add-on is something like an explosion that hits enemies when the pet goes away for whatever reason. Even resummoning the pet after you have reached the summon limit will make the pet explode. This would be a good skill to use in case you wanted to play a pet build where you would have maximum skill cooldowns, so that you would be able to resummon the pet very frequently and use the explosion effect to deal damage and stun your enemies. Of course, it can also be helpful if you don't play a pet build and just have the pet to help you a little bit against your enemies. But If you plan on keeping the pet alive as much as possible, then you shouldn't spend any points on this skill unless you'd like to use the next add-on. Forged by Fire. This is an aura type of skill that applies burn damage to enemies. The aura triggers when your pet engages enemies and it has the duration that we can see in the tooltips of the skill. This duration is fixed and doesn't change by level ups. The physical resistance debuff affects your pet, not your enemies, and it makes the pet more fragile. The good thing about this is that if you want to take advantage of the previous add-on Shatter, then activating this skill will be a great help since it reduces heavily the resistance of the pet. And now it can die easier than before and explode to deal damage and stun enemies. The physical resistance debuff will be minus 76% at level 6 of 6 and minus 109% at level 10 of 6. The meter radius of effect doesn't change by level up, it is fixed. Aura of Tranquility. One more aura of this mastery. The damage absorption it provides works with all types of damage, not just physical, and it is a great stat. The fire retaliation triggers only on enemies that attack you with melee attacks because this is how retaliation mechanic works in this game. And of course the physical and elemental resistances are great to be had. This skill is very powerful, especially for intelligence-based builds that usually don't have the best of physical damage mitigation, but they do have good or great energy regeneration. This skill consumes too much energy, so you need to build on that to be able to use it successfully. This doesn't mean though that you cannot use it with non-intelligence builds. At level 1, the skill costs 5 energy per second, and if we have at least this amount, we can use it at that level and benefit from it. Of course, if you have energy cost reduction, then you can again use it, so there are ways to take advantage of this skill even if you don't play an intelligence-based build. At level 12 of 12, the energy cost will be 12 energy points, which is a big amount, but the skill at that level is really powerful. Melding Armor. This add-on will provide even more survivability, but in the form of avoiding attacks and projectiles. Also, the damage reflected is not a bad stat, but it will not really kill enemies, in case you'd like to use it for this purpose. The problem with this add-on is that it adds more energy cost to the base skill. The energy cost that we see here is added to the one of the aura. If you max out both skills, then the energy cost to have this aura active will be 15 points per second, and if you take both skills to maximum ultimate levels, then the cost will be 20 points. 15 points of the base skill and 5 points of the add-on. Huang Disfavor. This is a skill which you can assign to your left mouse or right mouse button and use it with a weapon. It works like skills such as Onslaught, etc. It has only one charge level, which means that every time you attack, you deal the amount of total damage of the skill. Also, every attack has a chance to deal some lightning damage to the enemy and also petrify them. This skill can be used with all types of weapons and it is strong enough. Leveling up the skill increases only the total damage and the lightning damage. Spreading Influence. This add-on is pretty much self-explanatory. When you hit an enemy with the base skill, enemies around him will also get hit, so it turns the skill to an area of effect one. It also adds more damage to humankind. This is a new type of racial damage that comes in the game with this new expansion. It means that human enemies will receive much more damage from these attacks. This add-on is mandatory if you don't want to hit a single target with your weapon attacks. Concussive Blow. This is one of the most used skills in the game, especially for low-level characters. The chance to stun enemies is very low and it works only with club type of weapons and axes. The best way to utilize this skill would be first to have very fast attacking speed, because the faster you attack, the more chances you get to trigger this one in less time, and second to use area of effect attacks with your melee weapon such as Thunder Strike of Rune Mastery or Phantom Strike of Dream Mastery, etc, etc. Also, this skill can benefit by items that provide more duration to stun effects in the form of +% stun duration, which would increase the time enemies remain stunned. If you have other items such as weapons that provide a chance to stun enemies, they will not stack with this passive skill. For example, if you get 5% chance to stun enemies for 4 seconds from a weapon, at 5% chance to stun enemies for 4 seconds from the skill, now you don't have 10% chance to stun enemies for 8 seconds, so trying to stack multiple sources of this stat would be a waste. But still, the +% stun duration of this skill will increase the stun duration you deal with other skills or items. It is better to use this skill much later, but in general you can forget about it. One more detail: big bosses do not get stunned, frozen, immobilized. Adrenaline. This is a nice skill which provides some flat health regeneration. The amount that it provides is not good enough to keep you from dying, especially in higher difficulty levels, but the good thing is that it can be combined with other sources of health regeneration, and that way you can get up to huge numbers that can truly keep you alive no matter what. It is a good idea to spend only a couple of points on this skill when you level up a new character. Do not rush to max it out yet, because it is more important to max out its first add-on before the base skill. At level 12 out of 12, the amount of regeneration will be +33 flat and the duration will be 15.5 seconds. Resilience. This add-on provides recharge reduction to the base skill. This means that it reduces the cooldown period of the skill and it can be triggered more frequently. The maximum cooldown reduction for skills in-game is -80%. This skill at level 6 out of 6 provides -64%, which is pretty good. If for any reason you'd like to use Adrenaline at its best, then first you would need to max out this one first. One detail to remember is that you can also use items that provide reduction to cooldowns of skills, and those items would reduce even more the recharge time of the base skill. So, in the beginning you won't have any items reducing cooldowns, so maxing out this one would be a good idea. But later, if you can find some items providing recharge reduction, then you will be able to go to a mystic NPC and remove some skill points from resilience and spend them elsewhere. Defensive reaction. This one provides 3 types of buffs to your character: percentages to physical damage, bleeding damage, and total speed. If your character uses these types of damage or needs more speed of a kind, then it is a good idea to invest to this skill. The best time to max out this one would be only if your character couldn't deal good amounts of damage of its own and it needed many buffs, and this is because this skill is not constant. It has a limited time of duration and it triggers by chance. An example of such a character would be a Guardian class, which consists of nature and defense masteries. That class has great survivability, but usually it doesn't deal big damage, so using this skill tree of Adrenaline plus add-ons and maxing out everything would be a good idea. One important detail to remember is that the total speed stat doesn't include projectile speed. It increases only attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed. Unyielding Phalanx. One of the skills that came with Atlantis DLC. This is a very powerful skill, but it is stationary. This means that when you cast it, you get a line of ghostly heroes standing at the spot where you clicked on, and they hit enemies in front of them or behind them. For them to attack though, the enemy should be exactly inside the range of attacks of the skill. There are pet skills in this game, but this one is not a pet. It is a guard, and it cannot benefit from items that provide bonus to all pets. But it can benefit from other skills that provide buffs to allies and parties, such as Battle Standard of Warfare Mastery. So there is still a way to increase the performance of the skill even more than its own capabilities allow. This skill can save your life if a big pack of enemies is coming after you, and it can also deal huge amounts of damage to big bosses and totally destroy them. Investing at least one skill point as you level up to this one is always a good idea. If you want to see a very powerful build based around this skill, take a look at the Necromancer build guide video on the epic YouTube channel The Line of Epic Heroes. Rally. The great thing about this skill is that it has multiple functions and it also affects your allies and pets. It also works as a second potion because every time we use it, we restore some health, which at maximum level 12 out of 12 will be 4860. A very good amount of health restored. The skill also provides a percentage to health regeneration, which will be at 150% at level 12 and at the same level 40 flat armor. The health regeneration effect is very good, but for it to really matter, you first need to have a very good amount of flat health regeneration, otherwise it will not really save your life, at least not against very tough enemies like bosses. The flat number of armor will affect by its full amount each one of the 4 armor slots of your character, so your helm, boots, arms and chest armor will all receive this number of armor. Armor mitigates physical damage from all sources and attacks, and it is very crucial especially to builds that do not use strength-based armor items. It is especially good for mages since they use intelligence-based items and those have the lowest numbers of armor. The skill is very good and you should use it almost at all builds that use this mastery. Inspiration. This add-on is pure perfection. First, it increases the duration of the base skill. Rally has a fixed 10 seconds duration and this add-on can add up to 16 more seconds if you take it up to the maximum level at +4 at level 10. So, in this case, your rally will last for 26 seconds instead of 10, which is amazing. You could also have rally skill running at 100% of playtime if you could get some items that provide reduction to recharge of skills. One more effect of this add-on is that we get 10% total speed. This is a fixed number and will not go up by leveling up the skill. This can be useful if we lack of speed in general, and let's not forget that it also affects our allies and pets, so it is very good for many cases. Finally, the energy regeneration is a good thing, but maybe not that necessary to have depending on your build. At level 10 out of 6 we get 10 flat energy regeneration, which of course works at the same time with the energy regeneration that we get from other sources. Defiance. This is a great add-on as it provides 3 types of resistances and damage reflection. Elemental resistance includes all 3 types, which are fire, cold, lightning, and it is a good buff that can help with survivability. The damage reflected stat is also nice to have. It means that enemies that attack you directly and they hit you or even they miss you, they receive back the full amount of their own attacks as damage and they hurt themselves. This effect is not really good enough to destroy enemies on its own, but it can help as a secondary type of effect to kill them faster sometimes. This is one of the skills that should be maxed out only if the circumstances require it. For example, if you have a character that has all 3 elemental resistances maxed out, then you shouldn't spend any points on this one, not even for the damage reflected stat, unless you've got points to spare and don't have other skills you need to spend points on. Battle Awareness. This is an aura type of skill. You activate it once and it remains active until you die or some enemies dispel it. The great thing about it is that it is useful to 100% of characters in this game, so no matter what class you use this mastery with, you always benefit from this one. But if you play intelligence based classes or builds, then this skill becomes even more important as it can provide the super important defensive ability and armor. Intelligence based classes usually have low armor on the armor items and getting the buff from this skill is crucial to surviving throughout the game. The armor numbers of this skill applies its full amount to each one of the 4 armor item slots of the character: the helm, the bracers, the chest and the leggings. As you level up a new character, it's always a good idea to spend a couple of points on this one in the beginning, but you don't need to rush maxing it out. Just make sure you will get it to maximum level by the end of normal difficulty if you play builds that have low base armor items equipped. Finally, the great thing about this one is that it affects allies and pets, so it is a very powerful skill that can help greatly with survivability of whole multiplayer parties too. Focus. This add-on is only useful when you use shields or if another player in multiplayer uses shields and you don't have your shield block chance maxed out without the use of this one. The good thing is that this number of percentage to shield block stacks with other sources that provide it, and it is not hard to take shield block to high or even maximum levels. The shield block chance affects only the chances for your shield to block attacks, not how much damage it can block. There are other stats for the amount it can block. If you get the shield block chance up to 100%, then every time you receive an attack that can be blocked and your blocking ability is not on cooldown, then you will block that attack. If you want to play a new character based on defense mastery with a shield as the main focus, then maxing out this skill as soon as possible could increase your survivability by a good amount. Iron Will. This add-on is great because it provides important secondary resistances which do not receive any difficulty penalties as primary resistances do. The maximum to all resistances is 80%, and this skill can easily reach the cap and solve the problem of having to deal with some annoying and very dangerous effects such as stunning our characters or mind controlling our pets. The reduction to duration of mind control works on our pets and traps of rogue mastery that works like pets. There are a few occasions where enemies will mind control our pets and turn them against us, so this skill can deal with this problem. Another way to deal with it would be to instantly resummon your pets when they get mind controlled by enemies. This is a great skill, but you will need it only if you don't have items providing the same stats or when you play with pets and need to protect them. Quick Recovery. This is a very good skill which provides amazing survivability. Leveling up this one increases the duration of the skill, the shield recovery time and the chance to block with the shield. The shield recovery time is the stat of the cooldown to the block effect. All shields have a specific period of a block cooldown. Many shields have 2.5 seconds of cooldown before they can block another attack, whereas other shields have 3 seconds of cooldown. You can stack up this cooldown reduction stat from different sources and reach the maximum cooldown reduction, which is 90%. If you max out this skill at level 8 out of 8, it will provide minus 74% shield recovery time, which can stack additively with another source. For example, if you use a shield that already has minus 20% of this stat on, then it will be minus 74% plus minus 20% equals minus 94%, which becomes minus 90% as this is the cap. This is a powerful mechanic which will save you many times throughout the game. The percent to shield block goes up to plus 18% at level 8 out of 8, and it also stacks additively with other sources. For example, if you get plus 5% shield block from the skill focus and plus 18% from this one, then you have plus 23% which can reach plus 100% which is the maximum. The armor absorption stat of this skill doesn't change by level, it is fixed. This one is different from armor protection. If you have two sources of armor absorption, they will stack together multiplicatively, so a source of 66% plus another source of 10% would provide 72.6% instead of 76%. Without going into details for this one, armor absorption helps negate a bigger amount of physical damage, so if you can use it without losing any other important stats for your character, just use it. We will have another guide for this mechanic to explain it in detail. Shield Charge. This one happens to be one of my most favorite skills ever in video games. You use the shield to charge to enemies from a distance and hit them. The plus percentage movement speed means that your character will charge based on this speed, which will make it run to the enemies much faster than your character's speed can do. The speed of your character doesn't affect at all the speed of the skill. When you use it, your character moves at this speed instead of its own. This attack hits a single enemy and the stun effect's duration can be increased by using items that provide a percentage to stun duration, or by leveling up the concussive blow skill of this mastery. The most important detail to remember about shield attack skills in general is that these skills always use your main weapon too to attack with, so you can use the skills only with melee weapons or with bare fists and a shield. Disruption. This skill is pure perfection as it increases the enemies that get hit by it, and it also increases the duration of skill disruption. It prevents enemies to cast their powerful skills against you and kill you, including bosses. So, this one turns shield charge to an area of effect skill, and this is how it becomes my favorite. At level 6 out of 6, you will hit 4 targets maximum, and if you take it to level 10 out of 6, you will hit 6 targets, which makes this skill super powerful. If you want to use shield charge all the time, it would be better to max out this one as soon as possible. Perfect block. Many people would find this skill to be weird and useless, which is not. At least not useless. It comes with Atlantis DLC and provides immunity for the duration of 1.1 second. Leveling up the skill only provides more movement speed and reduces the recharge time of the skill, thus the cooldown. The idea behind this one is to use it under certain circumstances. For example, you are fighting against many enemies that surround you and you feel you are going to die. So to survive a bit more you use this one, and it negates all incoming damage for 1.1 second. When you gain movement speed to this one, you can actually use it while moving because initially the skill is a stationary one. It is possible to reduce the cooldown of this skill down to 1.9 seconds, in which case you will be able to cast it so frequently that it could keep you alive no matter what. But this would become annoying as you would need to be clicking the hotkey of this skill all the time. The stun retaliation works only against melee enemies and it is a fixed number, it doesn't change by leveling up the skill. In general, this skill could also be very useful to damage reflection builds, at least against non-melee enemies and bosses that don't get stunned. For beginners though, I would not suggest it. Butter. This skill uses our shield to attack with. Shields are weapons too, and we can use them to attack only with active or passive shield skills. One of the active skills is this one. It hits a single enemy and it deals the damage that we see in the description of the skill, and it also slows the attack of enemies for some time. There are a couple of details to remember. First, shields have a base number of damage which is always physical. This one gets converted to elemental damage as well, exactly as other weapons do. Also, this skill has a percentage to physical damage which increases by level. If you have a main weapon that has pierce ratio on and you attack with butter, then this percentage of the skill will also increase the pierce damage you will apply by your main weapon's conversion to pierce. This is an advanced mechanic, so we won't say more to keep things simple. Just remember this detail. This skill is very good since all shield attacking skills use the main melee weapon in the attack as well. So you hit with the shield and the main weapon's stats apply too. Starting a new character is a good idea to invest to this one. Maybe a couple of points, but the skill really becomes powerful when you activate its add-on. Red Armor. What this add-on does is to add an arc of attack to butter so that now the skill becomes area of effect, which means it hits multiple targets in an area. As we can see in the description, it hits 3 targets maximum, which doesn't increase by level. It also reduces a flat amount of armor of enemies, so you can deal more physical damage to them. This add-on is a must, but there is this impression that if you increase the level of the skill, then it will not hit 3 targets most of the time. So it feels like it is buggy. So it is better just to spend a couple of points only to it or max it out and see how it works for you. Colossus Form. This is a very powerful skill and this is why it has 6 minutes cooldown period. It turns you into a giant which looks fantastic and provides some great buffs. From the buffs, only the damage absorption, percent to health and percent to strength get increased. The other stats are fixed and never change. The percent damage absorption stat in the game affects all primary types of damage, not just physical, so this one is a very powerful stat. The fixed percentage to physical damage is also very powerful, and of course you can also increase your pierce damage that comes from the pierce ratio conversion only. Lastly, there is also a debuff that reduces your total speed. Total speed affects only attack, cast and movement speed, so it is a minor downside of the skill, but in general this one is very powerful. As a new player, it is a good idea to spend only a couple of points as you level up and use this skill against bosses or tough enemies in general. To get the most out of it, you would need to find items that would provide reduction to cooldowns of skills and max it out, so this would be awesome for endgame. Armor handling. This one is pretty much self-explanatory. It helps very much equipping heavy armor items and also increases armor absorption. Armor absorption is different from armor protection, but both essentially reduce the incoming physical damage. Only physical, no other types of damage. Details about how these two work will come in another guide. This skill would be mostly useful to dual-wielding ranged staff builds that wouldn't have the ability to equip a shield to get good defenses or even to mage builds, because it would allow those to equip items with more base armor and get better survivability. This skill is a must, and as a beginner it is a good idea to spend a couple of points in the beginning of your journey, and max it out later depending on the build you are making. At maximum level 6 out of 6 the stats will be minus 20% reduction and plus 16% armor absorption, and at level 10 out of 6 they will be minus 30% reduction and plus 24% armor absorption. Shield Smash. This is a passive skill that when triggered it uses the shield as a weapon to hit the enemy, and at the same time it also uses the main weapon. This attack is different than other attacks with shields, in that its animation first hits with the weapon and then with the shield, so you will not, for example, have the same effect as you would with the batter skill and its physical damage buff that increases the pierce damage of the main weapon. The skill adds a small amount of physical damage to the shield's damage, and it reduces the defensive ability of the enemy by a big amount. You have to keep in mind that shields are also melee weapons, so if you don't have enough offensive ability to be able to hit your target, then you will miss, and your shield attacks will not be very good. But if you have enough offensive ability and you hit with this skill the enemy, then you will also increase chances to deal critical damage. The only downside of the skill is that it is a passive one based on chance, and you cannot use it whenever you want. In this case, to get the most out of these skills based on chance to trigger, we call these skills proc skills, you will need the fastest attacking speed possible. As you level up as a beginner, if you want to play with shield attacks, spend only a couple of points on this one, because there will be more important skills to reach, unlock and level up first. Disable. One more passive skill like the previous one. The main difference is that its animation uses only the shield, so it works like batter skill. It takes into account your main weapon too. This one slows down the attacks of the enemy for some time and hits a single target. Between this and Shield Smash, Smash is better because it reduces defensive ability of enemies, and especially against tough enemies it could be very helpful. More or less the same things we said about Shield Smash apply here too. Pulverize. This is certainly one of my top favorite skills ever. It is a proc skill that again uses the shield including the main weapon to attack with, but what makes it awesome is that it can hit up to 3 targets maximum, reduce their offensive ability, and cause skill disruption to them. It is truly a powerful skill, and it feels great when it hits multiple enemies and destroys them. If you want to use your shield as a weapon in your build, then this one is one of the top choices you should make. A final tip for shields. Some stats on shields cannot be used unless you attack with the shield. For example, if a shield provides a flat number of life leads over time, the only way to apply this stat to enemies is by hitting them with one of the passive or active shield attacks. Now imagine applying such stats on multiple enemies at once by using some of the AoE, area of effect, shield skills. Earth Enchantment. As the description says, the flat fire damage of the skill works only with weapons. In general, in this game, flat numbers of damage can be applied only by weapon attacks, default weapon attacks or skills that directly use weapons to be applied. For example, Onslaught of Warfare Mastery and more. The percentages to fire and burn are global stats and they increase those types of damage you deal from both spells and weapon attacks. This is a great skill as it can also affect your pets and allies and improve the performance to damage of whole parties, so it is a great idea to use it, but if you don't care about the fire damage it provides, then you should still use it for the two add-ons it comes with. Leveling up this skill doesn't change the flat number of fire damage it provides, but it takes the percentages up to 100% at level 12 of 12. Brimstone. This first add-on provides a percentage to physical damage and a flat number of burn over time. The physical damage will increase the damage you deal with weapons and spells, not only with weapons, and it is a good idea to use it if you play with this type of damage. The burn damage over time is a flat one, which means it can be applied only when you attack with weapons or skills that use weapons like Onslaught. This is a skill you would normally try to max out for endgame. The burn damage number may seem low, but if you use items providing flat burn damage, they will all stack together and will become pretty good. Stone Skin. This one is a great skill for many classes, especially those based on intelligence-based armor items. The flat armor will be applied at full to each one of the 4 armor slots and will help to mitigate incoming physical damage more. The armor stats in this game mitigate only physical damage, nothing else. Of course, it also provides fire resistance, which is always useful, at least until you reach endgame and find many items that provide great fire or elemental resistances to max it out without using this skill here. As a new player character, you should definitely use this skill and make it a priority. Volatility. Here we have a skill of tremendous power. It is only a buff to physical and fire damage types of your attacks with weapons and spells, but it is a huge one because at maximum level 12 of 12 you can get from it plus 89% physical damage and plus 178% to both fire and burn damage. And then you have plus 4 levels to gain if you have items that provide plus 2 skills, so the numbers go much higher. There is a detail to remember. The 33% chance of stat is different from the 33% chance for one of the following, in that it triggers all effects of the skill together instead of choosing randomly one of the 3 effects. If the wording was chance to trigger one of the following, then it would trigger only the buff to physical damage or the buff to fire or the buff to burn. Now it activates all 3 and that makes it very powerful. Also, this skill doesn't affect your pets, only your weapon attacks and spells. Heat Shield. This is a skill I almost never max out unless I have points to waste. Usually 1 point to this skill is enough if you have great fire resistances, because the damage absorption of this skill works only against fire burn damage and the 15% physical resistance doesn't change by level, it is a fixed number. Of course, you also get a small number of burn retaliation damage, which is kind of useless. Retaliation damage in general only gets affected by gear that provides a percentage to retaliation. There are very few items that do this, and by leveling up your character because it scales automatically to your levels. So, As a beginner, you spend a point here to get the 15% physical resistance and move on to much more important skills. Stone Form. This is a great skill because it provides immunity for its duration and at the same time it heals you up. If you can get a huge amount of minus recharge to your skills so that you will be able to cast it all the time, then you can make a great build for completing the hardcore achievements on Steam, or even a great build based on damage reflection mechanics. As a new character, it is a good idea to spend a point to this one as you level up and invest in other more important skills. Spending more points only increases the energy cost and health regeneration, but you will not really need this amount of health regeneration in the beginning of the game, especially if you use health potions at the right time. It is better to max it out in legendary difficulty. Molten Rock. This add-on does two things. First, it adds 2 seconds to the duration of Stone Form, and second, it adds some flat instant fire retaliation. This means that when enemies hit you while under the effects of the skill with melee attacks, they receive back some fire damage. Retaliation works only with melee attacks, not with ranged or spells. It is a good idea to spend a single point just to get the 2 seconds duration and then forget about it unless much later you have points to spare and you know that you use Stone Form all the time. Meteor Shower. This is one of the skills Atlantis DLC brought to the game. It is an awesome looking and very powerful spell that throws meteors from the sky to the ground, but the bad thing is that many times it misses the enemies and it doesn't feel very efficient to use. This is a very powerful skill if you take it to maximum level and it deals both physical and burn damage, and it also stuns enemies. The flat burn damage on this skill cannot stack with other sources, items, spells, add-ons, because it is a spell, but of course it can be increased by skills that provide percentages to burn elemental damage and by intelligence points or plus percentage total damage stats. It will also deal more damage to races of enemies that you deal more damage against in the form of a percentage, plus percentage damage to undead, beasts, etc. Summon Core Dweller. This is a pet which can become very tanky later after you invest into its add-on skills. The base skill increases only basic stats and the physical damage of the pet. It is good to remember that pets do not get affected by the attribute points of our characters, and the only ways to increase their performance would be to equip gear that provides bonus to all pets, use skills that affect allies, and of course to level up the skills of pets. If you want to use this one as a tanky pet to distract your enemies away from you, then you need to invest heavily to its add-ons that provide survivability to the pet. Inner Fire. The stats of this skill are very good for this pet. The flat numbers of fire damage will be added to the melee attacks and the other stats will increase its performance each one accordingly. Let's not forget that for melee attacks in general, offensive ability is crucial to be able to hit the enemies, and the dexterity points increase the offensive and defensive ability of everyone. So, for a good performing core dweller, you would need to max out this add-on. But remember that dexterity attribute points on characters do not affect pets, or all attribute points on characters do not affect pets. Wildfire. This one is an area of effect skill which hits multiple enemies and applies the stats that we can see here. The numbers of burn damage can be increased if we use skills or items that provide buffs to pets. The percentage to reduced offensive ability would mean that enemies under this effect will have less chances to hit both the pet and your character on their next attack, but this works only with melee attacking enemies. Metamorphosis. This is the skill you would need to max out first if you would want to have the pet as a tank without caring too much about its damage output. It gives good amounts to health and elemental resistances and increases its survivability against physical damage. About the differences between buffs to armor protection and armor absorption, we will have an exclusive guide since it can become confusing to beginners of the game. If you want to get an example of a pet build which uses Core Dweller as the main pet for both damage output and as a tank, then check out on my YouTube The Line of Epic Heroes channel the build The Rockstar. It is a build guide video. Ring of Flame. This is an aura-like skill which you activate and stays active until you are left out of energy or until enemies dispel it. As a starting skill in normal difficulty, it is very powerful if you max it out very soon and combine it with other skills such as Trance of Wrath from Dream Mastery. The problem though is that it requires lots of energy regeneration, so as beginners you should avoid doing that. It deals only fire damage and the more you level it up, the more you increase its radius of effect. To get the best out of it, you would need to equip items that provide minus energy cost and more energy points. The recharge of the skill is there despite it being constantly active as an aura. What it does is to prevent you from casting it instantly after someone has dispelled it on you, and you have activated it again and he instantly dispelled it once more. Now you will have to wait for this recharge time to be done so you can cast it again. This makes combat a bit more challenging if you rely on this skill too much. Soften Metal. This add-on will add physical damage to the base skill and now it will be more powerful. But this is not the best thing of this add-on. The best is that it reduces the offensive ability of enemies and the armor. So, if you use other attacks that deal physical damage, they will receive more damage of that type, and if they attack with melee attacks, they will not be able to hit you as much. Of course, it also adds to the cost. Up to 5 energy cost per second, so if you'd like to play a Ring of Flame build maxed out, then you would really have some energy problems. The best way to utilize Ring of Flame would be to spend a couple of points only on that, and if you can, max out this add-on to use the skill as an utility one rather than a damage output. In case you'd like to see an advanced build based on Ring of Flame, you can take a look at my Lord of the Ring build guide video on my YouTube channel. Fire Nova. One more skill that came with Atlantis DLC and it is awesome. It has a huge area of effect and it deals both fire and burn damage. The chance of impaired aim to enemies means that now those enemies that use ranged attacks on you have more chances to miss you instead of hitting you, which is very useful to have since the meter radius of effect of Fire Nova is 20 meters, and usually ranged enemies will be inside this radius. You can't increase the radius of effect of this skill, but you can increase its damage output to good amounts. Of course, the energy cost of the skill goes up by leveling up the skill, but this makes sense since it is a powerful one. Spend at least 1 point on this one for the impaired aim effect in case you don't want or you cannot use it for other reasons. Flame Surge. This is a spell that releases 3 projectiles all the time and deals fire damage while reducing the defensive ability of enemies. It's a spell that is not very efficient if you want to work with its add-ons too, but it has this nice little mechanic which unofficially is called shotgun effect. This is how it works. The spell releases 3 projectiles. If you use it to enemies in a distance, then maybe each one of the projectiles will hit different enemies. But if you use it on a single enemy in front of you, then all 3 projectiles will hit the same enemy and you will deal 3 times the damage. This is the shotgun effect. Barrage. This add-on is awesome for every single stat it provides. At level 8 of 8, it will reduce the initial recharge of the skill by minus 4.8 seconds. And at level 12 of 8, the reduction will be minus 6 seconds, which means that now the skill will have no cooldowns and you will be able to spam it all the time as a main spell. The chance to pass through enemies means that it hits the first enemy and then it goes beyond him. It hits an enemy behind him. It is a nice effect which increases the range of the skill in a way, we could say. Finally, the energy cost reduction we get here is awesome and helps very much with casting the skill constantly. One more detail. The shotgun effect works also with the burn damage of this skill. If all 3 projectiles hit the same enemy, then he will receive 3 times burn damage instead of 1. Flame Arch. This add-on increases even more the damage output of the spell and it also adds more projectiles. The number of projectiles will reach 2 at level 5, 3 at level 9 and 4 at level 14. So now you will have 7 projectiles coming out of the spell and destroying your enemies, especially when you use the shotgun technique. Of course, it increases the energy cost of the spell, but this is why you would need to max out the previous add-on Barrage. Flame Surge with its 2 add-ons is a very nice skill to make builds around, but it only deals fire damage, which quite a few enemies would be highly resistant of. So, it would be better to combine it on your character with at least one more type of damage. The best candidates in this case would be physical or another type of elemental damage. Volcanic Orb. This is one more skill that deals both fire and physical damage. It also has a 3-meter radius of effect, which makes it an area of effect skill, but this radius is fixed and will not increase by level ups. The skill is good on its own, but nothing special. It can become better if we use its add-ons. It is a good idea when you play a new character to spend a couple of points on this one and later to invest in the 2 add-ons of this skill. The great thing about it is that it has a low recharge time and it can be used very frequently. If you manage to reduce the recharge to your skills by 80%, then this skill can become a nice crowd controlling and damage dealing skill, as we will see in the add-ons. Conflagration. This add-on will only add a flat number of fire burn damage over time to the skill and increase its radius of effect by 1 meter maximum. This is a good add-on to spend a single point on just for the 1 meter radius increment in case you don't care about dealing damage over time to enemies. Fragmentation. This add-on in combination with maximum cooldown reduction and great energy cost reduction makes Volcanic Orb shine. Not only do the fragments of this skill deal both fire and physical damage, but also the more you level up this add-on, the more fragments it can release, with the maximum being 8 up to 15 fragments at level 16 of 12. One more highlight of the add-on is that it will stun enemies for 1.5 seconds, which unfortunately is fixed and will not change by leveling up the skill, but it is enough to be good for stunning minor enemies all the time and at the same time damaging them. So, overall, even if you don't care about playing a build based on Volcanic Orb spell, it is still a great idea to spend a single point to the base skill and a single point to fragmentation for the stun effect. In this case, you won't need to increase the meter radius of Volcanic Orb by 1 meter, because that will not affect the fragments of fragmentation. By the way, the 2 meter radius on fragmentation add-on is not how far the fragments can travel, but how much space they affect. Or to make it easier to understand, how fat they are. Eruption. This is one of the most powerful and beautiful spells in the game. It deals both fire and physical damage, as Volcanic Orb does. It releases fragments, as Volcanic Orb does. It has a meter radius of effect, as Volcanic Orb does, but it also has some duration, which makes it a very powerful spell. Leveling up this skill will not change the meter radius and duration of effect, but it will increase the other stats, including energy cost. The spell can deal great amounts of damage even to big bosses, and if you can reduce its recharge to minimum and have great energy cost reduction, then you can use this one every 4 seconds, and in combination with the stunning effect of Volcanic Orb, it can be totally awesome. Weapon idea for energy cost reduction. The legendary thrown weapon called Touch of Nyx provides about minus 33% energy cost and plus 10 flat energy regeneration per second, which makes it one of the best items in the game for spellcasters. Ensnare. This skill counts as a projectile, so enemies that have good chances to avoid projectiles may avoid this too. From all the stats we see on the skill, the reduction to defensive ability and the reduction to movement speed of enemies are fixed numbers, and they will not change by leveling up the skill. The only ones that will change are the energy cost, meter radius, and the duration of the skill. The skill at its natural cap 6 out of 6 will have 9 seconds duration, and if you take it up to plus 4 levels at 10 out of 6, it will reach 14.6 seconds duration. This is a very nice skill which helps with crowd controlling enemies and making things easier for you. Also, the enemies affected by this one will have their defensive ability reduced, which means that now you will have more chances not only to hit them, but also to deal some critical hits on them, if you have good enough offensive ability. Remember to try different tactics on using this skill. For example, if you have 3 enemies in front of you, one next to the other, and you use the skill on an enemy in the left side of the pack, then maybe only that enemy will be trapped, or maybe only that one along with the one in the middle. But if you use it on the enemy in the middle, then all 3 enemies may be trapped. So it is a skill working on a single or multiple enemies. The last thing to remember is that some enemies will not be trapped and immobilized by the net of this skill, for example big bosses, but they will still get affected by the reduction to defensive ability and movement speed. Barbed Netting. This add-on will make the skill apply bleeding damage over time for the duration of Ensnare. Since the wording of this skill is per second, it makes it different from other skills that have the wording over 3 seconds. Per second means that every second the skill is active, it deals the exact amount of damage we see on the skill. Over 3 seconds would divide the damage by 3, so it works differently. Of course, this bleeding damage gets affected by items and skills that provide plus percentage to bleeding damage and by dexterity attribute, so there are ways to increase its power. Another way to increase it is to use item skills that reduce bleeding resistances of enemies. Study Prey. This is one of the most powerful skills in the game, some people say. It debuffs 2 types of resistances of enemies, physical and pierce. The only thing that changes by leveling up this skill is the amount of reduction to both resistances. At level 8 out of 8, the amount goes up to minus 50%, and at maximum level 12 out of 8, it reaches minus 66%. The reduction of this skill is the type of absolute. There are 2 types of reduction, absolute and multiplicative. Without getting into details now, the absolute ones can stack upon enemies with multiplicative and absolute ones and reduce enemies' resistances even more. But for these details we will have another guide. So the great thing is that this one can stack with both absolute and multiplicative ones that we can get from other sources and reduce greatly the resistances of enemies, resulting in the total annihilation of them. And this is what makes it so powerful. But there is a detail to remember, mostly a glitch existing up to 2.10 version of the game. When the boss Typhon gets his thorns out on his body and you use this skill on him, the visual effect of the thorns will get vanished, and this may cause you to think that his thorn skill is not active anymore. This would be a mistake that could lead you to your defeat. Don't forget this detail. Flash Out. This add-on will only add 3 more types of reduction to enemies. Reduction to defensive ability, which would allow you to deal more critical hits, reduction to bleeding, and elemental resistances. At level 6 out of 6, the numbers of this skill go up to minus 36% for all 3. At maximum level 10 out of 6, they go up to 54% reduction. Add this skill to the base one and now you have a superb skill to use against the biggest and most terrifying enemies in game. Call of the Had. This is one more very powerful skill which becomes truly powerful when we activate its first add-on. The second add-on too in cases. This is why the skill has a lock cooldown of 3 minutes. It is a buff that lasts a few seconds and adds to your weapon attacks some flat bleeding damage. It provides a buff to attacking speed and more damage against beasts and beastmen. The great thing about it is that it affects a whole party of players and pets, so if you play multiplayer, this skill is truly amazing. The duration of the skill at level 8 out of 8 goes up to 50 seconds and at level 12 out of 8 at 64 seconds. The best way to utilize this skill is to have enough recharge reduction to be able to cast the skill before it wears off. In that case, you would have the skill running at 100% of playtime. Imagine that! Exploit Weakness. This will add big buffs to pierce and bleeding damage you deal to enemies. These are percentages, which means they buff not only weapon attacks that apply these 2 types of damage, but also spells, skills, etc. It can truly give you great amounts of power when used in the right builds. Of course, if your build doesn't deal any damage of these types, then it is useless. Remember though that this also affects the whole party of players, including pets, so even if your characters deal no damage of these 2 types, it can still be useful when you use pets that deal these types or in multiplayer where other players do these 2 types of damage. Finesse. This is a great skill which came to the game with Atlantis DLC. You need that DLC to gain access to it. When you use it, the stats of the skill remain active for the duration of the base skill. The 2% chance to reduce enemies' health means that every weapon attack of yours and your pets or other players has this chance to trigger the effect. This works with melee attacks only. Also, in general, this stat doesn't really work on bosses because they have great special resistances to this effect, so do not count on it to kill them. The same can be said about hero enemies. The offensive ability buffs of this skill increases greatly the chances to inflict critical hits, but it works only with melee attacks and only 2 types of damage can deal critical: physical and pierce types. So, if you play a bow build and you have no pets, no allies, then this skill is actually useless unless you want to have a 2% chance per bow attack to reduce enemies' health. This would be a waste of a skill point. The only thing that changes when you level up this skill is the flat amount of plus offensive ability. At level 8 out of 8 it goes up to 450 and at 12 out of 8 it goes up to 650. Marksmanship. This skill can be used only with a bow or thrown weapon. It adds a flat amount of piercing damage to your attacks and also increases the projectile speed. Projectile speed is not a part of total speed stat, so don't make the mistake to rely on total speed to increase it. The great thing about it is that it uses a weapon to attack with, so, for example, if you have another item like an artifact that provides flat elemental damage, this flat damage will work at the same time when using the skill. The same applies to all skills that will use weapons directly. Now, imagine if you have multiple items providing flat types of damage or even effects such as attack damage converted to health or life leads over time, etc. This skill can become really deadly. Projectile speed doesn't have a limit in this game overall, and other sources would stack with this skill which has a limit. At level 12 out of 12 the projectile speed is at 140%, and at level 16 out of 12 it goes up to 180%. Puncture Shot Arrows. This add-on gives a chance to your projectiles to pass through enemies and hit enemies behind them, which is a powerful effect. It also buffs up the pierceability types of attacks you do if you use weapons that do those types. But even if you don't use these types of damage, it can still be useful because projectiles hitting enemies beyond means that the base skill now becomes something like a narrow area of effect skill, since it hits more enemies per attack. So, to get the most out of the base skill, you should use this too. At level 12 out of 12, the bleeding buff will stop at plus 50%, the pierce buff will be at plus 33%, and the chance to pass through enemies will be at 55%. At level 16 out of 12, the pierce buff will be maxed out at plus 45%, and the chance to pass through will get up to 75%. Also, the 1 energy cost is fixed, it doesn't go up by leveling. Scatter Shot Arrows. This is truly a magnificent skill. It turns the base skill to a true area of effect skill, and it feels great too when it triggers. It releases fragments that hit multiple enemies and deal damage and helps killing packs of enemies faster. The numbers of damage may seem low, but remember that they get increased by attribute points and items providing percentages to these types of damage. One important detail is that the buffs from Puncture Shot Arrows do not affect this add-on, they affect only the projectiles from bows and thrown weapons. At level 12 out of 12 this skill releases 7 to 9 fragments, and at level 16 out of 12 it releases 8 to 10. If you decide to make a build based on marksmanship skill, then it is a good idea to max out this skill. Take Down. This is one of those which sometimes we call movement skills. This is because every time we use it, the character runs very fast to the enemy we clicked on and then hits with the spear. It works only with a spear type of weapon, and it is a nice skill for running faster through maps in general. The movement speed number of the skill is fixed and will not change by leveling ups, only the two other stats change along with the energy cost. Initially, this applies piercing damage and a very good percentage of reduction to enemies' health. As we said before though, this stat works at a fraction on bosses and hero enemies, but piercing damage works as usual. Let's not forget that since this skill uses a weapon, it also applies other offensive stats that we get from other item slots, except from shields, such as flat types of damage, life leech over time, etc. So, it can become much more powerful than what it is on its own. Also, increasing character's movement speed also affects this skill, and you would also want to increase attacking speed for the animation of the attack to work faster and hit the enemies faster. Eviscerate. All this add-on does is to add a big flat amount of bleeding damage to the base skill. This number can stack with the one we get from Call of the Hand, and they will be applied together to the enemy, so it is a nice add-on in case you care about damage over time. You can increase the damage of this one by using attribute points on dexterity and buffs to bleeding damage at plus percentages total damage. At level 14 out of 10, the damage you get from this skill is 503 bleeding over 3 seconds. Not bad at all. Gouge. This is a passive skill which has a low chance of triggering every time we attack with the right types of weapons. The good thing is that it is a flat number of damage, which means it stacks with skills such as Eviscerate, Call of the Hand and others that provide flat bleeding damage to our weapons' attacks. Usually, this skill should be considered a supplementary skill and not be given priority because most builds would kill enemies much faster than what this skill could do. So, a good idea would be to spend points on this one if you got bleeding damage to be a main thing for your build, or if you have already activated and taken to the desired levels the other more important skills of your character. Volley. This is a great one because in a way we could say that it turns your weapon attacks to area of effect attacks, since with ranged weapons it releases more projectiles than one that can hit multiple enemies. It is also great because with melee weapons it releases 3 hits on an enemy per attack instead of 1. The greater thing though is that there is an awesome synergy between this passive skill and other active skills from other masteries. When this skill triggers, it counts as 3 attacks instead of 1, if all 3 attacks actually hit enemies and don't miss. These 3 attacks count as 3 charges to other skills, such as Psionic Touch of Dream Mastery or Calculated Strike of Rogue. So, for example, Psionic Touch requires 3 charges before it triggers its effects at the 4th charge. Each charge is an attack with the skill. So, you hit 3 times and when you hit once more, the effects of the skill trigger. Now, if you have a Valet active and you attack once with Psionic Touch on a single enemy with a melee weapon, and Valet triggers, it will hit 3 times instead of 1, so the next second attack of yours will release the Kraken! The effects of Psionic Touch I mean. This skill is awesome, it is a good idea to use it. Art of the Hand. This is a constant buff which provides very nice effects. If you use a pierce or bleeding based build, then it can benefit nicely from the buffs of this skill, and you also get a flat number of physical damage against beasts and beastmen. This number of damage will not be a big one even if you max out the skill, but this is not a bad thing and here is why. There is a mechanic that makes flat numbers of damage against specific races of enemies to be applied even by using spells that do not utilize your weapons. For example, if you play Spirited Hunting and you have this one active, then if you attack an enemy with life drain spell of Spirit, that spell will also deal these flat numbers of damage, but it will deal those only to these types of enemies. Beasts and Beastmen. This is a particular mechanic specific to races of enemies. So, this skill is more powerful than it looks at first sight. The only things that go up when you level up this skill are the buffs to damage, both percentages and flat numbers. At level 12 out of 12 you get 75% pierce, 48% bleeding plus 32 races, and at level 16 out of 12 you get 115% pierce, 60% bleeding plus 51 to races. This skill with its add-ons affects the whole party, including pets and other players. Fight Cover. This add-on provides good chances to avoid projectiles. The great thing is that you can get this effect at the same time from this skill and from other skills items, so we could say that it stacks. The chance to avoid projectiles caps out at 80%, so if you don't have a good amount of this effect from other sources, then it is a good idea to use it. At level 8 out of 8 you get 25% chance, and at level 12 out of 8 you get 35%. The energy reserved is a fixed number and doesn't go up by level. Trailblazing. One more supportive add-on. You get a buff to movement speed and immunity to entrapment effects, which means that if an enemy throws a net similar to your own at you and gets you, then the net will not immobilize you, it will almost instantly be gone. It is a good idea to spend only one skill point to this one just for this effect, when you don't need the movement speed buff it provides. At level 6 out of 6 the movement speed is plus 18%, and at level 10 out of 6 it is at plus 33%. The energy reserved is a fixed number and doesn't go up by level. Also, the reserved energy of this add-on and of the Fight Cover are added to the energy reserved of the base skill, so now you need to take care of your energy points more. Spear Dance. This is one more skill that came with Atlantis DLC. It is an area of effect skill that uses the spear to hit multiple enemies at every single attack. The minus physical damage means that your attack will deal less damage to each enemy hit. The good thing is that as you level up this skill, the reduction to physical damage gets reduced, so your damage goes up. At level 6 out of 12 this reduction will be 0, and from level 7 you will start getting a plus percentage physical damage. At level 12 out of 12 the number will be plus 24%, and at 16 out of 12 it will be plus 40% physical damage. This is a strong skill and nice to look at. The chance to fear enemies means that when this triggers, your enemies will start running away from you, so now you will probably need to chase them if you don't have any pets or allies, and this could become annoying. A good way to deal with this problem would be to use the Earthbite skill from Nature Mastery, which immobilizes enemies, and then use Spear Dance on them. The slower attack effect means that it will slow down the attacks of enemies that get hit by the skill. This is good because it helps with survivability. The minus 50% of this effect is fixed and doesn't change by level ups. Wood Lore, a passive skill to save the day. This one works only with bows, spears and thrown weapons, and provides the very necessary attack speed buff and defensive ability. Spears and bows are not fast attacking weapons, so this skill is a must, and it is a great idea to max it out, especially if you don't have other sources of buffs to attack speed. The same can be said about defensive ability. At level 6 out of 6 the skill provides plus 222 defensive ability and plus 24% attack speed. At level 10 out of 6 the numbers are plus 350 and plus 33%. If you start a new character from level 1 and select Hunting Mastery in the beginning, then make sure to spend at least 2 points here within the first 8 levels of your character. Herbal Remedy. This is a constant buff that helps your character survive better. One thing to remember is that almost all constant buffs like this one can be dispelled by some enemies and be turned off. So when this happens, problems may arise. It is a good idea when you start a new character with this mastery to activate this skill as soon as possible. At level 1 out of 6 you will get 30% poison resistance, which is good enough for the whole normal difficulty. The more you level up the skill, the higher stats go up. At level 6 out of 6 you get 480 seconds duration, plus 6 health regeneration and 72% poison resistance. At maximum level 10 out of 6 the stats will be 720 seconds, plus 8.4 health regeneration and 100% poison resistance. Don't let the 100% confuse you. The cap of main resistances is 80%, but this doesn't mean that 100% of this buff is a waste, because in higher difficulty levels you get penalties to primary resistances. So if you reach legendary difficulty and don't have another source of poison resistance, this buff will keep yours at 0%. The penalties to resistances are minus 40% in epic difficulty and minus 60% in legendary. Of course, you can stack health regeneration from other sources with this buff, which is one more advantage of this skill. Monster Lure. This doesn't look like it, but it is a pet and can be affected by some pet gear and skills that affect allies and parties. Its job is to provoke enemies and make them hit it instead of you and make your life better. To get the best out of this idea, you need to level up this skill because level ups provide more health to it, and it can stay active longer and be more effective this way. Honestly, it is not the best skill to help you do what it is supposed to be doing if you can only summon one lure, because quite a few times enemies ignore it, especially bosses. But if you want to give it a try, go ahead. As a new character leveling up, just spend a couple of points on this one and test it to see if it works for you or not. Supreme tip. If you equip items that provide as bonus to all pets a type of damage, this pet now will attack the enemies in front of it and may help a bit at killing them. There is no animation of the attack though. This happens because of the inner workings of provoke skill of this pet. This mechanic works at least in 2.10 public beta of the game where it was tested. Detonate. This add-on is more interesting than the base skill. When enemies destroy the lure, with this one active, the lure explodes, dealing the types of damage we see here. For the explosion to happen though, the energy bar of the lure has to be full. If for some reason its bar is not full, then this skill doesn't go off. One way this lure could lose energy would be some enemies using energy leech effects on it, or the lure itself using provoke, which costs some energy, and if it gets destroyed after it used its skill, then the detonate will not work. This skill can be really fun if you can build a nice character to support it, but that would probably require more specific gear. So for beginners it wouldn't be the best option. Pet gear providing more damage to pets would also buff up this skill, but only the percentages to types of damage would work, not the flat numbers that bonus to all pets provide. A single skill point spent on it as you level up new characters, just for the fun of it, wouldn't hurt, but I wouldn't spend even one when leveling up. Of course, let's not forget that when you reduce resistances of enemies to the types of damage of this skill, then this deals even more damage than the numbers it shows. At level 12 out of 12, the numbers are 114 up to 158 physical damage, and 228 up to 316 fire damage. And at level 16 out of 12 the numbers go up to 142 up to 194 and 284 up to 388 fire. The duration of stun effect, the meter radius of effect and number of projectiles are fixed. They don't change by level. Heart of Oak. This is a great skill for surviving. It provides total speed, a percentage of more health, and it costs 1 energy point per second to be active because we activate it once and it remains active until we die or until a spellbreaker enemy deactivates it. To have this skill active, we also pay 100 energy reserved. This means that down here in our bar, if we have 812 energy points to use for casting skills, then 100 will be reserved, and now we have only 712 points to use with our skills. The good thing is that this number is a fixed one. It is always 100, and it doesn't increase when we increase the level of the skill. Also, the meter radius of this skill is a fixed number, and the percentage of total speed that we get from this skill as well. The only thing that increases per level is the percentage of health. For each level we gain plus 5% to our health, and in level 12, which is the natural cap of the skill, we gain 65% overall. If we use items that increase the level of this skill even more, then it caps at level 16 and it gives 85% health. This means that it almost doubles your health points and it becomes one of the greatest skills for survivability. The great news, of course, is that this skill also affects your allies, including all of your pets. This is why it has an 18-meter radius of effect. If you play this mastery, you got to use this skill. It is amazing. Tranquility of Water. As the description of the skill says, every time you cast one of your skills, you have a good chance of this skill to make your other skills cost much less energy. This is very helpful if you don't play with intelligence heavy builds and you still need to cast skills all the time. Then with this skill you get a good chance to stay out of energy problems. For each level on this skill we increase the chance for it to activate, but the amount of energy cost reduction is a fixed one and it doesn't change. On level 6 the skill gets a 54% chance to trigger, but if we take it up to level 10 it gets up to 90% chance to trigger. So it depends on the bit that you play with if you will need to max it out or not. Permanence of Stone. This is a great survivability skill and it works also on your allies and pets. If you max it out on level 6, it provides 18% elemental resistance, and if you take it on plus 4 levels at level 10, then it provides 31% elemental resistance. this skill stacks with other skills or items that provide elemental resistance. So, if for example you get 30% elemental from a chest armor and 31% from this skill here, then you have 61% elemental resistance. You probably want to max out this skill for your builds. Regrowth. This is one more skill for survivability. It has 8 seconds recharge time and you can cast it on your character or one of your pets or allies and heal them. By increasing the level of the skill, you increase the energy cost and the amount of health restored. If you take it to maximum level 16, it restores 2360 health points, while on plus 4 levels, at level 20, it restores 3520 points. This skill is great because it works like a second health potion and it can truly keep you alive. There is a detail you need to remember. If you assign this skill on your right mouse button, you need to put your mouse cursor over the character that you want to heal and just click the mouse button and it will heal them. But if you assign it to your hotkeys bar, then you need to press once the skills hotkey and then click the left mouse button on the character that you want to heal. But this skills assignment works this way if you play with the enable quick cast option off. If you use this option, then all you need to do is to hover your mouse cursor over a character and click the hotkey of this skill just once for it to trigger. You will find the quick cast option in the general options of the game. Accelerated growth. As the skill description suggests, this one reduces the recharge time of this skill alone. As we can see here, we get two different numbers. One is the flat number of reduction and one is the percentage. Both count for the reduction of the recharge time of this skill. So, when we get the skill to maximum level 8, it reduces the skill first by 68% and then it subtracts the 0.9 seconds. So, now we have the skill's recharge time at 1.7 seconds. If we take the skill on plus 4 levels, then we reduce the recharge of regrowth to 0.8 recharge time, not even a second. So now this skill becomes an amazing skill for survivability because you can be casting this skill almost constantly, almost all of the time. Dissemination. When we activate this skill, then by using regrowth, we heal the initial target with regrowth's numbers. But then the healing effect leaps to allies and pets near to the initial target and heals them all. These other targets get affected only from the numbers of this skill, while the initial target gets affected only by the numbers of regrowth. These two do not stack. So, this is an amazing skill if you play with pets and you want to play a supportive role in the party. You can make your pets fight all of your battles while you try to stay out of trouble and support your pets or even allies by healing them with dissemination. Refresh. This skill reduces the recharge time for all of our currently active skills. By active skills we mean when we activate a skill and it starts refreshing, then we use refresh and it reduces the cooldown of that skill. So, all of our skills refresh faster and we can use them more frequently. It works on all of our active skills, but it works only for skills that we get from our mastery trees. Skills that come from items and artifacts are not affected from this skill. Also, this skill does not work on itself. It works only for other skills. This is a great skill, especially if you play builds that use skills with long cooldown periods of 2 minutes or even more. Then, this one could make those builds work even better. If we max out this skill on level 12, it provides 52 seconds reduction. And if we take it to plus 4 levels, it provides 68 seconds reduction for all of our active skills. The only downside of increasing the level of this skill is that it adds 1 second recharge time to itself. So, after we use it once, then this skill takes longer to refresh, but that is not a problem actually if you use other sources that reduce the recharge time of all skills, because those other sources would reduce the recharge time of this skill as well. Briar Ward. This is a great defensive skill and it is also considered to be a pet, but since this pet doesn't attack enemies, all pet gear that adds damage bonuses to pets doesn't affect this one. This pet only deals retaliation damage. When you cast it, it grows branches around your character and it blocks the way of melee enemies. So those enemies now hit the ward instead of you. It also deals piercing retaliation damage because it has the skill Thorns. One detail to remember is that this Thorns skill has nothing to do with the Thorns shrine that we fight and use sometimes. This one deals piercing retaliation while the Thorns shrine deals bleeding retaliation, so try to not confuse these two. The Thorn skill works only on melee attackers, not ranged ones, but the ward itself can also block the attacks of ranged enemies, so it is useful against all enemies. Putting more points in this skill increases the energy cost of the skill, the health of the ward and the piercing retaliation damage. Stinging Nettle. This skill only adds poison retaliation damage over time to the ward, and the good thing is that it doesn't increase the energy cost of casting the skill. If you take the skill to level 8, it will add 156 damage over time, and if you take it up to level 12, it will add 228 damage. You can take the skill above its natural cap by equipping items which provide more levels to the skill or to all skills. Sanctuary. With this skill, when you, your allies or your pets stand inside the center of the ward, then everybody gets some great survivability buffs. You get a percentage of damage absorption which reduces all types of incoming damage, a big amount of health regeneration per second and a big amount of energy cost reduction for casting spells and skills. This skill is really great if you have fragile builds and you fight against tough enemies like bosses for example, then it can save your life and it benefits all that stand in the center of the ward. Putting more points on this skill will increase only the buffs, the meter radius and skill duration remain the same. If you get this skill up to level 12 it provides 32% absorption, 32 health regeneration and 32% energy cost reduction. Earthbind. This skill was added to the game with Atlantis expansion. If you do not own Atlantis DLC, you will not be able to use it. The skill is very powerful because it is very useful, especially when you get hordes of enemies running at you. The best way to use it would be from a very long distance when you play with ranged builds, such as staff builds or maybe bow builds, etc. One of the two greatest features of the skill is that it has a very wide radius of effect, which is 22 meters. This number is fixed and it will not increase by leveling up the skill. The other great thing is that it provides enemy immobilization, which means that it traps enemies at the spot they're at when they get hit by the skill, and they stay immobilized for the duration that the skill provides. This is very useful because when enemies are immobilized, they cannot run away, so you can easily shoot them down with your bows and projectiles in general. Another super great thing of the skill is the reduction to enemies' defensive ability, which means that these enemies will receive even more melee attacks or even more critical damage by melee attacks. Now, imagine if you also play with pets like wolves. Your wolves would totally destroy those enemies with their melee attacks. This skill is awesome, just use it. Call of the Wild. One of the best pets in this game, certainly one of my top favorites. You can summon a wolf, which deals physical damage and has its own energy bar to use for casting skills. If you want to get a second wolf, you need to increase this skill to level 7. To get a third and final wolf, you need to increase this skill to level 18. Increasing the level of this one not only increases the health and energy bars of the pet, but it also increases the damage it deals along with the chances to avoid projectiles and dodge attacks. Of course, it also increases the energy cost, meaning you need to have a good amount of energy to be able to summon wolves, or at least you need to use the Tranquility of Water skill of this mastery. If you play with wolves as the main pet, it is always the best to have 3 wolves instead of 2, so take the skills level up to 18 with gear that provides more levels to all skills. Wolves can become powerful companions, but in the early stages of the game they will be a bit fragile, so you will need to find items that provide armor and health as bonus to all pets. Make sure to visit merchants often enough, because sometimes they sell good items and sometimes the items include items for pets with bonuses to pets. Maul. This skill adds more types of damage to the pet. Bleeding damage over time, piercing damage and a reduction to enemies' health. This means that now wolves deal 4 types of damage. These new 3 plus the initial skill's physical damage. This is a good addition because it makes this pet more viable against more types of enemies. For example, if the pet hits an enemy with great physical resistance but bad bleeding resistance, then this skill will make the wolf deal good damage to the enemy because of the bleeding addition from Maul. Increasing the level of Maul, it adds energy cost to Call of the Wild, but the good thing is that it is a fixed number and it doesn't grow per level. The 3 damage types can go up to 215 bleeding damage, 30 piercing damage and 15% reduction to enemies' health at level 16. If you want your pets to be dealing the most bleeding damage possible, use skills that reduce the bleeding resistance of enemies, such as Necrosis skill from Spirit Mastery or Flash Out skill from Hunting Mastery. Survival Instinct. This one activates when the health of the wolf drops below 33% and it has 6 seconds duration. This is a fixed number, it doesn't change. Also, the duration doesn't increase by level. When this triggers, the pet receives a damage absorption boost, which reduces significantly all types of incoming damage, but it also increases the physical damage of the pet significantly. Of course, as we said before, the pet has as basic type of damage physical damage, so this one only gets this huge boost with Survival Instinct. If you take this skill at level 16, your pet gets 80% damage absorption at plus 90% physical damage, but if you take the skill to level 20, you get plus 100% physical damage, while the damage absorption remains at 80%. It cannot increase anymore. Strength of the Pack. This is a party skill, which means that all of the allies, characters, pets that lie within 10-meter radius of the skill get the buffs that we see here. This is an amazing skill because it boosts significantly the performance of our builds, especially if our builds deal physical damage. It adds more armor to all members, it gives energy regeneration at total speed, and it gives physical damage as a percentage. This one matters because since it is a percentage of physical damage, it can buff all skills and spells that deal physical damage. If it was a flat number, then it would affect only our attacks with weapons and skills that utilize weapons to trigger. If you have at least one wolf and you play a build that relies on physical damage, then use the skill. Simple as that. Sylvan Nymph. One more pet of this mastery. This is a different pet than wolves, but it works in a similar way. It has its own health and energy parts, it has good chances to avoid projectiles and dodge attacks, and it deals damage, piercing damage and some reduction to enemies' health. The main difference of this pet to the wolf is that this one always uses a bow. It is a ranged pet while wolf is a melee pet. Overgrowth. This is a great skill which you want to be using always when you play with this pet. The damage absorption is a flat number and it can go up to 873 if you take the skill to its maximum level plus 4 levels, and it works against all types of damage. When you play with this pet, put at least 1 point on this skill, which of course will not be enough for increased difficulties, but if you don't have any more points to spare, then at least 1 point would be okay. After all, it also provides some piercing retaliation damage against melee enemies. In that case though, that you get plus levels to all skills of this mastery from items, then this 1 point could be a very good investment. For example, imagine that you get from items plus 5 points for this mastery alone. Then, by spending 1 point only here, this would take the skill up to level 6 instantly. So, as you can see, there are cases where even 1 point spent on skills could be enough. Nature's Wrath. This skill adds elemental damage to the attacks of this pet, and a good chance for the arrows to pass through enemies and hit others beyond the first ones. The thing though is that the pet only sometimes is using this skill. It is not added on the initial attack, so some arrows deal pierce damage and some arrows deal elemental damage and pass through enemies sometimes. Normally, if you would like to play with this pet as a main pet build, then you would try to max out the base skill of the nymph, which means it would be dealing lots of piercing damage and reduction to enemies' health. In case you would like to play that build as an elemental type of pet build, then it would be a good idea to invest in Nature's Wrath, but in case you wouldn't care about elemental damage, then maybe it would be better for you to spend skill points to other skills that would better support your build. Remember that as bonus to pets from items we get more elemental damage to pets, so if you want to play with this skill and have your pet deal the most elemental damage possible, then you should try to find and use pet gear with elemental damage bonus. Sylvan Protection. This skill is one of the new skills that came with Atlantis DLC. It doesn't have a radius of effect as Earthbite skill, but it provides very similar stats. The best way to use this skill would be first to max it out, and second to use it if you play with a melee build or if you have many pets in your build that attack enemies with melee. This is because of the reduction to the defensive ability of enemies hit by this skill, which has a very short duration and it is totally useless to the nymph since this pet always attacks with bows. Defensive ability works with melee attacks. This is why it would be better to max it out, since at that level the duration of this debuff is 2.8 seconds, which usually is enough time to land a couple of melee hits to enemies. This is a good skill, but if you decide to use it as the main skill of the nymph, then you should probably equip gear with bonus to pets, more physical damage, which would benefit this skill the most. Plague. This is a very nice skill. You cast it to an enemy and then it jumps from one enemy to another. The poison damage that it deals though is a very small number. If you would like to play with this skill, it would be better to use it with at least one of its two add-ons. The Fatigue add-on. If you get this add-on up to level 12, it will be dealing 50% reduced damage over 3 seconds and minus 45% total speed to your enemies. This is a great debuff and helps very much with your survivability because it means that enemies affected by this add-on now deal much less damage on your character and allies and the battle becomes easier. And the Susceptibility add-on. This is a huge debuff and the numbers can go up to minus 54% at level 12. As we can see, this one reduces some resistances of enemies, with the most important being the poison resistance, if you want to make a poison damage type build. It is clear enough that with this add-on, the base plague skill deals more poison damage to enemies, but of course it also helps with other types of damage because susceptibility is a great debuff to our enemies. Keep in mind that these debuffs of this skill are absolute ones and they can stack with similar debuffs from other skills or items, no matter if those are absolute or multiplicative. So, if you wouldn't care about poison damage, you could still use Plague with its first add-on, which provides better survivability for you, and why not even with susceptibility in case you play with a physical damage type build, poison type or an elemental one. The choice is yours. Rune Weapon. We can assign this skill to both left or right mouse buttons. It can be used as a default weapon attack with all types of weapons except for the staff type. Staff is not compatible because if it goes, then the balance of the game would have been broken for good. Every level up to this skill provides one more charge level and increases the stats that this skill affects. This is a great skill that helps the player to increase their total damage, elemental damage and intelligence during combat. The numbers that we see on the skill are the highest numbers that we can get from that level of the skill. They are not numbers per charge of the skill. For example, if the skill is at level 10, then it has 10 charge levels and the numbers are plus 25% elemental damages, total damage and 100% intelligence. So, if you attack 10 times, then you have 10 charge levels, so now you reach and benefit from these numbers. If you attack an 11th time, it still counts as 10 charge levels, so the numbers will not go up. This is one of the best default weapon attack skills in the game, and if you play with Runes Mastery and want to use your weapon as your main source of damage, then make sure to max it out. There is also a synergy between this skill and other skills or spells or attacks in general. If you charge up this skill and then use another spell or attack, then that attack will deal even more damage, especially if that attack is of elemental vitality type of damage, because it will benefit from the upgraded stats that this skill provides. If you want to see examples of such synergies, take a look at my build guides Dragonborn, Berserker and more. Magical Charge. This add-on will provide flat elemental damage to your weapon attacks and make them more powerful. The great thing is that it also provides elemental retaliation, which means that enemies that attack you with melee attacks will receive this amount of retaliation as damage, so it helps passively to finish off enemies faster. It is one of the skills that I would max out if I wanted to use it. This retaliation effect is active only while you are charged up by attacking with rune weapon though. It is not always active. Energy Drain. This add-on is great because it can give you back energy that you leech from your enemies, but they need to have energy bars on them. Also, it reduces the offensive ability of enemies, which is good especially if your defensive ability is not very good, because reducing their offensive ability means that you reduce the chances for their melee attacks to hit you, or even to deal critical damage to you. This add-on also slows enemies down and provides the attack damage converted to health stat. This one means that when you attack with weapon attacks only, or skills that utilize weapons such as rune weapon onslaught, etc., a portion of your attack damage will come back to you as health. So, if your attacks are super powerful, you will get back much more health per attack. This stat can also stack with the same stat that comes from other skills and items. Transmutation. This is a converter from physical type of damage to elemental. It converts only the base weapon damage and it doesn't take into account any sources that increase the base weapon damage such as strength attribute or total damage, etc. When it converts to elemental, you get all three types of elemental damage: fire, cold and lightning. The skill at maximum level 10 of 6 will provide 99% conversion, but if you wanted to get 100%, you could do it by using some items that provide the same stat. You could combine an item that provides 50% conversion with this skill at level 6 of 6 that provides 63%, and you would get 100% conversion. It works up to 100% even if you have 120% from different sources. If you are playing a build which is heavily based on elemental damage with weapon attacks and your main weapon has got a very high amount of base weapon damage, then using this conversion would increase your damage and DPS quite enough. Sacred Rage. This passive skill can save your life. It remains active if you can keep your health below 40%. Of course, as a new player, it is not a good idea to try to do that, but it could be interesting to use this mechanic on some advanced builds. The skill triggers if your health goes below this threshold and it lasts for 10 seconds. This duration is fixed and doesn't go up by level. All stats have fixed numbers and won't go up except for the energy regeneration, total speed and minus recharge. The skill is very good to keep you alive in case you are getting closer to death and to give you a chance to retreat and heal yourself up if needed. The percent damage absorption will reduce all types of incoming damage, and the total speed buff will increase your movement, casting and attacking speed equally. This skill is great if you wish to play deathless, and in general it is a good idea to spend at least 1 point so that you benefit as you level up new characters. Frightening Power. To use this skill you need to have spent at least 1 point on Sacred Rage, as it is an add-on to that one. This one has a radius of effect which is a fixed number and will not go up by level. When your Sacred Rage triggers, now will also deal these stats to the enemies that it hits inside this radius of 10 meters. The percent reduction to enemies' health will reduce the health of enemies based on their current health bar, not on the maximum. The reduced damage will make the enemy deal less damage to you, and it works with all main types of damage. And it will also cause the fear effect on them, so now they will try to run away from you. So this add-on is great because now Sacred Rage gives you a second chance in life, but at the same time it debuffs enemies and makes their life harder. You should definitely spend at least 1 point to this add-on as you level up new characters. It will help. Reckless Offense. This is a passive skill which allows and requires dual wielding. This means that if you spend at least 1 point here, you will be able to dual wield melee or thrown weapons. You cannot dual wield one melee along with a thrown weapon in this game. It requires dual wielding for this chance to be used to actually work. When this skill triggers, your attacks will have this buff on, so they will be more powerful. A thing to remember in this game is that when it comes to proc skills, if proc skills have their own animations, then they cannot trigger at the same time when another proc skill triggers. So, for example, in the case of Rune Mastery alone, Rune Word Explode skill will never trigger when Reckless Offense triggers, because both proc skills have their own animations. If a skill doesn't have an animation, then it can work at the same time with a proc skill. Reckless Offense can be very powerful at later stages, but as you level up, it is better to only spend a few points in the beginning and focus on more important skills for your build. Another detail. There is an item in the game which provides the Reckless Offense skill. That version of the skill does not allow dual wielding. Energy Armor. This is a skill that provides lots of survivability to those who use it. It has a meter radius which makes all pets and allies of yours to receive this skill when you cast it on yourself. The radius will not increase by level ups, it is a fixed number. Also, the stun resistance is a fixed number and won't go up. The two stats that increase are the energy cost and the damage absorption. This absorption is a flat number and works in a peculiar way. If you cast it on your character and receive some damage of these 3 types that we see in the description of the skill, then it will absorb a flat number of damage. For example, if you get 200 absorption by the skill and an enemy deals 100 physical damage at you, you will absorb the 100 damage, but your absorption capability now of your current energy armor skill on you will be 100. Now, if you click and reactivate the skill on you, your energy armor will remain the same 100. It will not be refreshed to 200. This means that you need to wait until the full amount of your energy armor's skill has been used before you cast it again on you. Of course, if you play with pets or allies and their energy armor has totally depleted, then it makes sense to trigger it again so that at least they can benefit from it. The bad thing about this skill is that it is very expensive to energy, and if you want to truly take advantage of it, you will need the stat -% to energy cost, and lots of energy points and energy regeneration. But it is very good for tanky characters if you have enough energy to pay for it. Runeward Feather. This is one more skill that we activate on our characters and stays active for a period of time, so we will have to reactivate it later again. It provides only offensive ability and strength reduction to requirements for weapons to be equipped. Remember that shields are also weapons in this game. This skill is great in case you want to play some more hybrid or experimental builds and you need more offensive ability and the chance to equip higher quality melee weapons and shields. It will also make leveling up easier to beginners as it will allow them to equip better weapons sooner and with increased offensive ability to perform a bit better. Offensive ability works in comparison to defensive ability of enemies and vice versa. So, if you have much higher offensive ability than your enemy's defensive ability, then you deal critical damage to them. Critical damage works only with melee attacks and only with the types of physical and pierce damage. Other types of damage do not crit. If you want to level up a melee build, especially of the more experimental type, then you need to max out this one in normal difficulty. You could also max it out in the first 5 levels of your character and then forget about it. Runeward Explode. This is a proc skill. Proc skills are those that usually are triggered randomly when you attack enemies or getting attacked by. It starts with a very low chance to be used, but at level 10 it reaches 20% and at maximum level 14 of 10 it gets up to 27%. This works only with weapon attacks, not with spells like Squall or Seal of Fate, etc. But if you use a skill that utilizes weapons directly, like Onslaught, it will work with that as well. So, it goes boom and it deals some damage, which is physical and fire damage too. It can also stun enemies for a tiny amount of time. The arc of attack, meter radius and stun effect are fixed and will not charge by level. The skill will hit multiple enemies and will turn your weapon attacks to small AoE attacks, which means area of effect. It is a very useful skill and nice to include in your build if you attack mainly with weapons. Just try to use it with bows, especially later in the game. It is an awesome skill. Runeward Burn. This is an add-on to the Explode skill, so it requires at least 1 point on that one. It will only add the burn damage to the weapon attacks of yours. If you use a ranged weapon, then your projectiles can release fragments that will apply the burn effect to multiple enemies within this radius. If you use melee weapons, you will still apply the burn effect when the skill triggers. This skill adds a nice effect to your character, but it is not really that helpful. It would be better to spend your points on more important skills as you level up, or spend a point in normal difficulty to be able to watch the effect happening and move on. Endgame builds could benefit from it, but this is another story for some other time. Runeward Absorb. This is a passive skill and it is always active on your characters. It works only when you use a shield or a staff, and it is really helpful if you play a build that needs lots of energy. The -% shield recovery time stat reduces the cooldown of the block capability of the shield. Some shields have 2 seconds of cooldown until they can block again. Other shields have 2.5 or 3 seconds, maybe even 3.5 seconds maximum. You can reduce the shield recovery time up to 90% by using skills and items. This skill alone can reduce it by -67% at maximum level, 12 of 8, so it can be really helpful with your survivability. The absorption of spell energy means that if an enemy attacks you with a skill that costs them energy, This amount of the energy they spend on casting the skill will be transferred to your energy bar, so it will give you back energy. We could say that this is one more form of energy leech. Finally, the flat energy leech retaliation will give you energy if the enemy that attacks with melee attacks has an energy bar. Overall, this skill is great for survivability with a shield and for getting free energy from your enemies and casting more spells against them. Rune Storm. This is a spell that circles around the player and deals damage to a radius of effect. This radius increases by leveling up the skill. It deals physical damage and there is this chance for one of the following effects. This means that there is an equal chance for all the effects that you see under this stat to trigger. If it is 4 effects, then each one has a chance of 25%. In other cases, on items skills, you'll find the same chance for one of the following stats, providing 3 effects or 2 effects. They always have an equal chance to trigger. If you find the stat percent chance off, this means that all effects under this one will trigger together. So, for this skill, there is the chance to stun enemies, cause fear to them so they will start running away, confuse them so they will start attacking the air or their allies, or skill disruption, which means that for some time they won't be able to cast their spells on you. Lastly, there is the elemental retaliation effect. This one triggers only to enemies that attack with melee attacks and deals this number of elemental damage. Flat numbers of elemental always deal all 3 types of elemental damage divided equally. So, if you have 30 elemental, then it deals 10 cold, 10 fire, 10 lightning. This skill is good to have as an extra skill, but it is not one to make builds around. It is mostly of a secondary importance skill, and it also has a long cooldown of 2 minutes. If you have points to spare, use it, but you won't get good results unless you max it out. Thunder Strike. This is an attack skill, one of the most powerful skills in the whole game. The chance to pass through enemies means that it can hit enemies beyond the first ones, so it can be even more efficient sometimes. The skill deals lightning damage and it has the total damage buff, which increases all main types of damage. So, if, for example, you use a weapon that deals physical and fire damage with this skill, then your Thunder Strike will apply the physical and fire damage of the weapon itself to all enemies hit, including the lightning damage of the skill, and of course all these types of damage will be boosted by the total damage here. Thankfully, the total damage effect goes up by level. The only other stat that goes up by level is the stun effect of the skill and of course the energy cost. Every other stat is fixed. The skill releases 5 projectiles when you use ranged weapons such as staves, bows, thrown weapons, but if you dual wield thrown weapons, then it releases 10 projectiles and becomes super deadly. Also, when you use it with melee weapons, it hits 5 enemies instead of 1, and if you have 2 weapons equipped, it will still hit up to 5 enemies because of the limitation of the 250 arc of attack of the skill. The other great thing about it is that it is a movement speed skill, so if you use it on enemies at a distance, it will make your character run close to the enemies and use the skill when they are in the range of the attack. This skill is awesome and you should use it if you play with weapons. Unleash. This add-on has a 5-meter radius of effect, which means that all enemies inside this radius will be affected. It will apply electrical burst damage, which is the lightning overtime damage. It will disrupt their skills for 1 second so that they won't be able to cast any skills on you, and it might confuse them, which means they would start attacking anywhere but your character. This is a crowd control effect that deals some damage as well, and it can help mostly with your survivability. It is a good idea to max it out if your build is using Thunder Strike all the time in endgame. Also, it's a good idea to invest on it if you want to play deathless or to level up safer. By the way, the total damage buff of Thunder Strike does not affect the Unleash's lightning damage over time. Seal of Fate. This is a very powerful spell which you put on the ground, and after 3 seconds it goes off and deals damage to enemies inside its radius. It deals mostly elemental damage and reduction to enemies' health. The flat elemental damage is always all 3 types of elemental divided by 3, so if you have 300 elemental damage, then it deals 100 cold, 100 fire, 100 lightning. This spell can be very powerful if you take it to high levels. If you want to play a caster build that is based around intelligence attribute and elemental damage, then this one is one of the top skills. Of course, it is very good also for leveling up, so make sure to invest in this one. By the way, devices is one more race of enemies in game. They will receive double damage from this skill. Aftershock. This add-on will add more negative effects to enemies hit by it. They will receive bleeding damage over time, which is not the most efficient type of damage in the game. Reduced armor and reduced resistances. The reduced armor effect means that now they will receive more physical damage by your attacks or by the attacks of allies' pets if you have any with you. Reduction to resistances means that they will receive more damage from all main types of damage, so now they become weak and easier to kill. These 3 effects are the only ones that go up by level, and they can be of great help to you if you play a caster with Seal of Fate. Especially the reduced resistances and reduced armor, but even the flat bleeding can help a bit since it scales with dexterity attribute, which you will probably increase a bit to get some defensive ability. The other 3 effects of the add-on are also very good and they can help mostly with your survivability. You slow them down, disrupt the skill for about 4 seconds and cause their projectiles to miss their target, which happens to be you. Seal of Fate fully developed with this add-on is super powerful, just use it. Runic Mines. This one is a spell that deals flat elemental damage. You put 5 runes surrounding you on the ground, and when enemies step on them, they go off dealing damage. Of course, the damage scales with intelligence, so it deals more than these numbers of the skill. Leveling up the skill will increase the damage up to 195 at maximum 14 of 10 level. The duration of the skill is fixed and it counts the period of time the runes will stay on the ground before they disappear. Freezing Mines. The first add-on will add some cold damage over time to the base skill and a chance to freeze enemies. But even if this effect won't trigger, because you will not be lucky enough, they will still get slowed for 3 seconds, so things will be better for you. Imagine the enemy stepping on a mine, receiving damage, getting damage over time on them, and still trying to come to you, but now they move slower. It is very helpful to survive better and attack again before they can attack you. Also, let's not forget, if they become frozen and you kill them, they will break down to multiple ice cubes, one of my favorite effects in this game. Runefield. This add-on is probably the most fun add-on of the whole game, as it adds many projectiles and also increases the duration of those staying on the ground. At level 1 it adds 1 projectile, but at level 12 of 12 your Runic Mines spell will add a total of 24 projectiles, which is a whole minefield around your legs. Thankfully, if you step on your mines, they will not go off. They are your close friends. By the way, at maximum level 16 of 12, the projectiles go up to 30. Now that is great fun. Rune of Life. This is a skill which we activate on our characters, on our pets and allies, and it stays active for the duration. The duration and movement speed buff of the skill do not go up by leveling, only the other stats increase. It is a great skill for the 2 resistances that it provides, and of course the buff to strength attribute can be very interesting too. It's one of the skills that you always want to use while leveling up, but it is not necessary to max it out in normal difficulty. You should max it out for epic and legendary though, where penalties to the resistances of players apply. Menhir Wall. This skill is one of the greatest skills in the game for keeping your enemies away from your character if you don't have good armor to withstand the attacks of enemies or good resistances overall. The best way to use it is when you play with bows or projectile attacks from a distance, because this way you can put a wall in the path of your enemies, they will be blocked by the wall, they will start attacking it to destroy the wall, and while they are doing that, you can shoot them down from a safe distance. It is one of the best defensive skills in the game and you can use it strategically with lots of success. If you want to see an example, check out my build guide video called The Dragonborn. The stun retaliation chance means that enemies attacking with melee this wall will be stunned sometimes. Leveling up the skill increases only the health points of the wall. Guardian Stones. This skill counts as a pet. It is linked to Menhir Wall as a requirement for the player to unlock it. If you don't want to use Menhir Wall but you want this skill, then spend only 1 point to the wall and the rest to Guardian Stones. If you want, you can use both skills, there is no restriction here. This skill releases projectiles that hit enemies and deal damage. It can benefit from items that provide bonus to all pets, but only from the +% elemental damage stat. The flat number of damage doesn't work. It has 2 types of attacks. One is the projectile that it releases and hits up to 2 targets, and the other one, which is called Distraction, is one passive attack which triggers when one of the 3 stones is destroyed. When this happens, if enemies are within the radius of effect, they get hit by the stats of this skill. Leveling up the skill will not change the number of affected targets, it will always be at 2 targets. The skill also has a very long cooldown period, so to get the most out of it, you need to max out your reduction to cooldown, which in this game is called -recharge, and it caps out at 80%. With maximum recharge reduction, it becomes really deadly. Spellbreaker. This is a very nice spell attack which deals some damage and also drains the energy of enemies who have energy bars. The flat number of damage is physical type and it is a small number, but it still helps against enemies. The energy drain stat is different from the energy leech over time stat, in that it reduces a portion of enemies' energy instantly instead of over 3 seconds. Also, the energy drain stat will not give energy back to players' characters as energy leech would do. Draining the energy of your enemies is great because if they don't have enough energy to cast their powerful spells on you, then you will have better survivability and easier time in the game. Of course, if your enemies belong to the magical race, they will receive more damage from the spell thanks to the +50% damage to magical. To see most of the master races of the game, click on the 3rd tab of the character's sheet. If you take this spell up to level 10 of 6, which is the maximum possible, it will deal 100 damage and 100% energy drain. So, if your enemies don't have any energy leech resistances, then on one hit you will remove their whole energy bars. Quite powerful. As you level up a new character, it is a great idea to spend at least 1 point to this spell and use it in normal difficulty, especially with its add-on skill. Spell Shock. This add-on makes the base skill even more powerful. Now it adds flat electrical burn damage over time, which is of elemental type, lightning. So your enemies now have an added type of damage hitting them along with the other things of the skill. +% energy drain damage ratio, which means that from the amount of energy that you drain from your enemies, this amount of damage ratio will deal damage to the health of enemies, so it is 1 more type of health damage and the 3 seconds of skill disruption. The skill disruption is an effect which prevents enemies from using their skills on you for some time, so the only thing that they can use is their basic attack with a weapon. This is a very powerful mechanic, very helpful to your survival. Again, as you level up, it is a great idea to spend at least 1 point on this add-on, or even better get it up to level 3 for normal difficulty, it will be very helpful. Lightning Bolt. One more spell that deals damage to enemies. It only deals lightning damage and stuns them. The meter radius of the skill increases as you increase the level of it, and it means that if, for example, many enemies are within the radius of the bolt, then more enemies will get hit by it. Chain Lightning. This add-on will add more lightning bolts to the attack, but these bolts will hit additional enemies nearby, and will also stun them for a little bit. It is a great idea to max out this skill at the add-on if you want to play a spellcaster with lightning bolts, as it can become a powerful spell in the end. Ice Shard. A spell that can end up becoming super powerful, but you would need the right build to achieve that state of power. This one releases one projectile only, which deals cold damage and slows enemies down. The slowdown effect doesn't stack with similar effects that you get from items on its own. Since this spell can become very deadly, it is going to cost a lot of energy. So, if you decide to make a spellcaster with Ice Shard, then you should remember to look out for items that provide more energy regeneration, energy cost reduction and energy points. Spending many points to indulge this attribute also helps greatly, so you should avoid making hybrid builds if you'd like to use this spell. Velocity. This add-on adds a chance for this spell's projectiles to pass through the initial target and hit enemies behind him. It also provides more speed to those, which means that they can travel and reach their target more quickly and increases the cold damage of the spell. This buff to cold damage is not a global one. It works only on this spell, but of course you can get more buffs of the same type from other items and skills that would be combined with this buff to work on this spell alone as a combination. Torrent. This add-on increases the number of projectiles and it can take it up to 5 projectiles at maximum level 12 of 8, which means that your Ice Shard spell will now release 6 projectiles altogether. This turns the skill to a very powerful AoE spell that also applies frostburn damage, which is the cold type of damage over time. Of course, we can see that the energy cost of this spell with both add-ons maxed out would go to extreme heights, so as we said before, keep an eye out for the right items, especially those that reduce the energy cost for skills. Thunderball. Yet another spell that deals lightning damage. The nice thing about this one is that it also stuns enemies and it reduces the defensive ability of enemies. In a few words, defensive ability works only on melee attacks and in comparison to the offensive ability, so if enemies have even less defensive ability, now your melee attacks have better chances to hit them and deal critical damage. With this spell you could, for example, use some pets that use melee attacks, and when you reduce the defensive ability of enemies, then your pets would be dealing even more damage. Or your allies in a party would be able to deal more damage, so it is a very nice effect to have. Leveling up this skill increases all stats except the 25% reduced defensive ability. The duration of this effect is increased though per level up. Concussive Blast. This add-on will turn the spell to an AoE one and will make it look better and of course perform even better. It releases fragments that spread out in the radius that the add-on provides and hit multiple enemies, dealing damage and stunning them. It's a very useful effect, so it's a nice idea to get it at high levels to make it more efficient. The number of fragments go up to 6 to 8 at maximum level 12 of 8. Summon Wisp. This is a pet. The peculiar thing about this one is that it has almost perfect chances to avoid projectiles and dodge attacks, so it can almost never get killed by enemies. But there is another type of attack, which is wave attacks that some enemies use, and those attacks will instantly kill this pet. Thankfully there are not that many enemies that use wave attacks, so most of the time this pet stays alive. It also has a basic attack of its own which deals lightning damage. At level 5 this pet will unlock one more attack which is called Thunderclap, and it also deals lightning damage and stuns enemies. At level 17 of 16, the chances to dodge attacks and avoid projectiles go up to 100%. Since this is a pet, all pet rules apply to it. Eye of the Storm. This is a very important add-on. It provides buffs to your character and other pets or allies that you have in the radius of effect of this skill. Especially the buff to elemental damage can be very good, since there are 3 types of elemental damage and this buff increases all 3 types by its full amount, since this is a percentage to elemental damage, not a flat number of elemental. If you play with elemental type builds, it's a great idea to max it out at some point in the game, the sooner the better. Arc Discharge. This add-on will add much more damage to the thunderclap skill of the pet, but to be used, don't forget to get your pet up to level 5 at least. If you got your wisp to deal as much damage as possible, max out both your pet and this add-on. It will deal a tremendous amount of damage to multiple enemies. Squall. This spell is a must for many builds, especially thanks to its add-on. On its own, it has a chance to deal some damage to enemies that it hits and a chance to apply impaired aim on them. This means that enemies that use projectiles against you, such as bow attacks for example, will shoot their projectiles to random places instead of your character, and it helps with survivability. The good thing with this skill is that you can use it on enemies at a quite long distance, so this effect can be very good along with the damage of the skill. It is very important to try to max out this skill because it increases the meter radius as well the more you level it up, and it becomes more efficient this way. It is one of the skills that you should try to activate and start using as soon as possible. Obscure Visibility. This add-on makes Squall to also reduce the damage that enemies deal to you and also their resistances. Damage reduced means that you gain much better survivability. Remember this stat if you got to play Deathless in this game, as it is going to be super helpful. Reduced resistances means that they will receive more damage from all primary types of damage in the game, such as elemental damage, poison, physical, etc. There are 2 main types of resistance reduction in this game. One is absolute, the other is multiplicative. Without going into details now, there are different ways these types can stack on the enemy. The type of this skill is multiplicative, so it cannot stack with another multiplicative skill, such as Trance of Wrath of Dream Mastery for example, but it can stack with absolute ones like Steady Prey and more. If you use this skill, max it out as soon as possible. Storm Surge. This is a passive active skill. This means that you need to trigger it yourself whenever you got as an active skill, but then it stays on forever and works passively. Sometimes it triggers and deals damage to enemies and stuns them. It's a great one that helps a bit with survivability since it stuns some enemies and interrupts their attacks and at the same time dealing damage to them. Although it triggers automatically, it still counts as a player's skill, so it becomes stronger if you use items, skills, attribute points that boost the types of damage of this skill. Storm Nimbus. One more passive active skill. You activate it whenever you want and it works passively, providing cold lightning damage to your attacks and to your pet's attacks. The energy reserved is something like a cost of your current energy pool that you have to pay if you want to use this skill, but this shouldn't be a problem, at least for a build that uses a lot of intelligence points. By the way, if you get items that provide energy cost reduction, the energy reserved will not get reduced. Heart of Frost. This add-on will provide some global buffs to coded frostbear damage. This means that all weapon attacks and spells skills that deal these types of damage will benefit from it, not just this skill. The 2 retaliation types will work only on enemies that attack you with melee weapons because the retaliation mechanic works only on melee attacks in general. So, melee attackers will get these debuffs, which of course will help you survive better. It is a good idea to max this add-on out if you use cold damage with your character. Static Charge. This skill works in a similar way to the previous one, but now it boosts electric type of damage and deals lightning damage as retaliation to melee attackers. If you play a build that uses this type of damage, max out this one instead. If your build uses both cold and lightning, then max out both add-ons. Lightning Dash. This is an active skill which we can also assign to our left or right mouse buttons. It is a very fast skill which will make you run through maps quickly enough, but you will need to use it on enemies, otherwise it will not work. There is this small chance that this attack will deal all these effects to the enemy you aim at. If it will trigger those, then all three effects will work on the enemy. Also, while running under the effect of this skill, you get better chances to avoid projectiles and attacks of enemies. It is a very nice skill that can work with all types of weapons, and it can speed up your progress through the maps. For beginners, I wouldn't really suggest it. Freezing Blast. This is a spell that freezes enemies and turns them to ice cubes. The great thing is that if you kill the enemy while it is an ice cube, then you will see the ice cube becoming many little pieces of ice, so you will not see the corpse of the enemy again. The skill provides to the enemy damage absorption, which means that now all incoming damage to them is reduced by 66% of this skill, so all your types will deal much less damage to the ice cube. But the skill also reduces the physical resistance of the enemy by a huge amount, so the enemy could receive good damage of this type, if your build supported it. In general, this skill is a crowd control one and can help in big fights when many enemies are coming to attack you at once. It is a good idea to use it as you level up as a crowd controlling effect, but if you don't deal a huge amount of physical damage, then you shouldn't really max it out before maxing out important skills to your build. Energy Shield. This is a bubble skill which covers your character and provides some protection only from coded lightning types of damage. Leveling up the skill increases the amount of protection and it lasts 100 seconds. After this duration, the skill will deactivate and you will need to activate it again. It is a very nice skill if you lack resistances to these two types of damage, but if you are covered already, then maybe you shouldn't really use it, unless you'd like to benefit from the add-on of the skill. As you level up, it is a good idea to use it though, because you ain't gonna have great resistances, so it will help you survive better. Reflection. The only thing this add-on provides is a chance for enemies to receive some of their own damage back when they attack you. Even if the enemy miss you with both melee or ranged attacks, this skill still can trigger on them because this is how the damage reflection mechanic works. This add-on would certainly help dealing damage faster to enemies, but it is not important. Especially as a new player, you should focus on investing to much more important skills for your character, and if you've got points to spare at a high enough level, then maybe activate this one. Weapon Training. This is a skill that works only with 4 types of weapons: axe, club, sword and thrown types. This means that if you want to equip one of these 4 types, you will not get the buffs of the skill. Attack speed is always useful to have, and there are almost no cases where increasing attack speed would be a problem. Offensive ability is always useful if you play with melee weapons and want to attack your enemies and hit them. You could also play with melee weapons and just use them as stat sticks, meaning you wouldn't rely on weapon attacks to hit and kill enemies. You would only hold them to get the global stats that they provide. For new players, this is a must. Try to max it out as soon as possible. Dual Wield. It allows equipping 2 melee or 2 thrown weapons. You cannot combine one melee with one thrown weapon in this game. Also, you cannot dual wield when you use a spear. It also has a dual wielding attack which uses your weapons one after the other to hit the enemies with and triggers randomly based on a chance which goes up to 22% at level 6 of 6. Usually, it is a good idea to max out this skill in case you want to use it, unless you want to use 2 weapons as stat sticks, which by the way is something that new players shouldn't try to do. Hue. This is a powerful add-on to dual wielding attacks, and when it triggers, it really deals a great amount of damage. Again, it triggers randomly based on a chance, and at level 6 of 6 the chance will be 10%. The plus 50% physical damage will not change, but it doesn't really matter as it is powerful enough, especially if you use melee weapons that already deal a lot of physical damage. This skill doesn't work with thrown weapons, only with melee. Cross Cut. This is one more attack that works only with melee weapons. The good thing is that this one hits up to 2 targets maximum and it applies bleeding damage to them. This bleeding damage is not really an enemy killing effect, but it's a secondary type of damage which can help a bit killing enemies faster, especially if you base your build around bleeding damage and increase the effect of this too. The animation of this skill is amazing, it looks great. Use it if your builds increase bleeding damage by a lot, or if you have points to spare. Do not spend points here if you dual wield thrown weapons. Tumult. Almost the same things that have been said about crosscut can be said about this one too. The differences are that this one also stuns enemies. It hits up to 3 enemies and has a 360 arc of attack. This is a stationary attack that will hit enemies with both weapons and it will apply the effects. For example, imagine having on one of your weapons some energy leech over time and on the other some life leech over time. You will apply both effects to your enemies, and especially the life leech will help very much to keep you alive and have an easier time. It is a good idea to max out all 4 dual wielding skills if you want to dual wield melee weapons, but for using thrown weapons you should use and max out only the first skill of these 3. Battle Rage. This skill triggers when you get hit by enemies and it provides some bonus physical damage at plus 33% offensive ability. The only stat that goes up by leveling up the skill is the physical damage. This is a flat number of damage which is added to your attacks that already deal their own damage, so even if the number looks small, it really is not that small. The buff to offensive ability can allow you to deal more critical hits with your melee attacks. Offensive ability increases the ability to hit enemies, and if you have much more offensive than the defensive ability of enemies, then you deal critical hits. So, in this case, the offensive ability buff could increase your chance to critical hit enemies and of course kill them faster. For new players, I'd suggest to spend 1 point on this one in the beginning and come back much later after you have invested in more important skills. Crushing Blow. This one will give more chances to your attacks under the effect of Battle Rage, to deal more physical damage which also can affect the damage of your critical hits. Battle Rage provides bonus damage which cannot affect the damage of your critical hits. This one actually does affect those, so if you care about critical damage then you should max out this skill. Of course, for the best results as a critical damage based build, you should also max out Battle Rage and increase your dexterity as much as possible. Counter Attack. This is a passive skill that has no animation of your character attacking enemies. It triggers automatically on enemies, which they receive this number of physical damage retaliation. Whenever you see in this game the wording X damage, it is always physical damage, and when you see X percentage damage, it is all types of damage. This skill is not necessary to have, but if you have points to spare, then invest in it. The 15% chance to trigger is fixed, and will not change by leveling up the skill. Slam. This is one of the skills that come with Atlantis DLC, and it is a powerful one. We can see that it has multiple effects, and the type of damage it deals is physical. The percent reduction to enemies' health is a stat that works on the current health of enemies. This means that if an enemy has 100 points health bar and he received damage, and now it has 50 health, so half of his overall health, then if you attack with this stat, it will not affect the 100 points, it will affect the current 50 points. This means that to get the most out of this stat, you would need to hit enemies that have received no damage yet and have fully filled health bars. This happens because the more health they have, the more points you reduce. Here is an example. 100 points on enemy. 20% reduction to enemy's health equals 100, minus 20% equals 80. When the enemy has 50 points, at 20% reduction to enemy's health equals 50 minus 20% equals 40. So, We can see that in the 100 totally filled health bar, the enemy lost 20 points, whereas in the second case of 50 points, he lost 10 points of health. This skill also provides other good stats that can help defeat enemies easier. Especially the skill disruption is awesome as it can disrupt powerful skills of enemies and make battles easier for you. In general, this is a very powerful skill and it has a good range of effect, although its projectile travels in a straight line, so it is a bit limiting. Dodge attack. This is pretty much self-explanatory, and it is a good idea to always max it out, unless you've got other sources of the same stat that have maxed it out and you don't need to invest points here. The cap of this stat is 80%. Battle Standard. This is one of the most powerful skills in the whole game. It is great for all types of builds, solo builds, pet builds and in multiplayer, because it affects pets and allies too. The percentage damage absorption is different from armor absorption and it protects against all main types of damage, so in case your overall defenses are bad, this one can really do the trick and save your life. You also get +1 to all skills of all masteries, which is fixed and will not change. The flat number of damage is physical damage, as we have said before, and it will be added only to your weapon attacks. Spells do not deal these flat numbers of damage. The great thing is that it will be added also to your staff attacks and to skills that use your weapons directly to attack with, such as takedown, onslaught, etc. This is a skill you should always aim for unless you are an advanced player and you know some cases where you wouldn't need it. As a beginner, it is one of the skills that should be a priority. Reach the skill, spend 4 points in normal difficulty and later, in epic difficulty, come back and max it out. Triumph. With this add-on, the base skill becomes even more powerful. This is a debuff to enemies that are inside the radius of effect of the skill, and it reduces their physical damage and their resistances to physical and stun. You need to max out this add-on no matter what, but it's not necessary to max it out in normal. Spend 3 points only and in epic difficulty max it out. Onslaught. This is a skill that works as a default weapon attack and it's compatible with almost all types of weapons except staves. You assign it to your left or even right mouse buttons and use it all the time to attack with your weapons. Every time you attack, you charge it up and increase the buff to physical damage. This is a buff that will increase your current physical damage. It is not a flat number, so it will not be added to your attacks. It can also increase the physical damage of your spells that do this type and of the pierce damage that comes as a result from the pierce ratio conversion on weapons that you may be using with this skill. For example, if you use a sword that has 10% pierce ratio, with Onslaught, the buff of this skill to physical will increase the resulting pierce damage that comes from the sword's pierce ratio conversion. It will not affect pierce damage of other sources, like for example skills that deal pierce damage such as blade barrier, etc. The skill also increases the projectile speed of your bows or throwing weapons, which makes it a very good skill also for this type of items. If you don't have other skills that can work as default weapon attacks, then use it. Also, use it even if you don't deal physical damage, because you will still benefit from its add-ons. But in this case, spend only a single point on Onslaught to be able to gain access to the other skills. Ignore Pain. This add-on will provide only physical and pierce resistances, which you will most probably need, especially if you start a new character and don't have inherited items in your transfer stash. Both of these resistances are very important, and you will need to max out the skill at some point of the game. It is not a bad idea to max it out when you gain access to it, and then continue investing points elsewhere. Just remember that you get the full amount of this add-on even if you hit one enemy only once. It doesn't rely to charges of attacks as the base skill does. Hamstring. This add-on is great especially if you want to deal the most possible physical and critical damage to enemies. The reduced armor stat reduces the armor of enemies, so now they receive more physical damage, and the reduced defensive ability increases your chances first to not miss the enemy with your attacks, and then, if you have great offensive ability, to deal more critical hits to them and kill them faster. Max out this skill as soon as possible, only if you care so much about critical damage. Otherwise, spend a couple of points and come back to it later. Ardor. This one will give you the very much needed attack speed, and if you don't get enough from other sources, movement speed. If you want to play with Onslaught as a main skill for your build, you max out this skill as soon as possible, especially if you dual wield melee weapons. Dual wielding thrown weapons reduces the max attacking speed to 141%, so in case you have reached that point by using other sources and you don't need more movement speed, then do not spend points on this add-on. Whirlwind. This is a movement skill, which means it uses its own movement speed buff to reach and attack the enemies. The great thing about it is that it has a full circle attack and hits multiple targets, up to 4 maximum. The minus to physical damage is a debuff to your character's damage when it uses the skill specifically, but this is not really a problem since this attack hits multiple targets and it is still powerful enough. The skill starts at minus 28% physical damage at level 1. At level 5 of 8, it removes the debuff to your damage, and at maximum level 8 of 8, it provides 21% physical damage. So, if you max it out, it will become very strong. The skill is useful even if you don't care about it, because as a movement speed skill, it can help you move faster in the maps by reaching your enemies faster. So, even spending a single point just for this cause, it is a good idea. Of course, it works only with melee weapons, even if you are dual wielding them. Lacerate. This add-on will add up to 3 targets maximum to the base skill, which means you will now hit up to 7 targets, which is a huge amount, and it applies bleeding damage to all of them. Imagine applying at the same time life leech over time to 7 targets. Your build will gain great survivability this way. This bleeding damage number of course can be increased much more by investing to gear, skills and attribute points accordingly, and it will also stack with other sources of flat bleeding damage that work with your weapon attacks. For example, if you have a bracer's item providing a flat number of bleeding damage, that number gets applied by weapon attacks, which means it can stack with the bleeding from this add-on, and now you will deal much more bleeding to enemies. This is a powerful mechanic that can greatly increase the value of Whirlwind skill with each add-on. If you don't care about this bleeding damage buff, it is still a good idea to level up this add-on to level 6 of 8, where you will unlock the 3 targets maximum and don't spend more points on it. Warhorn. All this skill does is to stun enemies, which can be super useful, especially when you don't have good defenses overall, and it is easy for enemies to kill you. It is not really a mandatory to use skill, at least not for advanced players, but for beginners it is a good idea to spend a single point when you unlock it and then come back to it later. Leveling up the skill increases energy cost, the meter radius and the duration of stun. It is not necessary to max it out, but much later you lose nothing if you do this. It is more important though to spend points to other skills first. Doomhorn. This add-on will reduce the armor of enemies and their health by a percentage. These two stats have no correlation to each other. One does not affect the other. We have talked about these two before in previous skills. This is a good addition to the base skill and it helps with the overall performance of the build. Just keep in mind that if you use this one and then use it again to the same enemy, the reduced armor will not stack. it will only reset the timer, but this is still a good effect if you have great recharge reduction to skills to be able to cast Warhorn very frequently. It is a good idea to spend at least 1 point to this one and later max it out. Ancestral Horn. This is a pet skill that gets affected by items that provide bonus to all pets. It also gets affected by skills that benefit allies, such as Battle Standard and more. It summons 3 Ghost Warriors for some time that deal physical damage with melee attacks to enemies, but if you take the skill at level 5 of 16, it will summon 4 warriors, and at level 10 of 16, it will summon 5, which is the top the skill can get at even if you take it up to plus 4 levels, at 20 of 16. The damage these warriors deal is not big, and you will need to use some items or skills that benefit pets. For example, since they deal physical damage, it would help greatly if you could equip jewels that provide bonus to all pets, physical damage. In that case, and in combination with skills like Battle Standard or more, these warriors will be killing enemies on their own. The problem with the skill is that they last only 24 seconds and they have a very long recharge time. So, it would be better to use this skill if you are making a pet build, or if you have finished investing points to important skills of your build and you have points to spare. Lasting Legacy. One more skill of Atlantis DLC. This one is epic because it adds extra lifetime to this pet and makes it much more viable for pet builds. Taking the skill to maximum level 6 of 6, it will add 21 seconds, and taking it to plus 4 levels at 10 of 6, it will add 40 seconds. Now the lifetime of these warriors is 64 seconds, 24 seconds of the base skill plus 40 seconds. And if you max out your recharge reduction to skills at 80%, you will be able to have these pets running with you all the time. You will only need to be summoning them every 64 seconds and they will be there for you 100% of playtime. If you want to take a look at such a build, take a look at my Necromancer build guide video in my YouTube channel. That build is truly epic. Ternion Attack. This is a skill that can be used only with a staff type of weapon. It is using your staff directly and it is possibly one of the most powerful skills in the game. This skill affects the projectiles of the staff you are using, but it doesn't change the type of projectiles. If your staff deals cold damage, this skill will be dealing cold damage. The only way this skill is affecting projectiles is by providing 3 projectiles per staff attack instead of 1, but now each projectile deals much less damage than the one of your basic attack. When you put 1 point to Ternion Attack, it reduces the damage of each projectile by 75%. But for each point you invest into the skill, the reduction of projectiles damage is getting reduced, meaning you increase the damage of each one of the 3 projectiles. If you take this skill to its cap, which is level 12, then you end up with minus 20% damage for each projectile. Keep in mind that all skills in this game can get increased by up to 4 levels after their maximum, so if you get this skill to level 16, then the damage is reduced to 0%, meaning that each projectile now deals the same damage as the basic attack of the staff. So your Ternion Attack becomes even more powerful. To use this skill, we attach it to the left or right mouse buttons. In one of my builds I am using it to the right mouse button, while the left mouse button still uses the basic attack with the staff. The reason is this. The level of the skill in this build is 14 out of 16, meaning that each projectile deals minus 10% damage compared to the basic attack of the staff. So, sometimes when enemies are far away and I want to use my staff on them, I use the basic attack because this one deals 10% more damage compared to Ternion attacks per projectile, and when we fire staff projectiles on enemies far away, then depending on the distance, only one projectile hits an enemy. In this case, the basic attack projectile deals 10% more damage than one projectile of the skill. Of course, if I had the level of the skill at 16, I would be using this skill all the time in the left mouse button, because in that level there is no reduction to the damage of projectiles. And now we come to the add-on skill Arcane Lore. This skill increases the meter radius of effect of your staff attacks, and also it increases projectile speed of your turn on attack skill. Having an increased radius of effect means that you will be able to hit more than one target sometimes with one projectile only if those targets are next to each other, and increased speed means that your projectiles travel faster and hit your enemies, which is very helpful against enemies that keep moving, because if you shoot a projectile and the enemy starts running away, then your projectile's increased speed will make it reach the enemy faster. So essentially it gives more chances to hit moving enemies. For builds that use turn on attack skill, this add-on is mandatory. One last thing is that if you increase your projectile speed by using this skill, you can still increase your projectile speed even more by using items that provide buffs to projectile speed. To get the best performance possible out of turn on attack builds, you would need to increase your attack speed, projectile speed, max out these two skills and get them to +4 levels, and of course to use the best possible staff weapon for your build. But it is not necessary to get the best out of the skill. You can still beat the game if it is in a very good state. Death Ward. This is a skill that can save your life and give you a chance to escape tough situations. When this skill activates, it restores a portion of your life, and also it gives you a big amount of damage absorption for 3 seconds. Keep in mind that only the damage absorption is active for 3 seconds. The health restored effect is an instant effect. It works like drinking a potion, for example. The damage absorption of the skill can go up to 94% if you take the skill to +4 levels at level 12. Remember that this damage absorption effect works against all types of damage for 3 seconds, and that we cannot increase the duration of the skill. Also, we cannot increase the minimum health requirements for triggering this skill. So this is how it works. Let's say that we have 100 health points and the enemy hit us with 85 points of damage. Then our health drops to 15, which is of course 15%, so this skill triggers. If the enemy dealt 99 damage and we had 1 health point left, then the skill would still trigger. But if the enemy dealt 101 damage, then the skill would not trigger and we would have died. So we have to remember that this skill does not work always, but only when our health drops below 15% without the hit that reduces our health being powerful enough to reduce the full amount of our health points. The good thing about the skill is that it works always against damage over time effects we get from enemies, meaning if for instance we bleed and our health goes down to 15%, then the skill will trigger and save our life. So to get the most out of the skill, we would need to have the biggest amount of health possible, because this is the only way to improve the low health requirement for triggering the skill against powerful instant hits. For example, if you have 10,000 health points, then 15% of 10,000 is 1500. If an enemy hits you for 1000 damage points when your life is already at 16%, meaning 1600 life, then your life will drop to 600 and then the skill will trigger. If now your life is 6000 points, then 15% of that is 900 points. If the enemy hits you with the same 1000 damage hit when your life is at 16% of 6000, which is 960 health points, then your life will drop to 0 and of course the skill will not trigger and you will die. One of the best skills to help the performance of this one is the Heart of Oak skill of Nature Mastery. Death Chill Aura. This is a great skill. It reduces the health of enemies affected and also it reduces their total speed, which means their attacks and movement speed. The percentage of reduction to enemies' health is not just an instant effect, but it hits once per second. So enemies receive this effect once per second. Of course, increasing the meter radius of the skill is even better because more enemies are affected and battles become easier. This is an aura skill, it remains active until you die or until some enemies deactivate your skill by using the Spellbreaker skill on you. If they do that, things become hard, so you need to reactivate it fast enough to survive, in some occasions at least. But the problem is that they can use the Spellbreaker immediately after you reactivate the skill and terminate it again. So, having a very low recharge time on the skill can become crucial in some battles. So, if you get some items that provide a reduction to the recharge time of your skills, it could help against Spellbreaker enemies. Ravages of Time. This add-on is a debuff for enemies. It reduces all types of damage dealt by enemies and also it reduces their armor absorption. With their armor absorption reduced, enemies would take even more physical damage. Other types of damage do not work with armor absorption. This skill would be great especially for melee builds that deal physical damage, because when you get it to level 12 it cuts down to almost half the damage of enemies and their armor absorption. So these enemies would die very fast if they didn't have any physical resistance buffs. Necrosis. This is an amazing skill, one of the most powerful debuffs in the game. It reduces the resistances of enemies in 3 different types, and if you use these types of damage, then you will be able to obliterate your enemies. Keep in mind 2 things. 1. Percentage reduction to enemies' health is a vitality damage type, and it deals even more damage on enemies affected by necrosis and having their vitality resistance reduced. So even Death Chill Aura skill deals more damage as reduction to enemies' health when necrosis is active. 2. If you have another skill or item that provides reduction to any same one resistance of necrosis, then the numbers will stack and you will reduce their resistances even more. Even by having an effect of reduced resistances over time, which reduces all resistances of enemies at the same time, would help this skill reduce the respective resistances even more. So this skill is awesome and you got to be using it, unless you don't care about increasing the reduction to enemies' health effect of Death Chill Aura and you don't play with any of the respective damage types of these debuffs. Summon Outsider. This is a pet skill. It summons this big guy which deals good damage to enemies. Unfortunately, this pet has a low recharge time of 6 minutes, so it would be better to use this pet only against bosses or on some very tough battles. Of course, if you had 80% recharge time reduction, you would have been able to summon the pet every 72 seconds, which would give you the ability to have the pet alive half of the game time. One other thing to remember is that this pet also deals a percentage of reduction to enemies' health, so it would deal even more of this damage type to enemies affected by your necrosis skill, which reduces the vitality resistance of enemies. And last but not least, all pets, including this one, can have their performance boosted by items that provide bonus to all pets. Enslave Spirit. This is a nice skill that can make some of your enemies to start attacking your enemies for a few seconds. It can work only against enemies less than 4 levels above your own, and it doesn't work on bosses, of course. Also, there are some items that come with this ability of Mind Control. This ability does not stack with the one from items. This ability on items works only when we use our weapon attacks on enemies. This skill is awesome, but there is a downside to it. After this works on your enemies and they become your allies, you cannot kill them. If they kill all your other enemies and then you got to kill these charmed enemies, you will have to wait for the mind control effect to wear off. So you should be careful where you use this skill, because it could wear off during a new battle against tough enemies, and in that case those now free from your spell enemies would add to the damage against you because they would now start hitting you. So keep in mind these little details. Life Drain. This skill is a great skill that can save your life many times. It is not the skill that would deal huge amounts of damage to take down big bosses though. It deals vitality damage and attack damage converted to health. The more points you invest here, the more you increase both of these stats. There are a couple of ways we can increase the vitality damage of the skill. One way is of course to cast it against enemies affected by the skill necrosis, because this one reduces vitality resistances of our enemies. The other way is to use items that provide more vitality damage, but keep in mind that when an item provides a flat number of vitality damage, that number is not working with the skill. Only items providing a percentage of vitality damage work with this or any other skill in the game. So you would need to stack percentages of vitality damage to your items to increase this damage. Of course, your vitality damage increases also by putting attribute points to intelligence. One more thing to remember is that the attack damage converted to health of the skill increases only by putting points to the skill. It does not stack with the same stat we get from items, and there is no way to increase it. Although if we get this skill to level 16, it gets to 300%, which is a huge number. The great thing here is this. Since the skill converts the damage done by its own vitality damage, if you use it against enemies affected by skills that reduce their vitality resistances, such as necrosis, then you will get back even more health, meaning that this conversion benefits from reduction resistances against enemies, not only by the skill, but by any other way possible to reduce resistances. Cascade. This add-on skill does the same thing as Life Drain, but it does it only on secondary targets, meaning if there are, for example, 4 enemies in front of you and you use Life Drain in one enemy, then Life Drain works only on that enemy, and then the Cascade triggers and works on the rest of the 3 enemies. It does not affect the primary target. So this skill turns Life Drain into an AoE skill, and let's not forget that whatever said about Life Drain applies also to this skill. By the way, the numbers of Life Drain do not stack with the numbers of Cascade. These are irrelevant to each other. Vision of Death. This is a nice crowd control effect. It deals no damage, but enemies affected have their physical damage reduced. They get scared and they try to run away, which helps if you are close to dying, and those who do not run away have a good chance for their melee attacks and ranged attacks to miss. The chance to fumble attacks works against melee attacks, and the bird aim works against ranged attacks. This skill would be very useful for melee builds, because if you fought a tough battle and you were going to die, you could activate the skill, maybe cause fear to the enemies, and while they run away you could also start running away to recover life or for any other reason. Of course, it is also useful for ranged builds, because if enemies come close to you and you use the skill and they run away in fear, you don't even have to move to hit them. While they run, you just use your ranged attacks and kill them easier. Of course, it helps greatly against melee attackers when you fumble their attacks while you play ranged builds, because you don't receive that many hits and you don't die that easily. Dark Covenant. This skill works like an aura. You activate it, it lasts for a few seconds only, it provides a great amount of energy regeneration if you increase its level, and also it gives a boost to your total speed. The total speed and meter radius numbers of the skill are fixed and they do not increase with level. Only energy regeneration and duration of the skill increases along with the active health cost per second. So, this is a nice skill, but comes with a cost that in some cases can kill you. But if your build is using some items that provide flat numbers of health regeneration, or even the attack damage converted to health ability, which we find on many items, or even life leech per second ability, then this health cost could become non-problematic. You would need to be using this skill if your build needed more energy regeneration and more total speed, or if your build could utilize the add-on of the skill, Unearthly Power. This add-on works of course only when we activate the Dark Covenant base skill. It adds buffs to 4 different types of damage as a percentage. When buffs to damage come as a percentage, it means that it affects all skills, spells and weapon or shield attacks. So for example, if you were playing with the Lightning Bolt skill of the Storm Mastery, that skill would deal more damage when you had the Unearthly Power active because it buffs elemental damage of all types. This is a great skill, but it also comes with the active health cost per second, which adds its number to the base skill and becomes even more dangerous. It should be wise to try and get very good flat health regeneration numbers from other skills, or even better from items, if you want to use these 2 skills. These are very powerful and this is why they come with a life cost. Spirit Ward. This skill works like an aura. It works only against undead enemies, all kinds of undead, and it provides more damage as a flat number, which means it is only physical damage, and also it provides a percentage of less damage from undead. The percentage means it reduces all types of damage from undead. There are too many undead enemies in the game, so this skill is great. If you play a caster build though, and you want this skill to increase your spells damage, you need to use the add-on Spirit Bane. This one again provides a flat number of more physical damage to undead, but it also provides a very good buff of a percentage of damage, which means this buff works with all types of damage that affect undead enemies. What you should remember is that the flat physical damage buffs from these 2 skills work only with the attacks we deal with our weapons and shields. These numbers do not increase the physical damage of other skills, like for instance the Distortion Wave of Dream Mastery or the Eruption of Earth. They do not stack with any skills at all. Also, this physical damage will not work with your elemental staff attacks, so you will need the percentage to damage that Spirit Bane add-on provides. Also, let's not forget that aura skills like these 2 cost energy per second, and if your energy depletes, then the skill gets terminated and you have to reactivate it. A good amount of energy regeneration would be a huge helping hand for keeping your auras up and running all the time. You can get energy regeneration from skills, many items, and of course by spending more points to intelligence attribute. Circle of Power. As the description says, you put a totem in the ground, it has an area of effect, and for this one to work, you need to have your character inside the radius of the skill. It doesn't require the enemies to be inside the radius, only the player's characters. This skill is great for the buffs it provides, and it has a fixed lifetime duration. But it also has some health points, which means that if enemies reduce the health points to 0 before the lifetime duration of the totem end, then it gets destroyed and you don't get the most out of the skill. Even though against bosses it is hard to protect this totem, against smaller enemies you could try and use crowd control methods such as stunning effects, or freezing effects, or slowing effects, or confusing effects that you get from skills and items. The bonuses of the skill are great. The bleeding, vitality and life leech damage buffs have fixed numbers that do not increase by level, but the casting speed minus recharge and energy cost reduction increase by 3% per level, and the maximum they can go is 60%. This number is a huge one, especially for the minus recharge and the energy cost reduction. Everything you do that costs energy now costs much less energy, and the minus recharge reduces the cooldowns of all your skills, meaning that you can be using your skills more frequently. To reach the maximum 60% though, you need to get this skill to plus 4 levels after its cap, which is level 12. Of course, for all of these buffs to work, you need to be standing inside the radius of this totem. So, to give an example of the skill, When you receive the buffs of the skill and you cast the Life Drain skill, then Life Drain deals plus 100% vitality damage because this is the type of damage of the skill, and this buff comes from Circle of Power. Summon Lich King. This is one more pet of this mastery. This one stays alive until enemies kill it or you exit the game. It has two abilities. Each one is a different type of attack. Keep in mind that when you summon this pet, you pay with your own energy, but when this pet attacks enemies, it pays energy of its own, so its attacks do not affect your energy bar. The damage types it deals are of elemental and vitality damage. This means that both Circle of Power skill and Unearthly Power will increase the damage of this pet, but also let's not forget that we can increase the damage and defense of our pets with items that provide bonus to pets. It would make more sense to use, for example, a ring that provides elemental or vitality damage to pets with this one, because these two are already the types of damage this pet deals. Physical damage bonus to this pet would be mostly useless because it would not scale well with the damage this pet already does. The first add-on skill of Lich King is the Death Nova. The great thing about the skill is the fixed 50% attack damage converted to health, because when the pet uses the skill, it gets back a greater amount of health than when it uses the basic abilities. Keep in mind that there is no way to make the pet use one specific skill at a time or all the time. These abilities of Lich King are being used randomly by the pet. The Wraith Cell is a skill that will increase the survivability of the pet. The description is very clear and simple, and you need to max the skill out if you focus your build around this pet. You want it to be nearly immortal if possible. This skill is always active and the energy cost of the skill affects your pet's energy bar only. The Arcane Blast skill is one more attacking ability of Lich King. It can release up to 6 projectiles if you get this skill on +4 levels after the maximum level 16. And again, it eats energy from the bar of the pet, not your own. It also stuns enemies and slows them for 1.5 seconds. Again, let's not forget that this skill also would benefit from skills like Unearthly Power and Circle of Power and other skills or bonuses to pets from items that increase their respective types of damage. Last but not least, let's not forget that both of the pets of this mastery can benefit from skills like Necrosis or others similar that reduce the resistances of enemies, and this way we can increase the damage of our pets against enemies affected by those skills. Trance of Empathy. This skill is an aura skill. We activate it once and it stays on until we die. It has a radius of effect, which means that it also affects your allies, other players and your pets. We get two abilities from this skill, the attack damage converted to health and the damage reflected. The attack damage converted to health is a very nice help because every time we hit enemies with our weapons and shields, we gain back some health and it helps with survivability. This one is also good for the survivability of our pets because those two get the same ability from the skill. The good thing about the skill is that it stacks with attack damage converted to health that we get from other sources, from items for example, and the bad thing is that this ability doesn't work against all types of enemies. It works for the majority of enemies except for undead enemies, devices and constructs, but for the most part it works. The second ability of the skill is the damage reflected. This one can go up to 60% if you upgrade the skill to its maximum level 12, and also it can stack with damage reflected that we get from other sources. This number here means that when enemies attack you, they will get back 60% of their attack damage and they will damage themselves. To get the most out of it, you would need to stack more of this effect by finding good items for the job. And don't forget that damage reflected does not cap at 100%. It can go even higher, much higher. Trance of Convalescence. This is one more aura skill. It provides damage absorption, health and energy regeneration. It also affects allies and pets, so it is a great skill for both pet builds and also multiplayer sessions. Energy reserved is like a cost that we pay for the skill to be active. It means that down here in our energy bar, 100 energy points will not be available to us for casting skills. So for example, if we have 556 energy points and activate the skill, then 100 of the points become unavailable and we now can use only 456 points. So in case we had a skill that required 457 points to activate, we would not be able to cast it because now we have only 456 points. The damage absorption that we get from the skill works only against physical attacks, both melee and ranged ones, so it improves our survivability. Health and energy regeneration are very useful and can stack with the same abilities that we get from other sources like items, for example. On level 12, this skill gives 15% damage absorption, plus 12 health regeneration and plus 3.2 energy regeneration. The damage absorption that we get from the skill works against all types of attacks, both melee and ranged ones, so it improves our survivability. Trance of Wrath. This is the third and final trance skill of this mastery, and as the description says, we can only have one active. The meter radius of the skill grows as we put more points into it, and the same happens to the electrical burn damage over time and reduced resistances over time. The skill disruption is a fixed number and there is no way to increase it. This skill deals electrical burn damage over time. It is a dot skill. Electrical burn damage is a lightning element type of dot, and one way to increase the damage of the skill is by increasing the levels of it, while the other way is to use items or even other skills that provide plus a percentage of elemental or lightning damage. Of course, putting attribute points to intelligence also increases our overall elemental damage. If we take the skill to its cap at 12, it deals 182 damage over 4 seconds. This means that for each one of the 4 seconds, the skill deals 1/4 of this number, so it would be 45.5 points per second. On the other hand, the reduced resistances number doesn't get divided by 4. It reduces all resistances of enemies except for armor for 4 seconds. So for this time, the enemies will have 32% reduced resistances. Of course, reduced resistances means that the electrical burn damage of the skill deals even more damage than what this number shows, and it would be a great idea to try and reduce the resistances of our enemies even further by using other skills and items with the skill. The more you reduce resistances, the more powerful the skill becomes. The skill disruption ability interrupts some of the attacks of the enemies surrounding you, so it helps with your survivability. The last thing to remember is that this skill applies only to you, not to your pets, not to other players in multiplayer. Lucid Dream. This is a great skill because it provides more damage to physical, vitality and electrical burn as percentages. This detail is important because when we get a percentage of damage instead of a flat number of damage, then this percentage increases all of our attacks with items of that type of damage, but it also increases the damage of all of our skills that deal the same type of damage, even if these skills come from another mastery. So, this skill could work on at least 3 different types of builds since it provides buffs for 3 different types of damage. Premonition. This skill is very nice. Offensive ability works only with melee attacks and also it helps with dealing critical damage to enemies. Again, only melee attacks can deal critical damage and only if your melee attacks deals physical or pierce damage. Melee attacks of elemental damage do not crit. Defensive is also very powerful and increases your survivability, especially against critical damage from enemies. The more defensive ability you have, the less critical damage you take. So, this skill is great and you want to use it in all types of builds that you make, even if you don't need offensive ability in case you play a ranged build or a spellcaster. The defensive ability it provides is always useful. Temporal Flux. A very nice skill, the total speed ability increases all types of speed and it can be used along with other skills and items that provide more total speed. Total speed itself has no cap because it increases at the same time for individual types of speed that each one of those do have a cap. For more details about the speed in this game, you can watch the game guide video in the description. The Avoid Projectiles is a very useful ability for survivability reasons and it helps against all types of projectiles. The good thing about it is that we can stack it with other skills and items so we can get an even bigger amount of projectile evasion. What we said for the other two applies also to slow resistance. Slow resistance is a secondary type of resistance, but for some builds it can be crucial, so it helps very much. The great thing about secondary resistances, such as this one, is that these do not receive a penalty when we play on higher difficulties, so it is easier to get it to its maximum, which is 80%. Surge of Sleep. This is a nice skill for crowd controlling enemies. If many enemies come at you at once, you can use it on them and make them sleep for a while. This is very helpful for killing them easier and even better when you need to escape and your enemies run fast enough to catch you, so you put them to sleep and you go away. Putting points increases the time they will sleep over, and actually you could increase the duration of the skill by using some items that provide a buff for sleep duration, although there are not many items in the game providing this buff. Anyway, this skill is mostly for leveling new characters. It could also be used in advanced builds, but not so much. Let's not forget an important detail. Not all enemies can be put to sleep. This skill will not work on every enemy in the game, and of course it will not work against bosses. Summon Nightmare. This is one more pet of this game and it works as all pets do. It has its own energy bar which it uses to cast its abilities, and it has two abilities. Up to level 4 it is using the Psionic Beam ability, but when we take it to level 5 it unlocks its second ability, the Dream Surge skill. The first skill hits only one enemy, while the second is an AoE skill which hits multiple enemies in one attack. The second one also converts some of the pet's attack damage to health, but this health goes back to the pet, it doesn't go back to our characters. Also, when we increase the level of the pet, its chances to dodge attacks and projectiles increases and it helps with its survivability. These two chances cap at 51% on level 18 and stop there. After level 18 there is no increase at all on this pet. Hypnotic Gaze. This is a very nice addition to the abilities of this pet because it helps with crowd controlling some enemies that get confused, and also it reduces the resistances of enemies, meaning that both our attacks and the attacks of our pets deal more damage against those enemies. The more points we invest in this skill, the more both the duration of confusion and the reduced resistances increase, with maximum being a 50% reduction in resistances at 8.5 seconds of confusion on level 12 out of 8. One detail to remember is that if an enemy is affected by Trance of Wrath and has its resistances reduced by that skill, then the reduction from a Hypnotic Gaze will not stack with the one from the trance. Instead, if the number from Hypnotic Gaze is bigger than the one of Wraths, then this number will replace the lower number from the trance and vice versa. For example, an enemy is affected from level 5 Trance of Wrath and has its resistances reduced by 18%. If now this enemy takes an attack from level 5 Hypnotic Gaze, which deals 22% reduced resistances, then the 18% of the skill stops working and now the 22% of this one is active, which means we cannot stack reduction to resistances when they come in the form of a percentage to all resistances. The bigger number replaces the smaller. Mastermind. This is probably the best skill of this pet because it buffs the performance of all of your other pets. it provides more damage, health and energy regeneration. The total damage ability means that it doesn't matter what types of damage your pets deal. They all will get this buff because it affects all types of damage. One thing you should remember is that even though this icon appears in the buffs icons of your own character, it applies only to pets. Your character gets no benefit from this one. Which means if you got to play a pet build with Dream Mastery, then this skill is amazing and you need to use it. Psionic Touch. This is a skill that we can use with our main weapons. It works with all types of weapons, melee, bows, staves and thrown weapons alike. It activates only on the 4th charge, meaning that you attack 3 times, each time counts as a charge level, and on the 4th hit it triggers, so the total damage numbers that you see here and the vitality damage work only on the 4th attack you do with the skill. Leveling up this skill increases the numbers of damage of the skill, but it doesn't reduce the charge levels. There is a way to trigger this 4th hit more often, and this can happen if we increase our attacking speed, because when we have a very fast attacking speed, we hit faster and we reach the 4th hit sooner, so we deal the damage of the skill more often to our enemies. Another great way for the skill to trigger even more often is to combine it with the volley skill of the hunting mastery, but this would work only for 3 types of weapons: spears, bows and thrown weapons. If you use the volley skill, which can release 3 projectiles per attack instead of 1 in combination with Psionic Touch, then if in your first hit with Psionic Touch the volley skill trigger and release 3 projectiles, on your second attack the effect of the skill will trigger because the first hit counts as 3 hits or 3 charge levels, because the first hit released 3 projectiles instead of 1. This is a great synergy and can work only with these 3 types of weapons. Psionic Burn. This skill triggers only on the 4th hit, just like the Psionic Touch does, but its performance doesn't get affected by the base skill, which means when it triggers it will not deal the damage shown here, plus the total damage of this one. It will deal only the numbers here. This is a nice skill because it hits multiple targets and also it deals even more damage to demons and also slows down the movement of enemies for some time. So, after it triggers, enemies will receive the electrical burn damage of the skill, but we should not forget that this effect here does not stack with the same effect of the Trance of Wrath. If, for example, an enemy affected by this trance gets hit with Psionic Burn, then only the strongest skill will apply. So, if trance on level 7 deals 100 damage, and we hit with Psionic Burn, which in level 7 deals 132 damage, then the 132 will replace the 100 of the trance. Also, the effect of this skill doesn't stack with weapons, only the strongest applies. The percentage of more damage to demons means that both of these skills will deal more damage to demons only. Distortion Field. This is a nice skill that can save you when you fight against many enemies at the same time. When it triggers, you get a flat number of damage absorption, a percentage of damage absorption and a flat number of physical damage retaliation to enemies. The number of damage absorption shows how much damage you negate from incoming attacks of enemies and works with all types of damage: physical, elemental, melee, ranged, etc. For example, if an enemy attacks you with 100 damage and the skill provides 45 damage absorption, you will only receive 55 damage. The physical retaliation works only against enemies that hit you with melee attacks, so they receive this number of damage. Since this skill has only 5% chance to trigger, the best way to use it is to fight against many enemies at the same time. So, if for example 10 enemies hit you one after another, the chances for the skill to trigger go up. And of course, let's not forget that the skill has 15 seconds duration and 30 seconds recharge. This means that to have it active as often as possible, we can do that by reducing the recharge time of our skills. In this case, a 50% reduction to recharge time would be ideal because it would take the cooldown down to 15 seconds, so when the skill wears off, it instantly has a chance to reactivate if you get hit. Phantom Strike. This is a skill that hits one enemy. When it hits, it deals more total damage, which means all types of damage that your attack comes with will increase. For example, if you deal both physical and elemental damage, then both physical and elemental deal more damage with this attack. You need to remember that this skill works only with melee weapons, all types of melee weapons. Staves, thrown weapons and bows are not compatible with the skill. Dream Stealer. This add-on is a great skill, and in general, if you play with Phantom Strike, you need to be using this skill too. The main reason for that is that this skill turns Phantom Strike into an AoE skill because now you hit multiple enemies instead of only one target. The other great thing of this add-on is that it adds a good amount of physical damage to your Phantom Strike, a great amount of energy leech and a few seconds of stunning the enemies. Remember this detail: if you take the skill to its maximum level 8, then the number of the targets it hits increases to 6. But if you take the skill one level above, the number increases to 7, while if you take this skill to level 11, then it increases to 8 targets and it caps to this number. So, to get the most powerful state of the skill, you should take it to +3 levels over cap. Hitting 8 enemies with such a powerful skill is no joke. You deal a tremendous amount of damage. Distort Reality. Here we have one more powerful skill. This one deals physical damage, vitality damage and also stuns enemies for some time. Increasing the level of the skill increases only the two types of damage it deals. The stun duration and the meter radius of the skill are fixed and do not increase per level. If you would like to increase the duration of the stun effect, you could do so by using some items that give a percentage to stun duration, like the Adroit Loop Ring for example. Since this skill deals both physical and vitality damage, we can increase further the damage output of the skill by increasing the strength attribute for the physical damage part and increasing the intelligence attribute for the vitality damage part. Another way to boost the skill is to use items or other skills that provide percentages of more physical or vitality damage, and of course to use items or skills that reduce the resistances of enemies of these two types. Temporal Rift. This is a great add-on and also very useful because it can petrify enemies, so when we use it we have the ability to stun some enemies and petrify some other at the same time, so we can control crowds of enemies and make battles very easier for us. Of course, it deals some electrical burn damage over time, and as we can see, it will deal more damage to demons, which means demons will take not only increased damage from this add-on, but they will take increased damage also by Distort Reality. So demons really get wrecked with the skill. We also get this energy drain effect, which deals damage while draining the energy of our enemies. This is very useful, but it works only against enemies that have an energy bar. There are enemies with no energy bars, so to those enemies this ability is useless. One thing to remember is that the damages of this add-on do not stack with similar types of damage that we get from items, they work separately. Distortion Wave. This skill is actually a spell and the damage type that it deals is physical. So, one of the ways to increase the damage of the skill is to gain more strength attribute by equipping items that provide flat numbers or percentages of strength. And another way would be of course to equip items that provide percentages of physical damage. The only other thing it does is to slow down enemies. The more points we invest in this one, the more the percentage of slow effect increases. The duration of the skill though is fixed and cannot increase by level. This is a great skill because it is also a ranged one, meaning that you cast it from a distance and hit enemies far away. So they receive damage, and when they start running at you, they do not reach you very fast because of the slowdown effect of the skill, and this effect gives you more time to do your next moves during battles. Chaotic Resonance. This add-on is very important. When we look at the skill without having invested any points, we see that it gives some physical damage and some armor reduction for enemies hit by this one. But after we put 1 point, we can see now that we also get minus 3 seconds recharge time. This reduction works only for Distortion Wave skill. It will not work for any other skills in the game. This reduction is very important if you want to be casting Distortion Wave as frequently as possible, and as we can see, the initial recharge time of the skill is 10 seconds, and after we apply 1 point, it goes down to 7 seconds. Let us remember that this number of reduction is fixed and cannot increase by level. Only the physical damage and the reduced armor effect increase by level, and of course the energy cost for casting the skill. By the way, the reduced armor effect means that enemies affected receive more physical damage. So if you use this skill on a target and then use it again on the same target, then he will receive even more damage from the same skill the second time. Psionic Immolation. This skill adds electrical burn damage to enemies hit and also makes demons to receive even more damage, but this buff against demons works also with these two skills. It buffs Distortion Wave overall. Now the great thing is that when we put 1 point here, then as we can see we also get minus 3 seconds recharge time. This one works exactly as the reduction we get from Chaotic Resonance. It adds this reduction and reduces the cooldown of Distortion Wave down to 4 seconds, which is very good for casting the skill frequently enough and destroying enemies. Again, this reduction is fixed and cannot increase by level. Now, if we want to make a build with the primary attack to be Distortion Wave, we can reduce the cooldowns of all skills by using items with recharge reduction and get minus 80% reduction, which is the maximum we can get. If we do that, then the cooldown of Distortion Wave goes down to 0.8 seconds and we can be casting it all the time and obliterate our enemies. Calculated Strike. This skill can be used with all types of weapons except for staves. The 100% chance to pass through enemies means that when you use this skill with bows or thrown weapons, the projectiles will always pass through enemies and hit other enemies beyond the first ones. This skill has 3 charge levels. This is how it works. You attack once, you attack twice, you attack a 3rd time, but only your 4th attack activates this skill. The charge levels do not affect your attack in any way. The damage numbers that we see in this skill work only with the 4th attack. The great thing about this skill is that it adds a flat amount of piercing damage to your attack, which gets buffed by the percentage of pierce damage as well. This means that if your attack already deals some piercing damage, then the flat number of the skill is added to the pierce damage and both are affected by the percentage of pierce damage. This is a great skill and sometimes it is good to use it even if you do not deal pierce damage with your initial attacks. Lucky Hit. This add-on is a nice addition to Calculated Strike. The 44% chance of one of the following means that every time Calculated Strike triggers, which is every 4th attack, one of these 3 stats has a 44% chance to affect the attack. So, the attack will deal physical damage as well if this one triggers. Other times it will only get a buff to its pierce damage output or maybe it will apply bleeding damage over time. Remember this detail. 44% means that the chance to get this add-on triggered is less than 1 out of 2 attacks of calculated strike. If the skill had 100% chance for one of the following to trigger, then all of the calculated strike attacks would trigger and randomly activate one of these 3 stats. This is a very simple skill. It only buffs our bleeding damage output by a percentage. It works with all skills and spells that apply flat bleeding damage to enemies. It also stacks with percentages of bleeding damage from other sources additively. Blade Honing. This is a nice skill, but it won't work with some types of weapons. It works only with bladed weapons such as swords, thrown weapons, axes and spears. Bows are not compatible. The best thing about this skill is that it affects allies as well, so when you play multiplayer, there are good chances that you will help your party grow stronger with this one. But if you are not using any weapons that have a pierce ratio of their own, then this skill is useless. Yes, it adds some pierce damage to your attacks with weapons only, but the number of flat damage is very small. Especially if you don't have any other flat numbers of pierce damage from equipment, then it is totally worthless. Another detail to remember is that the good buff to pierce ratio that this skill provides is not an additive one, it is multiplicative. This means that, for instance, if your weapon has a 20% pierce ratio and you get from this skill plus 40% increased pierce ratio, then your pierce ratio will not be 60%, it will be only 28% because it is not additive. Open Wood. This is a very simple skill as well. It only adds a fixed 33% chance for your attack to deal an amount of flat damage over time. This amount doesn't buff any other bleeding damage that you probably deal already with your attacks because it is not a percentage. It is a flat number, but as a flat number, it is added to the attacks with your weapons and it works at the same time with flat numbers of bleeding damage that your attacks already do. In a simple word, we could say that it stacks. Lethal Strike. This skill is one of my favorites. This is a single hit that buffs the physical and pierce damage of your weapon's attack. It doesn't add any damage to your attack, it only increases the damage of your attack by these percentages of more damage. This is why you should remember a very important detail, which is this one. If you plan to use this skill at its maximum potential, then avoid using any physical to elemental conversion items or skills like the transmutation skill of rune mastery. To better understand why you should avoid it, here is an example. If I use the transmutation skill and along with it equip an item which converts physical damage to elemental and has 100% conversion, then this means that I deal absolutely no physical or pierce damage with my weapons unless I get flat numbers of physical and pierce from other skills or items. So, if I don't deal no physical or pierce damage, then this skill is useless. If I deal physical or pierce coming from other sources and not from my weapons based physical damage and pierce ratio, then I am not utilizing Lethal Strike at its maximum. To get the maximum possible benefits from the skill, do not convert any physical to elemental damage, avoid it 100%. Mortal Wound. This add-on to Lethal Strike is a nice skill. It adds 3 seconds of stun to enemies hit, but This number won't increase when you level up the skill. But if you use some gear out there that increases the duration of stun, this skill would benefit from that. The other stats of this skill are percentages of bleeding and poison damage. For this to work, you have to already be dealing these two types of damage with your attacks, because these are not flat numbers of damage. They do not add any damage, they rather increase the damage that comes from your weapons. If you don't deal any damage of these two types with your attacks, do not use the skill unless you want to add the stunning effect to Lethal Strike. If you decide to only add the stun effect, then put only one skill point on the skill, and then put no more because the duration of stun is the same at all levels of the skill. Blade Barrier. This skill exists only in Atlantis DLC, and you don't have access to it without Atlantis. It is a very nice AoE skill, which means area of effect. We call it like this because it hits multiple enemies at the same time, not just a single enemy. The duration and meter radius of the skill always remains the same. They do not change by leveling up the skill, but the damage numbers do change. It is very interesting that even though usually when we see damage over time stats on other skills and items having a duration of the type over 3 seconds, this one has a different one which is bleeding damage per second. This means that the duration of bleeding damage is always 10 seconds, as long as the skill's overall duration, and it also means that every second it will be dealing the X amount damage. A final thing to remember is that this skill also borrows offensive effects from other items, and it uses them on enemies. Such effects would be, for example, poison damage over time that your amulet would provide, or instant elemental damage that your rings or artifact or armor items would provide, etc. The only item slot that stays out of this is the shield. Blade Barrier will not use any stats from your shield. It will use from all other slots, including your weapon. This ability turns this skill into a slaughtering machine, literally. This one is a skill that relies on two types of speed. Casting speed to throw the knives even faster, and projectile speed for the knives to travel faster. Remember that the stat percentage total speed doesn't increase projectile speed, it only increases attack speed, casting and movement speed. This is one of the most powerful skills in the game, one would say, and the main reason for this is because it has the same ability as Blade Barrier skill, the ability to use offensive effects from other items and skills as well. A super important detail to remember is that this skill has some recharge time which gets reduced by just increasing the level of the skill. If you take the skill to +4 levels, then the recharge time will drop to 0 and you will be able to cast it all the time. It also deals damage of its own, of course, some piercing damage and bleeding damage over time, but to get the most out of it, you need to use its add-on, Flurry of Knives. This add-on will increase the pierce damage of the skill, and most importantly, it will increase the number of projectiles from 1 to 5. So, now, throwing knives releases 5 projectiles instead of 1. And all of these projectiles use the full amount of damage and effects as the single projectile of the skill without this add-on active. Now, this is true power. Disarm Traps. Very simple skill. It increases the damage you deal to these two races of enemies, devices and constructs, and at the same time it reduces the damage you receive from them. It is a win-win only for you situation.
By the way, it increases all types of damage, not just physical, so just use it. Lay Trap. This skill is a trap. It is not a pet, but it benefits from bonuses to all pets that we get from gear. So, if you want to make a build with this skill being the protagonist, then you need to use items that provide bonus to pets. Skills affecting allies and pets work as well on this skill. You can have up to 3 traps on the battlefield at any one time, and don't forget that they have limited lifetime and some health points, which means they can be destroyed by enemies. It releases one projectile that deals piercing damage. The recharge time of this skill doesn't get reduced by leveling up, but we can reduce it if we use the add-on Rapid Construction. For each level up of the skill, we reduce its recharge time by 1 second and its energy cost by 5%, and at level 8 we gain minus 8 seconds recharge time. But if we take the skill up to plus 4 levels, then at level 12 it will have no recharge time, because it works in a similar fashion to throwing knife skill. So, playing with Lay Trap as the main skill of a build means that you need to find items with plus to all skills, so you can get all your skills of this mastery to plus 4 levels. Improved Firing Mechanism. This skill is very easy to understand. It adds more projectiles to the attacks of Lay Trap and increases the pierce damage of the skill. Just remember that the number of projectiles here shows how many projectiles the skill now throws. Envenom Weapon. This is one of those skills that you activate once and they stay on until you die, usually. It reserves some of your energy, so you cannot use other skills that would probably require even more energy than what you have when it is reserved, and it costs energy per second. So, if your energy depletes totally, then the skill stops working. The good news is that this skill always costs 1 energy point per second, so this shouldn't be a problem for you. The super good news though is that since this skill provides flat poison damage to your weapon attacks, it also works with the throwing knife and blade barrier skills. So if you play with those skills, remember to use it. Nightshade. This add-on is pretty straightforward. It increases the poison damage of the skill and it slows down enemies that it hits, which means that enemies now move and attack slower than normal. Toxin Distillation. This add-on again increases the poison damage of your weapon attacks, but it also increases the duration of poison. So now the poison effect lasts more on the enemies. The great thing about this duration buff is that it has no limit. You can stack it with other sources like items that increase the duration of poison damage and make some very nice or nasty, if you'd rather, builds. Mandrake. This add-on provides crowd controlling effects. When you hit a single enemy with your weapon attack, it is of course not that useful. It is best to use it with area of effect attacks that hit multiple enemies with your weapon, such as the skill Spear Dance of Haddock Mastery. But don't forget, this add-on works with throwing knives and blade barrier skills. Both are AoE skills and super powerful as well. By using AoE attacks, you can crowd control bigger crowds with Mandrake, so it is a great addition to Envenom Weapon. Flash Powder. This is one more crowd controlling skill which is very similar to Mandrake. The big difference is that we can cast this one on its own. It is not an add-on and it also has some recharge time, before we can cast it again. But, as with all other skills from masteries, we can reduce the recharge time of this one with items that provide reduction to recharge time of skills. This skill is very useful, especially when you get surrounded by enemies and you want to avoid their attacks because you don't have very good defenses. It can save your life, so use it wisely. If you take it up to +4 levels, it will have 85% to crowd control enemies and the meter radius will increase to 10.4. Poison Gas Bomb. This is a very nice and nasty attack. You throw some bottles of poison to enemies. They explode and apply the effects that we see in the description of the skill. Remember that this is a projectile attack, so the travel of the projectiles increases if you get a buff to projectiles speed from skills or items. The type of damage of this skill is poison over time, and it also slows enemies down, so it makes things easier for you. It is a good skill on its own, but it becomes a great skill if you use the add-ons that come with it. Shrapnel. When you level up this skill, the meter radius and number of projectiles do not change, they are fixed. These projectiles will apply bleeding damage over time on enemies hit by them, and they will do piercing damage as well. It is a nice skill which turns Poison Gas Bomb to an AoE skill and helps killing, but also triggering more enemies faster. This skill would be most effective if you could cast it on enemies under the effect of skills like Steady Prey and Flash Out, which reduces their resistances to the types of damage of this skill, so they would now get more damage from this one. Poison Mayhem. This came with Atlantis DLC, and it is one of the most amazing skills ever in video games, at least in my personal opinion. It adds more poison bombs to the initial skill, and now instead of 1 you throw the number that you see here plus the initial bomb. If you increase this skill to level 8, it will add 3 projectiles, but if you take it up to level 10, it will add 1 more, so you will always throw 5 bottles of poison instead of 1. We are talking about true power here. But this is not all this skill does. It also provides a chance for enemies to be feared and also to get impaired aim to their ranged attacks. Impaired aim is a great thing because it means that archers or other projectile users from a distance will miss their target, which happens to be you, and this helps with your survivability. The fear effect sometimes is not that good. Enemies under this effect run away, and if you throw bombs at them and this triggers, there is a chance that they will run away and the other effects like poison or bleeding damage will not work on them. So, a good way to use this skill would be in combination with Earthbind. You first cast Earthbind, which has a huge radius of effect, and after this one immobilizes them, they cannot run away. So now you throw bombs at them and they work much better this way. If you want to see this amazing skill in action, take a look at the Defiler build in this channel. That build is crazy, and one of the reasons for that is this Poison Mayhem skill.
We can get pets from 4 different sources. The most basic is the pets that we get from masteries. Other pets can come from items that provide them in the form of skills, from scrolls, and from artifacts. In Nature Mastery, we get the skill Call of the Wild, which calls 2 wolves up to level 16, which is the level cap of the skill. If we upgrade this skill though by using items, then on level 18 of this skill we will be able to summon a third and final wolf for our party. Lay Trap skill of Roku Mastery benefits from pet gear. It attacks enemies, so bonuses to damage from pet gear increase the damage output of the skill. Briar Ward of Nature Mastery is also a pet, but it doesn't benefit from bonuses to damage from pet gear because it doesn't attack enemies, but it benefits from pet gear that provides more life to pets as bonus. All of the shrines affect our pets. It is a good idea to call our pets next to the shrine that we want to activate, so they receive the offensive or defensive effect from the shrine, because if they are far away from the shrine, they will not receive the effect. You should remember this detail, especially in the battle against the Titan, where you will find many shrines to use against him. One of the shrines in the game is the Shrine of Mastery. This one gives +4 to all skill levels for a short time. When we activate this shrine, the level of our pet skills is getting increased by 4, so it is a good idea to resummon all of our pets when the effect of the Mastery Shrine is active. So our pets will be stronger by 4 levels now, even after the shrine effect wears off. If our pets are on maximum level +4 levels from items, then the effect of this mastery makes no difference and we don't need to resummon our pets. There are 4 ways we can use to make our pets even stronger. The first is of course to increase the levels of pet skills. The second is to use pet gear, meaning items that provide bonus to pets. The third one is to use some scrolls that benefit all allies and pets, and the fourth way is to use some skills that again benefit all of our allies and pets, skills that we get from our masteries and from items. When equipping items with bonuses to pets, the effects work instantly and we don't need to resummon the pets for the effects to trigger. On the contrary, when we put a skill point to a pet skill while the pet is live, then we need to resummon the pet for it to be at the upgraded level. Pets from all sources benefit from skills, scrolls and pet gear that increase the performance of pets. Pets from scrolls cannot be commanded, they attack freely. For the other pets, there are keyboard shortcuts that allow us to command our pets. To know these shortcuts, you have to go to the game menu, options and keep binding and set the shortcuts you like if the defaults are not good for you. Keep in mind that there is a shortcut also for commanding all of your pets at once and sending them to the same place or enemy with one hit. Some pets have skills of their own and they need energy to cast their skills, but you should remember that these pets have energy bars of their own and they do not pay the cost from your own energy bar. Usually different pets with skills of their own come with different types of damage, so the best damage type of bonus to pets you could give them would be one of the same type. For instance, if your pet hits enemies with elemental attacks, you should use an item with elemental damage as bonus to pets, because this would scale better with the damage of the pet than a whole different damage type. There are some cases where enemies can charm your pets and make them turn against you. This effect usually lasts only for some seconds, and during this time you can also attack and kill your pets. If you want to turn them back without killing them, you can resummon them while they are attacking you and you'll be good to go. Performance of pets, performance of pets, performance of pets.
Performance of pets, performance of pets, performance of pets, performance of pets.
Performance of pets, performance of pets, performance of pets. Hello everybody, my name is Phythodas. Welcome to this game guide video, we could call it. This video is for new players, mostly for players that wonder how this skill here works, transmutation. This skill comes with the rune mastery of Ragnarok, and it is a very interesting skill which gives you the ability to make many different new builds. Now, transmutation says, a percentage of weapon-based damage becomes elemental. This one means that it turns the weapon-based damage that you are using, it turns this damage from physical to elemental. For example, we have here this spear. This spear, all weapons and also shields come with white numbers, the base numbers of the items. And these numbers say, for example, the damage output of the item. Here this spear says up to 144 damage, and they say the speed of the item, and some items have pierce ratio, some others don't. So, this spear, for example, deals up to 144 damage and it has this pierce ratio. The pierce ratio is irrelevant for this video, for this guide, so we will not talk about pierce ratio here. This is how this skill works. As we can see, the description is very clear and very precise. Weapon-based damage becomes elemental. So, when you use this one, even if you put only 1 point here, you will get a smaller amount of a percentage that converts weapon-based damage to elemental. When you put at least 1 point there, then from the 144 damage, which is the weapon-based damage, a percentage will be converted to elemental damage. This is how it works. And actually, this conversion comes before everything. Before all types of abilities and more attributes and all of these things, before all types of conversions, actually we have only 2 or 3, we have pierce conversion in this game, we have attack damage converted to health, types of conversion like this, we don't have, for example, pierce damage to bleeding damage conversion, we don't have elemental to pierce, we don't have things like that. It is a very simple game when it comes to conversions. So this is how it works. This conversion comes before everything. Before, for example, if we could have a schematic like this one, we could say, we can see here that the base damage, the conversion first, the transmutation skill first converts this base damage here, and under the line, then everything under the line gets added to the calculation of the damage that we deal and all of these things. They are added to the build's damage output. I hope this makes sense to you. This here, the description is very precise. The description of the skill, it is perfect. It means exactly what it says. Only weapon-based damage becomes elemental. Here we will see an example. Now, I get here 45% weapon-based damage becomes elemental. This skill, if we upgrade more the skill, if I put more points, up to 8, it goes up to 81% at level 8. It can go up to level 10, the skill, because the natural cap is 6, it can go plus 4, up to level 10, and at level 10, it gives 99% weapon-based damage becomes elemental. So it leaves only 1% of the weapon-based damage to deal physical damage. Because this base damage is always physical, in all weapons, everything. Unless the description of the item says otherwise. For example, some items have a base damage and they say vitality damage. So they deal vitality damage, not physical. But when you see just damage, this means physical damage. So, for now, we have 81% weapon-based damage becomes elemental. So, with 81% becomes elemental, it means 81% from the physical damage will be elemental damage, and then the rest is physical damage. Right now, to see this example, we have offensive ability 542 in this character, and we are using this spear. I will start hitting the dummy. As we can see sometimes some yellow numbers floating above the dummy. These yellow numbers are the critical damage that we deal with physical damage. The yellow numbers always is critical damage, not of physical damage, but the critical damage of physical. In this game, we see, and you see only the numbers of physical damage. So, as we can see, we have here 63 weapon-based damage becomes elemental. right now. It is level 6, it is okay. And 63 weapon-based damage becomes elemental, and we can deal some critical damage up to 200, for example 47 here, things like that. Now, if I equip this item provides 50% weapon-based damage becomes elemental. We equip this one, so we get 50% from this item plus 81% because now we got two levels on the skill from this item, and we have now 81% plus 50%. It goes more higher than 100%, but this transmutation thing, this conversion caps at 100%. The rest is useless. So if you go to make a build that have 100% weapon based damage becomes elemental, you can put some points here depending on the items that you have on your character. For example, if your build plays with this item, then you get 50% weapon based damage from this item alone, and you only have to put about 5 points here only. Take this skill up to level 5 and you will have you will get 54% of this conversion plus 50% from this one, and you are good to go. You have 100% this conversion. Now that we have this item here and we have 100%, we start hitting the dummy. As we can see, there are no yellow numbers floating above the dummy. This means that we deal no critical damage right now because we don't deal any physical damage. We have converted all of our weapon based damage, which is physical, to elemental damage, and this is why we deal now only elemental damage. There are no numbers, there is no critical physical damage at all. So, how can you use this thing in your builds? For example, we can see now this build, this is the new build. We will talk about this build next month, January. I call this build the Legacy build. It is a Berserker class, and a Berserker class means that we get some skills from Warfare Master. But before we go there, let me show you something else. Here we have this item. This is an artifact, the Gabardine. This artifact alone provides 50% weapon based damage becomes elemental. If we equip it, we get 50% from this one and 50 from this one, and we have a perfect conversion to elemental from physical. Which means, of course, that we don't even need to put any points here now. We can put all of the points from the skill back, take the points back and put them somewhere else, to other skills. Which is a very good thing. But there is a detail you have to remember. This artifact comes with the completion bonus 10 to 24 damage. Again, this flat number of damage is physical damage because it says just damage. When you see just damage, it means physical. At least in items like all items. We have 100% conversion from the physical damage to elemental. We start hitting enemies, the dummy in this case, and now we can see some yellow numbers coming. Why do we have these yellow numbers? Again, the yellow numbers are only the critical damage of physical type of damage. Now we have some yellow numbers because despite the fact that we have 100% conversion from physical to elemental for our weapon, we still get physical damage from the completion bonus of this artifact. This damage is added after the conversion happens to our attacks, and this is how we get now, how we deal now physical damage, and we deal sometimes some critical damage of our physical, and this is why we see now sometimes yellow numbers. Right now we deal the elemental damage conversion, the full conversion from physical to elemental from our weapon based damage, but we also deal this 10 to 24 damage, which of course gets buffed by stats, attribute points, strength, which increases physical damage, it increases this one, and maybe other skills and items that provide more boosts to physical damage.
This is how we get now physical damage. And of course this means that when you play with full conversion to elemental, you can still use physical damage by using items that provide flat numbers of damage, not percentages. Now, what you can do, for example, this build is using Warfare Mastery, as we said before, and Warfare Mastery comes with some skills, for example, the Battle Standard. When you activate this one gives you some good things, but it also gives you a flat number of damage, physical damage, 166. So, after you activate the skill and you start hitting your enemies, as we can see, the numbers now, the yellow numbers which show the critical damage of physical are much bigger than before. They are much bigger because we get this number of physical damage. We get this one to our build, and we have also this physical damage from the completion bonus of this one. So as we can see, we deal even higher physical critical damage now. Not only critical but also physical, because to be dealing more critical damage, it means that you also deal more physical based damage. And now we deal only these small numbers because we just have this bonus here, the 24 physical damage from this one. We take it off, and now we have no physical damage at all. We just deal elemental damage, and we don't deal any pierce damage, because since we fully convert the base damage of our weapon to elemental 100%, 100% of the base damage becomes elemental, so pierce ratio is useless. In this case, for this item, on this item, it is useless because there is no physical base damage of our weapon to be converted to pierce. Because this is what pierce ratio does. It converts 30%, in the case of this weapon, it converts 30% of the physical damage of the weapon to pierce. And now that we have 100% conversion from physical to elemental, there is no physical damage for this pierce ratio to convert to pierce. So it is useless. This is it, guys. I hope this all makes sense to you, especially to new players that are wondering about the skill, because I have seen some people asking about this skill. They couldn't really understand how it works. I hope this makes sense to you. It is not really hard. Just remember, the description of the skills in this game are very good. Sometimes they are very precise. For example, in this case, weapon-based damage. When it says weapon-based damage, the first thing that you have to look for is your weapon-based damage. Forget about all other attributes and stats that you get from items and other skills and other things. This is the conversion that happens first, and then everything else comes.
Mule characters. There are different ways we can use the accomplished hero feature of Titan Quest Ragnarok expansion. One of the ways is to create mule characters and give to these characters the items that we collect while playing the game. Of course, we can create mules even without the feature of Ragnarok expansion, but it is not the same thing. If we create a mule character without it, we need to increase the size of that character's stats, and to do so we need first to get many gold pieces to this character, which is a very time-consuming process. Also, that character will not have all of the 3 extra inventory tabs that we gain as rewards, so it is not the best mule we can have, unless of course we use external tools to cheat the game. With the accomplished hero feature, when we create a new character, it starts in Act 5 and it has 2.5 million gold pieces and all 3 extra inventory tabs unlocked, so we can instantly fully unlock this character's stats and we have a complete mule in less than 5 minutes. So if you bought the Ragnarok expansion and you need more mule characters, the best way to do it is to use the accomplished hero function and have fun. Theory crafting. Let's say that you get an idea about a build that you want to try and see if it works. Now you need to check the skills of the masteries, not only a couple of masteries but maybe all of them. Without the accomplished hero feature, to do such a thing in-game, we would need to create a new character, play and level up this character at least to level 8, where we unlock 2 masteries and then start checking out the masteries and the skills. But now, an accomplished hero gives the ability to instantly check out all masteries and skills because our character starts at level 40 and he has all the masteries unlocked. Also, the character has skill points and attribute points to spend, so theory crafting becomes much easier with the accomplished hero feature. This feature is useful of course for players that want to check out the skills within the game. There are tools out there that give the ability to do theory crafting without using the game at all. Tools such as skill calculators, item database and more. Upgrade more unique items. In Ragnarok we get the option to upgrade our epic and legendary items by completing a side quest in the end of Act 5. This upgrade works only once per difficulty level, so only one item can be upgraded at any one playthrough. If we want to upgrade even more unique items, we need to play the game many times more. For example, if we want to upgrade 10 items, we need to play the game 10 times. So, we need to go through all the 5 acts of the game 10 times. This is a very time-consuming process, and here comes the accomplished hero feature to save the day. An accomplished hero starts the game at level 40 and it starts on the 5th act, the new act of Ragnarok, in which the upgrade feature becomes available. So, if we use this feature and we transfer some powerful items from other advanced characters to this new one, then this hero will be able to easily and very fast reach the end of Act 5, complete the side quest and upgrade one more unique item that we have in our collection. Of course, after the upgrade we need to create a new accomplished hero and start all over again this process if we want to upgrade more items. But let's not forget, without this feature we need to go through 50 acts to upgrade 10 items, while an accomplished hero will need to go through 10 acts to upgrade 10 items. It is a huge difference, right? To access Tartarus dungeon you need to buy Atlantis DLC, as it is a feature of that DLC. To go to the dungeon you need to speak to an NPC in Gadir, which is the first city of Atlantis Act. In case you have also installed Ragnarok DLC, you can get to the dungeon by going out of the first city of Ragnarok Act, Corinth, and talking to that same NPC. He will open a portal and you can get to the dungeon. This dungeon works as an endgame activity. In case you have finished the game in all 3 difficulty levels and you go to do something different with the same character, then you can get to the dungeon and try to do 2 things. First, to farm for what I would call special items, and second, to try with your build to go as far in the dungeon as possible, which is going to be very challenging. You can access the dungeon in all 3 difficulty levels. If you are done with normal difficulty and don't want to play in epic, then you can play this dungeon. The same applies to the other 2 difficulty levels. The levels of enemies in the dungeon scale to that of your characters. For example, in a normal difficulty, if your character is level 48, then the first enemies you'll fight against will be level 48. In the dungeon you will fight 2 NPCs in the waiting room, as you could call it. One is the Mystic, which allows you to respec your skills, and the other is a trader for buying and selling stuff. Keep in mind that this trader doesn't sell items with the suffix of the Tinkerer. The dungeon consists of small pre-made floors that spawn randomly at every round. There are 5 rounds per cycle. In each one of the first rounds you fight against randomly spawned enemies, and the 5th round is always the boss fight round. You can see how many cycles you have played by looking at the Tartarus defeated 0 times entry. There is a timer which is always the same even for the boss fight. The timer is 7 minutes, and if it goes down to 0 and you haven't defeated all enemies on the map yet, you lose and the dungeon resets back to Tartarus defeats 0 times. The same happens if you die too. There are a couple of modifiers that spawn enemies from the corpses of enemies you have already killed. You don't need to defeat those spawned enemies for the arena to be cleared. You only need to kill the main enemies of that floor. The boss always gets some minions that spawn randomly when you start a new gaming session, and they remain the same for as long that session is live. This means that at every boss fight you will see the same minions until you exit the game to main menu and re-enter. Then a new selection of minions will happen for that fight. For the boss fight, all you need to do for the timer to stop running is to defeat the boss itself. If you do this, the fight will be considered success even if there are some other minions still left alive. Every time you defeat the boss, an orb drops that contains potential rewards. If you open up the orb, there is a chance that you will get items to drop, but opening the orb means that you will reset the number of cycles of boss defeats to 0. So it means that you are starting from the beginning again. You can choose not to open the orb and continue to the next cycle. In this case, the chances for getting items to drop from the orb increase, but so does the challenge of the dungeon. Every time you defeat the boss and continue without opening the orb, the levels of all enemies and of the boss go up by 2 levels. So if it was level 50 the first time you fought them, now in the second cycle it becomes 52 level. This is how the dungeon becomes more challenging the deeper you go. Also, more hero enemies spawn at later cycles, increasing the challenge. There is no hard limit about how many times you can defeat the boss, but the dungeon becomes very challenging quite fast, so we could say that there is a virtual limit, which is the limitations of your character itself. The unique gear drop chance shows the chances that you have for at least one item to drop. The number is a bit higher, not much, if you start the dungeon with a higher level character. Here is how this number works. If you have 50% unique gear drop chance and you open the orb, there will be 50% chance to get one epic, legendary or monster infrequent item to drop. If the number is 100%, then you will get an item to drop no matter what. If you get up to 250% chance, then you will get 2 standard drops, each one will be for each 100%, and there will be 50% chance to get a third item. For every 100% chance, you get one item always. This works the same in multiplayer too, but in multiplayer you can get more items to drop, because the chance works for each player that was standing alive in the boss room after the battle is over. So, in a party of 4 players with chance of 250%, you get 2 standard drops per player, so 8 drops, at 50% chance for each one of the 4 players, which potentially could drop up to 12 items overall. In multiplayer, the number of cycles required to reach the same chances of gear drop chance is higher than in single player. In single player you can reach, for example, 200% gear drop chance sooner than in multiplayer. This was made to give more incentives to solo players to try the dungeon. If you are playing multiplayer and you crash to desktop, then you can get back into the dungeon by joining the party, getting in the waiting room of the dungeon and clicking the hotkey that is assigned to reset player button. This will teleport you to the same floor as the rest of the players. If the host of the multiplayer crashes, then the whole party crashes. The orb of the boss can drop unique items, epic and legendary, of all DLCs except of Eternal Embers, and master frequent items of Acts 1, 2, 3, 4 and Atlantis. The special thing about this orb is that the master frequent items of the first 4 acts of the game can drop with the suffix of the Tinkerer. This cannot happen outside of this dungeon, and this is why it is a great idea to farm this boss in hope to get some great items with this suffix. Of course, Atlantis mastery frequencies that drop from the orb can also have this suffix, but this is not special since these items can have it even outside of this dungeon. Talking about special items, here is an example. Imagine getting a stone binder cuffs with the suffix of the Tinkerer. This would be crazy powerful and outstanding. By the way, the mastery frequent items that drop here have 50% chance to have two affixes, meaning one prefix and one suffix. Mastery frequent items of Act 1 that drop from the orb in normal difficulty are already the epic version, but an exception to this is that specifically for stone binder cuffs you get +1 to all skills instead of +2, but the other stats of the item are still of the epic version. Another reason to play the dungeon is the chests that spawn randomly on the floors. This can drop random items, including gold and potions, such as formulae for artifacts, scrolls, dice, but they can also drop the very rare potion of experience and the 7 new potions that come in the game with Eternal Embers DLC. The great thing is that you don't need to buy Eternal Embers DLC to get the potions from this dungeon. You can still get them for free. The potions of experience can drop in the Act of Atlantis too, and also from the Gadir Gambler NPC, but you have a bit more chances to get them to drop from the chests of this dungeon. The orb can also drop the new legendary jewels of Atlantis that came in the game with a late patch, much after Atlantis DLC was released. To make things more interesting and challenging, the dungeon features randomly selected modifiers per round. These work at all 5 rounds of a cycle, including the boss fight. One modifier applies to the player and one to all enemies on the floor. Here are all modifiers and what they do. One of the endgame activities is the secret passages that we gain access to, by finding or creating some key items or just by finding the secret portal in the case of the third secret passage. These passages came to the game first with the Immortal Throne expansion back in 2007 and later with Ragnarok and Eternal Embers DLCs. To gain access to the Dungeon of Hades Act, all you need is the base game Titan Quest Anniversary Edition or even the old Immortal Throne version before Anniversary. But to gain access to the secret passage of the North Act you will need to install Ragnarok DLC, and for the one of the East Act you will need to install Eternal Embers DLC. These secret areas are mostly funny dungeons where you get to fight against the developers of the game. There have been different developers making different DLCs, so there are plenty of different ones to fight against. These developers come in the form of bosses or hero enemies, and usually they do not drop any loot. There are a couple of Steam achievements though to unlock for defeating some of the developers. This doesn't mean though that you don't get any loot from these dungeons. In the end of the dungeon you will always find at least one chest containing different loot, including many Easter egg items that come in the form of set items and are made mostly for fun. So, if you enjoy collecting Easter egg items that can also be used to actually play the game with, then you have every reason to visit and farm these dungeons. In the case of Eternal Embers DLC's dungeon though, there are more chests to open up and some enemies drop loot as well. Also, the dungeon itself feels like a mini game that is made out of portals, so there is more replayability to that one. Roads. The entrance to this dungeon lies next to the rebirth fountain of the Beach of Roads. You will find a gate there which is locked by a quest. To unlock it and go through you will need to farm for a quest item, but there is no actual quest in your quest log, so don't look for something there. The item, which we will call a key, drops only from the final boss of Hades Act. It has a low chance to drop from the boss, and this is why you will need to farm for the key. Remember that the key doesn't drop from the orb of the boss, it drops out of the orb. The good thing is that you only need to find the key once and keep it in your inventory. The key is not a consumable item and it will not disappear after you've unlocked the door. Also, if you decide to go in the dungeon with another character of yours, you simply put the key in the transfer area of the stash and take it with the other character. One key is the same for all 3 difficulty levels too, so you don't need to refarm it if you want to visit the dungeon in other difficulty levels. The same Easter egg items can drop from all 3 secret passages. Ragnarok. The entrance to this dungeon is hidden in the deep forest of Ragnarok DLC's Act. It is not easy to find it as you'll have to go through some forest trees. This is locked too and you will need to use another key item to go through. This time there is a hidden side quest you need to run if you want to get this key for this dungeon. We have already made a video guide about this dungeon and how to unlock it, so you should click the link in the description if you'd like to find out how to do it. All the things that we have said about the chest and the key of Rogue's dungeon apply to this one as well. The key is not a consumable item. Eternal Embers. For this one you will need to find a portal which is again hidden. It lies in the infested bog area close to the end of the East Act. There is no key required to unlock this dungeon with. You use the portal to go in and then you select other portals to go through the floors of the dungeon. If you find the right order of portals, they will lead you to the final map of the dungeon where you will fight against myself and the developers of Eternal Embers. For more details of this dungeon, you can watch the dungeon guide video which we have already made on this channel. There are 2 of the toughest bosses in the whole game in these 3 dungeons. One is called Toxeus, which you can find in the secret passage of Hades Act, and the other is called Toxeu Anubis, which you can find in the secret passage of Eternal Embers Act. Both bosses are very tough and they utilize the types of damage that can easily destroy players' characters. These are damage reflection mechanic and damage retaliation. I was going to include tips to help you defeat the 2 bosses, but then I thought that this is an experience that you should first enjoy without knowing what is coming to you, which of course would lead to your character's demise. If you are playing a hardcore character, just stay away from these bosses. To check out each and every single item that can drop from the big chests of the 3 secret passages of Titan Quest, click on the links below. The new 3 endgame dungeons came to the game with a free coded patch sometime after the release of Eternal Embers DLC. The dungeons are available also to players that haven't installed any DLCs and they play only the anniversary edition of Titan Quest. There are 3 new dungeons. One is in the first act of the game, hidden behind the Rebirth Fountain before Delphi City or next to the waterfall there. The next is in Act 2, hidden in the desert after Memphis, and the third is in Act 4, hidden beside the Rebirth Fountain of the Bridge of Charon boss. The first dungeon is available only in normal difficulty, the second only in epic and the third only in legendary. The enemies in the dungeons have levels of that difficulty and they don't scale with the player's level as in Tartarus endgame dungeon. This means a player with a level 80 character will have a super easy time in the first dungeon in normal difficulty because the enemies there will be at about level 33. To open the doors of each dungeon you need to farm for specific keys. There are 3 keys and they work only at the difficulty level you got them. The keys are Primary Key of Chaos, Secondary Key of Chaos and Tertiary Key of Chaos. After you found all 3 keys, you need to put them in the 3 slots of the dungeon to unlock the door. Once you did that, you don't need to refarm the keys for that character. The door stays open forever. If you want to visit the dungeon with another character though, you will need to farm the keys for that one. The good thing is that you can put the keys to the transfer area of the stash for other characters to use in case you have farmed multiple of those. The keys drop from 3 sources. One source is all act bosses. This means that only the final big bosses of each act can drop the keys. So the bosses are all 4 Telkins, including the one from Atlantis Act, Typhon, Hades, Saturn, and the final boss of Eternal Ember's DLC, the Suns. The keys drop randomly, and sometimes you will need to farm a lot to get them. Another source is the cursed orbs that you buy with Electrum currency. Again, they drop randomly, and since these orbs have 3 different difficulty based versions, then you can get keys according to difficulty levels. The third source is the boss orbs of the endgame dungeons. If you have already opened a dungeon and you started farming, you can still get the keys to drop from there and put them in your stash to pass them on to other characters. A reason to play the dungeons is to challenge yourself, because this can be challenging sometimes. Also, you can get loot to drop from the enemies in the dungeon, such as components, scrolls, formulae, epic and legendary items, gold and potions. Another reason would be to gather as much Electrum currency as possible, since these dungeons are packed with enemies and you can use some strategies with the Curse Shrines to benefit from them. The main reason though would be to acquire the new items that can drop only from the bosses or final chests of these dungeons. These items are 2 legendary sets, each one consisting of 7 items, so overall 14 items. With the next update, some more items will be included in the dungeons and a couple more changes will happen overall, so for those new things, we will add some notes in the description of this video below. These dungeons are hardcore. This means that from the moment you get in a dungeon, you cannot use your portal nor your reset player button to teleport anywhere. Also, if you die in the dungeon, you will be respawned in the starting dungeon area, but you will not be able to replay it. To replay the dungeon, you will have to exit your game session to the main menu of the game and then load your character again, and now you'll be able to run the dungeon again. The same happens even if you complete the dungeon successfully. To replay, exit the game and reload the character. As you go through the dungeon, you will reach a halfway point where you will see 2 pedestals with 2 different stones on. If you click on one, it will open the path for you to continue deeper to the dungeon and reach the boss. If you click on the other, the path will change and it will take you to a big chest that you can loot and finish the dungeon this way. So these are the basic things and mechanics about these dungeons. I was going to also include in this guide things about the 3 bosses of the dungeons, but I decided to let something for you to have to discover by yourself. Enjoy Titan Quest! This boss has huge amounts to freeze, stun, trap, poison and vitality damage types, and it also has some pierce, fire and cold resistances. Attacks. Fist Blast. This is the default attack of the boss, which deals only physical damage. Flamethrower. This is a long range attack which causes burn damage over 3 seconds and it can also stun you. Fist Swing. This one deals physical damage and it also disrupts your skills and fumbles your attacks. Stomp. This one deals both physical and lightning damage and it also stuns you for 3 seconds. The best way to survive this boss would be to have good resistances of lightning, fire, physical, stun and skill disruption protection. This boss has huge amounts to freeze, stun, trap, poison and it also has some pierce, fire, cold, lightning and physical resistances. Attacks. Lightning Breath. A short range attack which deals lightning damage. Poison Quills. Uses its tail to fire poisonous quills which deal physical damage, poison damage over 3 seconds and they can cause skill disruption and fumble to your skills. Punch. This one hits you with high amounts of physical damage with a small amount of pierce damage and also apply poison damage over time. To survive this boss you would need great amounts of poison resistance, lightning resistance and also some pierce resistance. Of course, physical resistance or good armor is always helpful. This boss has huge amounts to freeze, stun, trap, vitality and it also has some pierce, fire, cold and lightning resistances. Attacks. Buffeting Wings. It deals cold damage and causes slow for up to 9 seconds and it also causes fumble and skill disruption. Decomposition. It causes slow, it reduces all of your resistances, it lowers defensive and offensive abilities, deals a percentage of your health's reduction, it causes poison damage over time and it can also charm your pets and turn them against you for 10 seconds. Freezing Breath. It deals cold damage over time and freezes you for up to 8 seconds. To survive this boss you would need good cold, poison, slow and vitality damage resistances. Skill disruption protection would also help. This boss has huge amounts to freeze, stun, trap, poison and it also has some pierce, fire, cold, lightning, vitality and physical resistances. Attacks. Super Bite. It deals a big amount of physical damage along with some pierce damage and also applies poison damage over time. Arctic Breath. It deals cold damage over time and it causes slow for 6 seconds. Fire Breath. It deals fire damage over time. Poison Breath. It deals poison damage over time, a percentage of reduction to your health, it lowers your resistances, it causes skill disruption and fumbles your attacks. To survive this boss you would need great poison, cold, fire, vitality and physical resistances, or instead of physical resistance, then great armor on your items. This boss has small amounts of pierce, poison and lightning resistances. Attacks. Tail Whack. This one deals physical damage and it stuns you for up to 4 seconds. Lava Blob. This one deals physical damage and also fire damage over time. Magma Strike. It deals physical damage, it stuns and slows players. To survive this boss you would need great fire and stun resistances and also very good armor or physical resistance. So the first of the 3 items for the Legendary Craftsmanship upgrade side quest is in this area, Valhall, This is in the Asgard area. When you start coming from this place, you come here inside from this area, you go through all of these things, you go here, you run through this place, these halls and corridors, you come here, and you reach this place here. As we can see here, it says Heidrun, the goat. I am currently here, so I will go there. Of course we have to kill some enemies. Let's kill some enemies. By the way, this is the build God of War. I will put a link in the description in case you want to check out this build. And here we have a few more enemies. We kill these enemies. We come here to this goat, Heidrun. We click on the goat. It drops the meat of Valhalla. We pick up the item, and this is the first of the 3 items for the quest Legendary Craftsmanship. So we have 2 more left to fight. So now for the second part. The second part is somewhere around this area. We are now on the Jotunheim wasteland, and when we reach this rebirth fountain here in this specific area, we have first to cover all of this place. This is where we come out from this huge fortress like of giants. We come out here, we go, and we reach this rebirth fountain. Now we have to go this way, all this way here. So let's go, and you will see the exact way to go and get this item. We have to kill, of course, some enemies. I have no more room. This is a classic thing. We are here. As you can see, this area. We go. There are these 2 places. Actually, this is a path to go, but we need to go this way. We go this way here, and let's kill these enemies. As you can see, this is the path. Now we should go this way. Open bone pile. Forget about the bone pile. This is the way you should go. This way leads only to one place. This place is where the second item for the Legendary Craftsmanship quest is. Let's kill some enemies. This is the road, the path to the item. Epic Lupine Claw. I cannot. Okay. You run. As we can see here, it says Mid of Poetry. This is where the second item is. Let's go fight the enemies, because there is a small boss here to fight. First we have to kill this boss, this giant. Of course, this boss is with 2 more giants together. The gold, we click on this well here at the Mid of Poetry. Here it is, the second part for the Legendary Craftsmanship side quest. So, this is the path. When you reach the rebirth fountain, you go all this way here, and you come this way here, and this is where you end up, to the Mid of Poetry. Now let's go and see where the third and final part for the side quest is. The third item is in Lajed Armory Floor. This is one in the last areas of the game actually. We are here, this is the map, this is where we came from, inside this place, and this is how we go, we have to go there. This item is somewhere around here. So first we need to go and kill some enemies. Let's clear this area from enemies. We have these archers. These enemies are dangerous, you should remember this thing, because these archers are very powerful. We have nothing here, let's move on. We have one giant coming to get us. He cannot do it. Let's kill these enemies.
You can't carry anymore. Your inventory is full.
Your inventory is full. Okay, there is always at least one chest inside this room. So we open the chest, we find nothing of value. We come here, the game freezes. We destroy some giants and demons. And we come to this room. Now we have to be careful here because we have these enemies with the bows. They are all dead. True shot bow. This is a mastery frequent. Come on here, kill these enemies. We kill this one and the last one. So if we open the map, we see small chest. We came this way here, we come from this corridor here, from this room to this room. This small chest has an exclamation mark because this chest holds this item, black steel ingot. Let's see, I don't have any space to put this item. Now I do have, we pick up the item and we have it here, black steel ingot. This is the third and final item that we need to find to be able to use the Legendary Craftsmanship side quest. So, this is the one item, this is the second, this is the third. Now when we go back to Darklands, we go back to this big room here, where we will find again the two small dwarfs, Vergers, I don't know the exact pronunciation. We come to this guy here.
Ah, you really made it. The mead of Valhall, the mead of poetry. You really managed to find some. You really managed to find
And then he opens this
Excellent.
window here. We can put whichever item we want, epic or legendary. Both epics and legendaries work. It can be upgraded. We put an item here and then we do this upgrade. So this is how you use the craftsmanship, legendary craftsmanship side quest. So thanks for watching this video, guys. I hope it helps some of you who want to know where to find the items for this quest. Hello everybody, my name is Phythodas and in this video I'm going to show you what Titan Quest Collector is. Titan Quest Collector is a third-party free tool which we can use with Titan Quest, even the latest version of Titan Quest. And this one showcases all items of the game and which items we have in our collection already and which items we don't have. So, how do you get this tool? First of all, you come to this website. GitHub, Malguardian, Titan Quest Collector releases. I will put the link in the description below of this website so that you can go and click and download it instantly. You come here to release version 1.3.1. You click the Titan Quest Collector and when you click it, it will start downloading. After it downloads, you have to go where it was downloaded, and this is the file that you get. You click right click on the file, extract to Titan Quest Collector, extract. So now you get this folder. You open up this folder, you get this folder, then now you have this one, Titan Quest Collector. Let's see, can we make it bigger? Yes. So, this is the executable of Titan Quest Collector. You run this executable or you can right click and set this executable to desktop, which will make a shortcut of the executable. Which shortcut I already have here, it is this one, and you run the shortcut. Now this is the window that you will get. In the beginning you will have to go to click to this one. And if you play the Titan Quest Anniversary Edition, click Anniversary Edition. And if this tool will not find the right links, shortcuts, to the Vault's path and Anniversary Edition path, then you will have to click here, this one, and go and find it yourself manually. But it will most probably find it. So, this is the Anniversary Edition path. Here I have my game installed on D, disk drive D, Steam Library, Steam Apps, Game, Titan Quest Anniversary Edition. This is what you select for Anniversary Edition. And for the path, this is Vault's path is the Titan Quest Vault. which is another third-party tool which is used for storage of infinite items. But if you want to use the vault also to see the items of the vault, you have to tick on this one. Because if you don't have it ticked on, then you will not be able to see the items from the vault. And then you click save. Okay, vaults have been disabled. What did I do? Yeah. Okay, I didn't click. So I have now to go there and find where my vault is, which I don't even remember where it is. If I click default, it will find the vault, and I click use vault, save. Okay, now we have also everything of the vaults. Now this is the tool. What can you do with this tool? First of all, if you want to see, for example, if you hover over this option, toggle use of characters inventories. If you don't want to see the items that you have in your inventories of all of your characters, you click on this one. Now it is not highlighted. This means it is not working when it is not highlighted. All these options are working, this is not working, which means that the tool now will not showcase the item that you have in the inventories, not stats, the inventories of your characters. If you got, okay, let's undo everything. Now we don't see anything actually. We see here master frequent items, uniques, we can see some items that we have only on the vault. So, if we want to see which items we have in the inventories of all of our characters, we click this one. And now we can see here the numbers, they are going up if you click it off. Master frequency 12 of 489. If you click it on, 30 of 489. Because now it takes into account the items of the inventories of your characters. Also, if you want to see the items that you have on your caravan, you click this one. If you want to see the secret passage items that you have found, you click this one. If you want to see ragnarok items, you click this one and you see all numbers going up. If you want to see atlantis items, the same. And if you want to see eternal embers items, the same. So now we have mastery frequency 77 of 1103. So this means that all mastery frequent items in the game of all three difficulty levels, normal, epic and legendary tier, they are 1103, including all DLCs. So we can see that this game has a ton of items to collect and play, of course, and use, so it is amazing. This is how you can see everything that you have throughout your whole collection. This is toggle item count, which means that if you don't have it on, you do not see the numbers of items. Here, how many items there are. You toggle this one on to know exactly how many there are and how many you have. You have one of Hood of the Magi and all of these things. Now, what you can see here is all types of items. Here we have mastery frequency. Here we have unique items, 1021. Unique items of all Atlantis, all DLCs, the whole game. And here we have epic items, which is 501, and legendary items, which is 520. Now, since the last update of this tool should be, or the last version came out in April of 2022, I don't think this collector's version includes the new legendary items that came with the latest patches in summer of the endgame dungeons and the about to add new legendary jewels of Atlantis. But we would say that 99% of the items of the whole game, including all expansions, are here, so it is okay. Maybe if we are lucky enough, the developers of this tool will decide to include the new items as well. Here we can see how many artifacts overall there are in the game, 90 artifacts, including all artifacts of all DLCs and difficulty levels, tiers. Here you can see the charms, the parchments, the formulae, the relics, the sets, 435 sets. Set items, not sets. There are 435 set items. Of course, 243 are epic and the legendary is 192. So, how do you know which items you have and which items you don't have? The items that you can see that are black, this is also black because the font is black, but anyway, this is more black. So this is black, this is not really black. Then let's call this one gray. The items like this one, if you hover your mouse over, it says you have one legendary sets. It tells you that it is a set. It tells you that you have it on Vault Sack 6, found from legendary chest. So it is a good idea to use this tool, especially also if you are trying to find to collect these items and you go to do targeted farming. Some items, for example, drop in specific tiers of difficulty. This one is found from the NEIDAN, is found from Epic Hades and Legendary Hades. So now you know that you cannot, it is pointless to go in normal difficulty and try to farm this item in normal difficulty because it drops in Epic and Legendary Hades. So if you follow the directions of this tool, you will be able to farm these items as well much better and much more efficiently, and hopefully get the items and put them in your collection if this is what you want to do. And also it tells you, for example, if you go to Charms, Demon's Blood, you have 3. And it says Avenger is one of my characters. It says that I have it on Avenger Stash, I have it on Avenger Stash, and Elementalist too. Let's go and find something that we have even more of that one. You have 8. Normal crafting is the name of one of the vaults I have made in my Titan Quest vault. It says Vault Sack 1, Sack 1 5 times. Then it says Cursed Hero Sack 1, Sack 1, Elemental Sack 1 found from normal grease. So you can see exactly how many you have of each one and which characters of yours or which sack, which vault page of your Titan Quest vault overall holds each one of the items. This is an amazing tool, very, very helpful for collectors, especially farmers. You know, it is very, very, very helpful. And it is one of the best tools ever made. I would say that this is the second best tool ever made for Titan Quest. The first one would be Titan Quest Vault because that one provides infinite storage. And it is more important than this one because even if you have this one but you don't have infinite storage, this means that you have to make hundreds of new characters, and this is not efficient. So, in my opinion at least, Titan Quest Vault is the best, but this one is the second best ever. And this is overall how you can use this tool. This is the actual usage of the tool. Now you have some other export data, reload files, filter options and whatnot. Collect none, any quality, you have many options here. If you go, you can check them out. And this is it. English language, this is Deutsch language, it is probably German and French language. Yeah, this is the tool. It is a very simple tool, very easy to find and install and use, and very, very helpful. Hello everybody, my name is Faethodas and here we are to talk about this amazing tool for Titan Quest. The Titan Quest Vault Anniversary Edition. This is the website where you can come and download this tool first of all. I will put of course the link in the description below so you can click and come straight to this website and download the tool. It is not a mod, it is a tool. The latest version is the 2.6.0. So you will come here in this website 2.6.0 and you can choose to download the executable file or the zip file. Personally, I have downloaded the zip file, and when you download the zip file you need to extract the zip file. You open the zip file, this is the contents of the zip file, and you extract to somewhere in your PC in a folder, and after you extract the zip file you click Titan Quest Vault AE executable, you run the vault, and this way you can use the vault, but you run it of course from the folder where you copied your, you pasted actually this file here, this folder with all of the files of this Titan Quest Vault tool. So let's go ahead and see what this thing is all about. So first we run the Titan Quest Vault tool. And this is how this tool starts. When the tool starts for the first time, it will probably show you this tab here, the configure one. it will show you this tab here. Here the game has as a default the auto-detect game paths. So it will probably find instantly your game paths and you will probably not need to do anything with these things here. The game language, again, it is auto-detected. Enable custom maps, this is for mods, you know, custom game maps mods. And these things are the default settings of all of these things. Now you have the option, of course, to edit your items or copy your items. These are tools for cheaters. You can also cheat with this tool, but if you are a legit player, at least when you play multiplayer, then you do not cheat any items. I do not use, of course, this one to cheat. I use it only to store my items and have my collection on a big infinite storage space. This is why I use Titan Quest Vault. And after all, this vault makes very easy to transfer many items from one of your characters to other characters and vice versa and all of these things. Yeah, then you hit OK and everything is fine. So, what do we have here? We have Vault. This is the main vault that you get when you first run this tool. The main vault. If you click on the main vault, you can see here NEIDAN Vault Files. You click NEIDAN Vault Files and then you can create a new vault. To create a new vault, you put a name down here. You say, for example, Superman Vault. If you go to make a Superman Vault, there are some limitations of what characters you can use for the names of your vaults. You may not use the following characters, these ones here. But you can use numbers, for example. You can delete a vault, you can copy a vault, you can rename a vault. These are very nice things that you can do with your vaults. So you create a new vault. I will hit cancel, of course. I don't need any Superman vault. Create a new vault, cancel. And so when you first run this tool, you have a main vault. This is the main vault. If you click here, you can create new vaults. All of these things here are vaults that I have created myself by using this NEIDAN Vault Files function. I have created vaults and I have different vaults for different things. For example, craft normal. This is C normal, it means components normal. I have put my components that I save when I play the game and I find many components of normal difficulty. I put the components here that I do not use with my characters because many components are very useful for creating artifacts and this is why I keep them here. I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and here we have the charms. Normal charms. And the same, this is components for epic difficulty. I have components for legendary difficulty. I have made epic armors, bow staves, jewels pets, legendary armors, legendary sets, papyrus, you know these things. I also collect these things. These are useless in the game, they have no functionality, it is just for fun. The developers made these things just for fun. Some stories for you to read. Recipes, many recipes for artifacts. I collect them all and keep them here to create them in the future. And many other things. I will create more vaults in the future to put items into. So, this is the vault. Here we can see character, but how can we see character here? Here you see this tab, it says show vault. If I click this one, it shows a second vault. I can select now a second vault. For example, I can select one for giveaways. This is the vault that I made to keep items that I have to give away later in the future. In future giveaways. And I plan on filling, of course, all of these tabs. If I find many good new items, I will keep them here and I will give them away. Now, by having a second vault here, you can transfer from another vault, for example, from this vault epic armors, let's say this one here, epic armors, I can take an item and put it on this vault here. This is very useful if you go to transfer items between your vaults. And you can select whichever vaults you want. And you can also, I don't know if you can select epic armors again. You should probably be able to do that. No, you cannot. You cannot select twice the same vault. You select the second vault. So, this second vault happens when you click show vault, but now it says show player. When you click show player, you can see the equipment of your current selected player, the transfer area, it is of the stats, not of the player of course, and the storage area of your player that you have selected, and this is the inventory of your player. For now, I have for example the blacksmith build, it is one of my old builds. This is I think my first build that I made with Ragnarok expansion, I don't remember, but anyway it doesn't matter. You can see your characters, and from here on you can select multiple characters. You can select one of your characters, and after you select one of your characters you can transfer from the storage area of your characters to a vault of your choosing, or from a vault to your storage area of one of your characters. The equipment, you cannot move these items here. The equipment, you can only see these items, you cannot move them as far as I know, yeah, it is impossible, but you can move items from the transfer area. And you can move items from storage area. And you have of course all of the inventory tabs of your character, and you have these things that auto sort and also auto combine items. You can auto sort, auto combine relics or charms here in the vault. Another thing. Here, if you click this one, the vault becomes bigger. I think it is better this way because everything is bigger, it is easier to distinguish items and see things. So, these are the main features of the vault. You have now the search one. You click on the search one and you can type here the name of an item that you are using in your whole save files. For example, if I click Alki, Alki is one ring, legendary set ring. If I click Alki and search, the game shows here a list, and here we can see Alki. When we hover our mouse cursor over the items here, we can see in the right corner of this tool, we can see that everything changes, and it shows us where we have Alki rings. We have in the vampire build, for example, we have in the outsider build, we have in the electricity build, and on the demon hunter build Alki rings. And we can see where we have our items. It is a great tool, of course. One for giveaways, let's go to the main vault. This is the Apollo build, a very old build of mine. So, this search feature is also an amazing one. And of course, we have some other things. We can do some other things. For example, when we go on an item, we can see, of course, the stats of the item. If we right click on the item, it says delete. If you want to delete this item, of course, you delete it and you lose it forever. There is the properties one. It shows you the properties. These are things that have to do with the editor of the game. It shows the properties as you can see them in the editor. If you open up the editor of the game and go to the items, these are the properties that make the item work actually. This is something that you shouldn't be interested about unless you are a modder or something like that. And filter extra info. But you can also move item to back 2, back 3, back 4, back 5, player panel, stash panel. You can also do this one, but if you want, you can just click on the item, left click again, and put the item on this character if you want to put it on this one. Simple things and very easy things. And of course we have the auto sort function here, which does this thing. And we have this thing here, we can do the same thing. Each vault has 12 tabs. Of course 12 tabs, these tabs are very big and you can save thousands upon thousands of items and you can make as many vaults as you like. There is no limitation, at least as far as I'm aware of. No limitation, you can save as many as you like. So this is a great tool. Now about how to not lose your items, because there is a way that you can lose your items. So, here we are in the game. I have loaded one of my characters, it is a very old build of mine, and we have some items here in the inventory of this character. Let's go here and keep only this, actually let's not keep this one, let's keep this item here, the white item. So, in our inventory now, we have this white item, which is the copper split arm badge. Let's go out, and now let's go and activate the Titan Quest Vault tool. The tool will load up. We will go here and we will select our reflectivity build, which is somewhere down here. This is the build, this is the item that we have there. Now, if I take, for example, this item, or maybe if I move, let me see, an item that I don't really need. Let's take this Tracker's Medallion of Grace and put it here. Medallion of Grace. Okay, we don't have it now here, we have it here. Okay. We click exit. And then we go back to the game. The game is loaded and here we are. As we can see, the change didn't get any, there is no change in the inventory. It is exactly the same as it was before we moved that amulet from the stash of the vault to the inventory of this character. This is happening because actually I don't know why this is happening, but this is how you can lose items by using this vault. As you can see now, I have lost my item. My item got lost. I had here that amulet, I put it here, then I click exit, then I go back to my character. And this change didn't activate, didn't work because I had my character loaded already in the game, and the change moving items in the inventory of my character, it didn't work and I lost my item. Now, let's try and take another item, but instead of putting it on the inventory of our character, let's put it in the storage area. I will take this sword. This sword here, it is the Eax Iberias. Let's put it on the transfer area of reflectivity. Click exit and then go into the game. Let's go see.
Store your goods?
The sword is here. So, as you can see, if you want to move any items from the vault to one of your characters, remember, do not move items from the inventory to the vault or from the vault to the inventory. If you have this that character loaded already. If you move items in the storage area, you will not lose them. The change will happen, it will work. But if you move items from the vault to the inventory of your character that is currently loaded, you will probably lose the item. This is the main way how you can lose items by using this Titan Quest vault. And I don't know exactly how it works, why this happens, but it probably has something to do with how the memory, the RAM of the saves of the game, how they are being saved in the RAM or the saves, I don't know. It is things that people who know about these things should know. I do not really know. But what I know is that you can easily make a mistake here and lose your items. Be careful, do not put any items in your inventory from the vault because you will lose them, but you can freely put them in the storage area of your characters. Now I would like to give you a couple of ideas how I use my vault to save, to store my items and to categorize my items for easier management. This is an amazing tool, you can make many things here, great things. As we said before, we have the main vault. When we first start using this tool, we have the main vault, too many tabs here. We can store hundreds of items, but we can make even more vaults, as many as we like. So this is what I have done. I have made vaults for different types of items: epic armors, epic bow staves, epic sets 2, epic weapons, jewels, pets. These are, for example, jewels that provide bonuses to pets, and I decided to make one tab, one vault for these jewels because I want to collect as many as possible of these jewels and see which ones are the best and worthy enough to keep them for future pet builds. We have legendary armors, we have bows and staves, we have recipes for artifacts. I collect them all to create them in the future, and all of these things. And we can make even more, and we can have different categories of all of these things. We have components legendary. C means components, legendary components. These are components that drop in legendary difficulty. And I have all of these things here. We have also the charms from legendary difficulty. I collect them all, of course, and I will keep collecting because many of these are useful for putting on items when we make builds, but they are also useful, of course, for creating artifacts. Artifacts are something very, very important in this game. And I like very much creating all artifacts and collecting artifacts, so here we are. And I have the same thing for other components like epic components and of course normal components. And we have egg sets. This one, egg sets, is Easter egg sets. You know, Easter egg sets are sets that we find from the secret passage of Act 4 or Act 5, and these are items that do not drop normally from monsters or bosses or containers, sets, things like that. Like for example this one, the Texan set or the pirate set or the Santa Claus set, which I don't have here right now. I have it here, Santa Claus, or the detective set, or the shinobi set, things like that. I want also to collect all of these things and have them here in my collection, just to have them in my collection, nothing more, nothing less. So this is one way I use the vault. The other way is, this vault helps very much in something very, very important, at least for me. Let's go down to recipes. We have recipes here in this tab, and we get more recipes in the future to put in this tab here, in this vault. These recipes, some are from normal difficulty. We have the blue, some of them are from epic, others are from legendary. We have these ones here, the divine recipes for divine artifacts. We collect them and we try to create these ones. But since these ones, they require materials to be made, I have made another vault which is called to make artifacts. We click here. Here we are. Let's go to number 1. So, this is how I do things when I want to create artifacts. First of all, I use these 2 vaults. Actually, not only 2 vaults, I use the recipes vault and also the crafting, the components normal, component epic and component legendary vaults. How do we use it? It is simple enough. We click here, show vault, and here we select our vaults. For example, components normal. Now we can see all of the components of normal. We go here and we have this vault which is called to make artifacts. And first we go to the recipes. This is how I do things. I check my recipes, formulas, let's call them formulas. I see what requirements of materials these formulas have, and then I start looking for the materials, the components in my other vaults. Components normal. For example, this one requires epic, embodiment and epic from epic difficulty, so I choose component epic. It requires embodiment of Prometheus flame. Do I have embodiment? Yes, I have. Keep it here. It requires pristine plumage and also boar hide. I have charms here. I have a boar hide, put it here. The pristine plumage, which is this one? No, not this one. It is this one. Yeah. So now I have all 3 of my components, materials that I need to create this artifact. Then I go here, I choose to make artifacts, and here in the page I put the formula, and below this one I put these artifacts. Not the artifacts, the materials to create this one. This way, as you can see, I make a tab, a vault, which holds all of these things together. And after I make many of these things, As we can see, I have plenty of these things already ready. All of these things are ready now to complete. I can go now. Let's pick something else here. Let's go now here to make artifacts. We have these things. And now I can go here, click show player. So now if I click show player, here we can see a player, a character. When it says player, it means a character. I have my Hercules build. My Hercules build holds, it is a rich character. He has more than 200 million gold. So to create artifacts we need gold, of course. And then I can do this move. I can go to the storage area of Hercules and I can start transferring all of these things here. And by doing so, we have what? We have all of the materials and the formulas ready and categorized, we could say, ready to be made when we load our character and we have gold with our character. We go to each other and we complete all of these things. We can put them also in our inventory, because if you put them in the storage area and you load the game, you will have again to transfer all of these things to the inventory of your character, so you can go take them to each other and make the artifacts. It is better to put them in the inventory, but as we said before, remember, do not transfer any items to the inventories of your characters when you have these characters loaded into the game. Do not do that because you will lose all of the items. The changes will not get saved when you transfer items straight to the inventory of your character when your character is loaded into the game. Once again, remember, do not do this mistake. It is better to put them first here if you are not sure, and then load your character and put them from here to your character, or it is better to be 100% certain that you will not lose these items if you put them in your inventory. Then, before you start Titan Quest, start this tool, take all of the items, put them in the inventory, exit, click exit here, and then start Titan Quest, then load your character, and all of the items will be saved in the inventory. You will not lose them then, and you can go straight to the each other and create these artifacts. So I have already my game turned off. I haven't loaded any characters. Titan Quest is not started, so I can put all of these items here in the inventory, and I can go then start the game and load Hercules build, and I can go straight to the each other and create these artifacts. So this is some ways I use this vault, which is a perfect tool for the game. It is an amazing tool. We should thank the people that created this mod. They did an amazing job. It works pretty well. I don't see any real bugs here in this mod. It works very, very well. Of course, it provides some options for you to cheat. You can cheat here in this mod with this tool, not mod. You can cheat, you can duplicate items and all of these things. You can alter maybe some stats on your items. But if you are not a cheater, you will use it to store items and manage your inventory and stash of all of your characters. If you go to cheat, you can cheat. Go ahead and cheat. I have nothing else to say to you about cheating. It is up to you to decide how you will use the vault. But personally, I do not cheat. I don't want to duplicate any items. I just use it to store items and manage everything much faster and easier. So guys, I hope this helps you. This is a great tool. Again, the link is down in the description for you. Click the link, go download the tool and use it. This tool makes the game much more satisfying to play with. It is amazing, simply amazing.